Prologue. In October 1962, China's revolutionary leader Mao Zedong summoned his top military and political commanders to meet with him in Beijing, 2,000 miles to the west. In the forbidding and sparsely populated terrain of the Himalayas, Chinese and Indian troops were locked in a standoff over the two countries' disputed border. The dispute arose over different versions of history. India claimed the frontier demarcated during British rule, China the limits of imperial China. India had deployed its outposts to the edge of its conception of the border. China had surrounded the Indian positions. Attempts to negotiate a territorial settlement had foundered. Mao had decided to break the stalemate. He reached far back into the classical Chinese tradition that he was otherwise in the process of dismantling. China and India, Mao told his commanders, had previously fought 1.5 wars. Beijing could draw operational lessons from each. The first war had occurred over 1,300 years earlier, during the Tang dynasty 618–907, when China dispatched troops to support an Indian kingdom against an illegitimate and aggressive rival. After China's intervention, the two countries had enjoyed centuries of flourishing religious and economic exchange. The lesson learned from the ancient campaign, as Mao described it, was that China and India were not doomed to perpetual enmity. They could enjoy a long period of peace again, but to do so, China had to use force to knock India back to the negotiating table. The half-war, in Mao's mind, had taken place 700 years later, when the Mongol ruler Tamerlane sacked Delhi. Mao reasoned that since Mongolia and China were then part of the same political entity, this was a half-Sino-Indian war. Tamerlane had won a significant victory, but once in India his army had killed over 100,000 prisoners. This time, Mao enjoined his Chinese forces to be restrained and principled. No one in Mao's audience, the Communist Party leadership of a revolutionary new China proclaiming its intent to remake the international order and abolish China's own feudal past, seems to have questioned the relevance of these ancient precedents to China's current strategic imperatives. Planning for an attack continued on the basis of the principles Mao had outlined. Weeks later, the offensive proceeded much as he described. China executed a sudden, devastating blow on the Indian positions and then retreated to the previous line of control, even going so far as to return the captured Indian heavy weaponry. In no other country is it conceivable that a modern leader would initiate a major national undertaking by invoking strategic principles from a millennium-old event, nor that he could confidently expect his colleagues to understand the significance of his allusions. Yet China is singular. No other country can claim so long a continuous civilization, or such an intimate link to its ancient past and classical principles of strategy and statesmanship. Other societies, the United States included, have claimed universal applicability for their values and institutions. Still, none equals China in persisting and persuading its neighbors to acquiesce in such an elevated conception of its world role for so long, and in the face of so many historical vicissitudes. From the emergence of China as a unified state in the 3rd century BC until the collapse of the Qing dynasty in 1912, China stood at the center of an East Asian international system of remarkable durability. The Chinese emperor was conceived of and recognized by most neighboring states as the pinnacle of a universal political hierarchy, with all other states' rulers theoretically serving as vassals. Chinese language, culture, and political institutions were the hallmarks of civilization, such that even regional rivals and foreign conquerors adopted them to varying degrees as a sign of their own legitimacy, often as a first step to being subsumed within China. The traditional cosmology endured despite catastrophes and centuries-long periods of political decay. Even when China was weak or divided, its centrality remained the touchstone of regional legitimacy. Aspirants, both Chinese and foreign, vied to unify or conquer it, then ruled from the Chinese capital, without challenging the basic premise that it was the center of the universe. While other countries were named after ethnic groups or geographical landmarks, China called itself Zhongguo, the Middle Kingdom, or the Central Country. Any attempt to understand China's 20th century diplomacy or its 21st century world role must begin, even at the cost of some potential oversimplification, with a basic appreciation of the traditional context. Chapter 1. The Singularity of China. Societies and nations tend to think of themselves as eternal. They also cherish a tale of their origin. A special feature of Chinese civilization is that it seems to have no beginning. It appears in history less as a conventional nation-state than a permanent natural phenomenon. In the tale of the Yellow Emperor, revered by many Chinese as the legendary founding ruler, China seems already to exist. When the Yellow Emperor appears in myth, Chinese civilization has fallen into chaos. Competing princes harass each other and the people, yet an enfeebled ruler fails to maintain order. Levying an army, the new hero pacifies the realm and is acclaimed as emperor. The Yellow Emperor has gone down in history as a founding hero, yet in the founding myth, he is re-establishing, not creating, an empire. China predated him. It strides into the historical consciousness as an established state requiring only restoration, not creation. This paradox of Chinese history recurs with the ancient sage Confucius. Again, he is seen as the founder of a culture, although he stressed that he had invented nothing, that he was merely trying to reinvigorate the principles of harmony which had once existed in the Golden Age, but had been lost in Confucius's own era of political chaos. Reflecting on the paradox of China's origins, the 19th century missionary and traveler, the Abbé Regisavariste Huck, observe: Chinese civilization originates in an antiquity so remote that we vainly endeavor to discover its commencement. There are no traces of the state of infancy among this people. This is a very peculiar fact respecting China. We are accustomed in the history of nations to find some well-defined point of departure, and the historic documents, traditions, and monuments that remain to us generally permit us to follow, almost step by step, the progress of civilization, to be present at its birth, to watch its development, its onward march, and in many cases, its subsequent decay and fall. But it is not thus with the Chinese. They seem to have been always living in the same stage of advancement as in the present day, and the data of antiquity are such as to confirm that opinion. When Chinese written characters first evolved, during the Shang dynasty in the 2nd millennium BC, ancient Egypt was at the height of its glory. The great city-states of classical Greece had not yet emerged and Rome was millennia away. Yet the direct descendant of the Shang writing system is still used by well over 1 billion people today. Chinese today can understand inscriptions written in the age of Confucius. Contemporary Chinese books and conversations are enriched by centuries-old aphorisms citing ancient battles and court intrigues. At the same time, Chinese history featured many periods of civil war, interregnum, and chaos. After each collapse, the Chinese state reconstituted itself as if by some immutable law of nature. At each stage, a new uniting figure emerged, following essentially the precedent of the Yellow Emperor to subdue his rivals and reunify China, and sometimes enlarge its bounds. The famous opening of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a 14th-century epic novel treasured by centuries of Chinese including Mao, who is said to have pored over it almost obsessively in his youth, evokes this continuous rhythm: the empire, long divided, must unite, long united, must divide. Thus it has ever been. Each period of disunity was viewed as an aberration. Each new dynasty reached back to the previous dynasty's principles of governance in order to re-establish continuity. The fundamental precepts of Chinese culture endured, tested by the strain of periodic calamity. Before the seminal event of Chinese unification in 221 BC, there had been a millennium of dynastic rule that gradually disintegrated as the feudal subdivisions evolved from autonomy to independence. The culmination was 2.5 centuries of turmoil recorded in history as the Warring States period 475–221 BC. Its European equivalent would be the interregnum between the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 and the end of the Second World War, when a multiplicity of European states was struggling for preeminence within the framework of the balance of power. After 221 BC, China maintained the ideal of empire and unity, but followed the practice of fracturing, then reuniting, in cycles sometimes lasting several hundred years. When the state fractured, wars between the various components were fought savagely. Mao once claimed that the population of China declined from 50 million to 10 million during the so-called Three Kingdoms period AD 220 AD, and the conflict among the contending groups between the two world wars of the 20th century was extremely bloody as well. At its ultimate extent, the Chinese cultural sphere stretched over a continental area much larger than any European state, indeed about the size of continental Europe. Chinese language and culture, and the emperor's political writ, expanded to every known terrain, from the steppelands and pine forests in the north shading into Siberia, to the tropical jungles and terraced rice farms in the south, from the east coast with its canals, ports, and fishing villages, to the stark deserts of Central Asia and the ice-capped peaks of the Himalayan frontier. The extent and variety of this territory bolstered the sense that China was a world unto itself. It supported a conception of the emperor as a figure of universal consequence, presiding over Tianxia, or all under heaven. The era of Chinese preeminence. Through many millennia of Chinese civilization, China was never obliged to deal with other countries or civilizations that were comparable to it in scale and sophistication. India was known to the Chinese, as Mao later noted, but for much of history it was divided into separate kingdoms. The two civilizations exchanged goods and Buddhist influences along the Silk Road, but were elsewhere walled off from casual contact by the almost impenetrable Himalayas and the Tibetan Plateau. The massive and forbidding deserts of Central Asia separated China from the Near Eastern cultures of Persia and Babylonia, and even more from the Roman Empire. Trade caravans undertook intermittent journeys, but China as a society did not engage societies of comparable scale and achievement. Though China and Japan shared a number of core cultural and political institutions, neither was prepared to recognize the other's superiority. Their solution was to curtail contact for centuries at a time. Europe was even further away in what the Chinese considered the Western Oceans, by definition inaccessible to Chinese culture and pitiably incapable of acquiring it, as the emperor told a British envoy in 1793. The territorial claims of the Chinese Empire stopped at the water's edge. As early as the Song Dynasty 960–1279, China led the world in nautical technology. Its fleets could have carried the empire into an era of conquest and exploration. Yet China acquired no overseas colonies and showed relatively little interest in the countries beyond its coast. It developed no rationale for venturing abroad to convert the barbarians to Confucian principles or Buddhist virtues. When the conquering Mongols commandeered the Song fleet and its experienced captains, they mounted two attempted invasions of Japan. Both were turned back by inclement weather, the kamikaze or divine wind of Japanese lore. Yet when the Mongol dynasty collapsed, the expeditions, though technically feasible, were never again attempted. No Chinese leader ever articulated a rationale for why China would want to control the Japanese archipelago. But in the early years of the Ming dynasty, between 1405 and 1433, China launched one of history's most remarkable and mysterious naval enterprises. Admiral Zhang He set out in fleets of technologically unparalleled treasure ships to destinations as far as Java, India, the Horn of Africa, and the Strait of Hormuz. At the time of Zhang's voyages, the European age of exploration had not yet begun. China's fleet possessed what would have seemed an unbridgeable technological advantage. In the size, sophistication, and number of its vessels, it dwarfed the Spanish Armada, which was still 150 years away. Historians still debate the actual purpose of these missions. Zhang He was a singular figure in the age of exploration, a Chinese Muslim eunuch conscripted into imperial service as a child. He fits no obvious historical precedent. At each stop on his journeys, he formally proclaimed the magnificence of China's new emperor, bestowed lavish gifts on the rulers he encountered, and invited them to travel in person or send envoys to China. There, they were to acknowledge their place in the Sinocentric world order by performing the ritual kowtow to acknowledge the emperor's superiority. Yet beyond declaring China's greatness and issuing invitations to portentous ritual, Zhang He displayed no territorial ambition. He brought back only gifts, or tribute. He claimed no colonies or resources for China beyond the metaphysical bounty of extending the limits of all under heaven. At most, he can be said to have created favorable conditions for Chinese merchants, through a kind of early exercise of Chinese soft power. Zhang He's expedition stopped abruptly in 1433, coincident with the recurrence of threats along China's northern land frontier. The next emperor ordered the fleet dismantled and the records of Zhang He's voyages destroyed. The expeditions were never repeated. Though Chinese traders continued to ply the routes Zhang He sailed, China's naval abilities faded so much so that the Ming rulers' response to the subsequent menace of piracy off China's southeast coast was to attempt a forced migration of the coastal population 10 miles inland. China's naval history was thus a hinge that failed to swing. Technically capable of dominance, China retired voluntarily from the field of naval exploration just as Western interest was beginning to take hold. China's splendid isolation nurtured a particular Chinese self-perception. Chinese elites grew accustomed to the notion that China was unique, not just a great civilization among others, but civilization itself. A British translator wrote in 1850. An intelligent European, accustomed to reflect on the state of a number of countries enjoying a variety of different advantages, and laboring each under peculiar disadvantages, could, by a few well-directed questions, and from very little data, form a tolerably correct notion of the state of a people hitherto unknown to him. But it would be a great error to suppose that this is the case with the Chinese. Their exclusion of foreigners and confinement to their own country has, by depriving them of all opportunities of making comparisons, sadly circumscribed their ideas. They are thus totally unable to free themselves from the dominion of association, and judge everything by rules of purely Chinese convention. China knew, of course, of different societies around its periphery in Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, Burma, but in the Chinese perception, China was considered the center of the world, the Middle Kingdom, and other societies were assessed as gradations from it. As the Chinese saw it, a host of lesser states that imbibed Chinese culture and paid tribute to China's greatness constituted the natural order of the universe. The borders between China and the surrounding peoples were not so much political and territorial demarcations as cultural differentiations. The outward radiance of Chinese culture throughout East Asia led the American political scientist Lucian Pye to comment famously that, in the modern age, China remains a civilization pretending to be a nation-state. The pretensions underlying this traditional Chinese world order endured well into the modern era. As late as 1863, China's emperor himself, a member of a foreign Manchu dynasty that had conquered China 2 centuries earlier, dispatched a letter informing Abraham Lincoln of China's commitment to good relations with the United States. The emperor based his communication on the grandiloquent assurance that Having, with reverence, received the commission from heaven to rule the universe, we regard both the Middle Empire China and the outside countries as constituting one family, without any distinction. When the letter was dispatched, China had already lost 2 wars with the Western powers, which were busy staking out spheres of interest in Chinese territory. The emperor seems to have treated these catastrophes as similar to other barbarian invasions that were overcome, in the end, by China's endurance and superior culture. For most of history, there was, in fact, nothing particularly fanciful about Chinese claims. With each generation, the Han Chinese had expanded from their original base in the Yellow River Valley, gradually drawing neighboring societies into various stages of approximation of Chinese patterns. Chinese scientific and technological achievements equaled, and frequently outstripped, those of their Western European, Indian, and Arab counterparts. Not only was the scale of China traditionally far beyond that of the European states in population and in territory, until the Industrial Revolution, China was far richer. United by a vast system of canals connecting the great rivers and population centers, China was for centuries the world's most productive economy and most populous trading area. But since it was largely self-sufficient, other regions had only peripheral comprehension of its vastness and its wealth. In fact, China produced a greater share of total world GDP than any Western society in 18 of the last 20 centuries. As late as 1820, it produced over 30% of world GDP, an amount exceeding the GDP of Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and the United States combined. Western observers encountering China in the early modern era were stunned by its vitality and material prosperity. Writing in 1736, the French Jesuit Jean-Baptiste Duhalde summed up the awestruck reactions of Western visitors to China. The riches peculiar to each province, and the facility of conveying merchandise, by means of rivers and canals, have rendered the domestic trade of the empire always very flourishing. The inland trade of China is so great that the commerce of all Europe is not to be compared therewith, the provinces being like so many kingdoms, which communicate to each other their respective productions. 30 years later, the French political economist François Quesnay went even further. And one can deny that this state is the most beautiful in the world, the most densely populated, and the most flourishing kingdom known. Such an empire, as that of China, is equal to what all Europe would be if the latter were united under a single sovereign. China traded with foreigners and occasionally adopted ideas and inventions from abroad. But more often the Chinese believed that the most valuable possessions and intellectual achievements were to be found within China. Trade with China was so prized that it was with only partial exaggeration that Chinese elites described it not as ordinary economic exchange, but as tribute to China's superiority. Confucianism. Almost all empires were created by force, but none can be sustained by it. Universal rule, to last, needs to translate force into obligation. Otherwise, the energies of the rulers will be exhausted in maintaining their dominance at the expense of their ability to shape the future, which is the ultimate task of statesmanship. Empires persist if repression gives way to consensus. So it was with China. The methods by which it was unified, and periodically overturned and reunified again, were occasionally brutal. Chinese history witnessed its share of sanguinary rebellions and dynastic tyrants. Yet China owed its millennial survival far less to the punishments meted out by its emperors than to the community of values fostered among its population and its government of scholar officials. Not the least exceptional aspect of Chinese culture is that these values were essentially secular in nature. At the time when Buddhism appeared in Indian culture stressing contemplation and inner peace, and monotheism was proclaimed by the Jewish and, later, Christian and Islamic prophets with an evocation of a life after death, China produced no religious themes in the Western sense at all. The Chinese never generated a myth of cosmic creation. Their universe was created by the Chinese themselves, whose values, even when declared of universal applicability, were conceived of as Chinese in origin. The predominant values of Chinese society were derived from the prescriptions of an ancient philosopher known to posterity as Confucius or Confucius in the Latinized version. Confucius 551–479 BC. Lived at the end of the so-called Spring and Autumn period 774–476 BC. A time of political upheaval that led to the brutal struggles of the Warring States period 475–221 BC. The ruling house of Zhou was in decline, unable to exert its authority over rebellious princes competing for political power. Greed and violence went unchecked. All under heaven was again in disarray. Like Machiavelli, Confucius was an itinerant in his country, hoping to be retained as an advisor to one of the princes then contending for survival. But unlike Machiavelli, Confucius was concerned more with the cultivation of social harmony than with the machinations of power. His themes were the principles of compassionate rule, the performance of correct rituals, and the inculcation of filial piety. Perhaps because he offered his prospective employers no short-term route to wealth or power, Confucius died without achieving his goal. He never found a prince to implement his maxims, and China continued its slide toward political collapse and war. But Confucius's teachings, recorded by his disciples, survived. When the bloodletting ended and China again stood unified, the Han Dynasty 206 BC AD. 220 adopted Confucian thought as an official state philosophy. Compiled into a central collection of Confucius's sayings, the Analects, and subsequent books of learned commentary, the Confucian canon would evolve into something akin to China's Bible and its constitution combined. Expertise in these texts became the central qualification for service in China's imperial bureaucracy, a priesthood of literary scholar officials selected by nationwide competitive examinations and charged with maintaining harmony in the emperor's vast realms. Confucius's answer to the chaos of his era was the way of the just and harmonious society, which, he taught, had once been realized before in a distant Chinese golden age. Mankind's central spiritual task was to recreate this proper order already on the verge of being lost. Spiritual fulfillment was a task not so much of revelation or liberation, but patient recovery of forgotten principles of self-restraint. The goal was rectification, not progress. Learning was the key to advancement in a Confucian society. Thus Confucius taught that love of kindness, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by foolishness. Love of knowledge, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by loose speculation. Love of honesty, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by harmful candor. Love of straightforwardness, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by misdirected judgment. Love of daring, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by insubordination. And love for strength of character, without a love to learn, finds itself obscured by intractability. Confucius preached a hierarchical social creed. The fundamental duty was to know thy place. To its adherents, the Confucian order offered the inspiration of service in pursuit of a greater harmony. Unlike the prophets of monotheistic religions, Confucius preached no teleology of history pointing mankind to personal redemption. His philosophy sought the redemption of the state through righteous individual behavior. Oriented toward this world, his thinking affirmed a code of social conduct, not a roadmap to the afterlife. At the pinnacle of the Chinese order stood the emperor, a figure with no parallels in the Western experience. He combined the spiritual as well as the secular claims of the social order. The Chinese emperor was both a political ruler and a metaphysical concept. In his political role, the emperor was conceived as mankind's supreme sovereign, the emperor of humanity, standing atop a world political hierarchy that mirrored China's hierarchical Confucian social structure. Chinese protocol insisted on recognizing his overlordship via the kowtow, the act of complete prostration, with the forehead touching the ground 3 times on each prostration. The emperor's second, metaphysical, role was his status as the Son of Heaven, the symbolic intermediary between heaven, earth, and humanity. This role also implied moral obligation on the emperor's part. Through humane conduct, performance of correct rituals, and occasional stern punishments, the emperor was perceived as the linchpin of the great harmony of all things great and small. If the emperor strayed from the path of virtue, all under heaven would fall into chaos. Even natural catastrophes might signify that disharmony had beset the universe. The existing dynasty would be seen to have lost the mandate of heaven by which it possessed the right to govern. Rebellions would break out, and a new dynasty would restore the great harmony of the universe. Concepts of international relations, impartiality or equality. Just as there are no great cathedrals in China, there are no Blenheim palaces. Aristocratic political grandees like the Duke of Marlborough, who built Blenheim, did not come into being. Europe entered the modern age a welter of political diversity, independent princes and dukes and counts, cities that governed themselves, the Roman Catholic Church, which claimed an authority outside of state purview, and Protestant groups, which aspired to building their own self-governing civil societies. By contrast, when it entered the modern period, China had for well over 1,000 years a fully formed imperial bureaucracy recruited by competitive examination, permeating and regulating all aspects of the economy and society. The Chinese approach to world order was thus vastly different from the system that took hold in the West. The modern Western conception of international relations emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries, when the medieval structure of Europe dissolved into a group of states of approximately equal strength, and the Catholic Church split into various denominations. Balance of power diplomacy was less a choice than an inevitability. No state was strong enough to impose its will, no religion retained sufficient authority to sustain universality. The concept of sovereignty and the legal equality of states became the basis of international law and diplomacy. China, by contrast, was never engaged in sustained contact with another country on the basis of equality for the simple reason that it never encountered societies of comparable culture or magnitude. That the Chinese Empire should tower over its geographical sphere was taken virtually as a law of nature, an expression of the mandate of heaven. For Chinese emperors, the mandate did not necessarily imply an adversarial relationship with neighboring peoples, preferably it did not. Like the United States, China thought of itself as playing a special role, but it never espoused the American notion of universalism to spread its values around the world. It confined itself to controlling the barbarians immediately at its doorstep. It strove for tributary states like Korea to recognize China's special status, and in return, it conferred benefits such as trading rights. As for the remote barbarians such as Europeans, about whom they knew little, the Chinese maintained a friendly, if condescending, aloofness. They had little interest in converting them to Chinese ways. The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty expressed this view in 1372. Countries of the Western Ocean are rightly called distant regions. They come to us across the seas, and it is difficult for them to calculate the year and month of arrival. Regardless of their numbers, we treat them on the principle of those who come modestly are sent off generously. The Chinese emperors felt it was impractical to contemplate influencing countries that nature had given the misfortune of locating at such a great distance from China. In the Chinese version of exceptionalism, China did not export its ideas, but let others come to seek them. Neighboring peoples, the Chinese believed, benefited from contact with China and civilization so long as they acknowledged the suzerainty of the Chinese government. Those who did not were barbarian. Subservience to the emperor and observance of imperial rituals was the core of culture. When the empire was strong, this cultural sphere expanded. All under heaven was a multinational entity comprising the ethnic Han Chinese majority and numerous non-Han Chinese ethnic groups. In official Chinese records, foreign envoys did not come to the imperial court to engage in negotiations or affairs of state. They came to be transformed by the emperor's civilizing influence. The emperor did not hold summit meetings with other heads of state. Instead, audiences with him represented the tender cherishing of men from afar, who brought tribute to recognize his overlordship. When the Chinese court deigned to send envoys abroad, they were not diplomats, but heavenly envoys from the celestial court. The organization of the Chinese government reflected the hierarchical approach to world order. China handled ties with tribute-paying states such as Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam through the Ministry of Rituals, implying that diplomacy with these peoples was but one aspect of the larger metaphysical task of administering the Great Harmony. With less Sinicized mounted tribes to the north and west, China came to rely on a court of dependencies, analogous to a colonial office, whose mission was to invest vassal princes with titles and maintain peace on the frontier. Only under the pressure of Western incursions in the 19th century did China establish something analogous to a foreign ministry to manage diplomacy, as an independent function of government, in 1861 after the defeat in 2 wars with the Western powers. It was considered a temporary necessity, to be abolished once the immediate crisis subsided. The new ministry was deliberately located in an old and undistinguished building previously used by the Department of Iron Coins, to convey, in the words of the leading Qing dynasty statesman, Prince Gong, the hidden meaning that it cannot have a standing equal to that of other traditional government offices, thus preserving the distinction between China and foreign countries. European-style ideas of interstate politics and diplomacy were not unknown in the Chinese experience. Rather, they existed as a kind of counter-tradition taking place within China in times of disunity. But as if by some unwritten law, these periods of division ended with the reunification of all under heaven and the reassertion of Chinese centrality by a new dynasty. In its imperial role, China offered surrounding foreign peoples impartiality, not equality. It would treat them humanely and compassionately in proportion to their attainment of Chinese culture and their observance of rituals connoting submission to China. What was most remarkable about the Chinese approach to international affairs was less its monumental formal pretensions than its underlying strategic acumen and longevity. For during most of Chinese history, the numerous lesser peoples along China's long and shifting frontiers were often better armed and more mobile than the Chinese. To China's north and west were semi-nomadic peoples, the Manchus, Mongols, Uyghurs, Tibetans, and eventually the expansionist Russian Empire, whose mounted cavalry could launch raids across its extended frontiers on China's agricultural heartland with relative impunity. Retaliatory expeditions faced inhospitable terrain and extended supply lines. To China's south and east were peoples who, though nominally subordinate in the Chinese cosmology, possessed significant martial traditions and national identities. The most tenacious of them, the Vietnamese, had fiercely resisted Chinese claims of superiority and could claim to have bested China in battle. China was in no position to conquer all of its neighbors. Its population consisted mainly of farmers bound to their ancestral plots. Its Mandarin elite earned their positions not through displays of martial valor, but by way of mastery of the Confucian classics and refined arts such as calligraphy and poetry. Individually, neighboring peoples could pose formidable threats. With any degree of unity, they would be overwhelming. The historian Owen Lattimore wrote, "Barbarian invasion therefore hung over China as a permanent threat. Any barbarian nation that could guard its own rear and flanks against the other barbarians could set out confidently to invade China. China's vaunted centrality and material wealth would turn on itself and into an invitation for invasion from all sides." The Great Wall, so prominent in Western iconography of China, was a reflection of this basic vulnerability, though rarely a successful solution to it. Instead, Chinese statesmen relied on a rich array of diplomatic and economic instruments to draw potentially hostile foreigners into relationships the Chinese could manage. The highest aspiration was less to conquer, though China occasionally mounted major military campaigns, than to deter invasion and prevent the formation of barbarian coalitions. Through trade incentives and skillful use of political theater, China coaxed neighboring peoples into observing the norms of Chinese centrality while projecting an image of awesome majesty to deter potential invaders from testing China's strength. Its goal was not to conquer and subjugate the barbarians, but to rule them with a loose-rein Jiamai. For those who would not obey, China would exploit divisions among them, famously using barbarians to check barbarians and, when necessary, using barbarians to attack barbarians. For as a Ming dynasty official wrote of the potentially threatening tribes on China's northeastern frontier, "If the tribes are divided among themselves, they will remain weak, and it will be easy to hold them in subjection. If the tribes are separated, they shun each other and readily obey. We favor one or other of their chieftains and permit them to fight each other." This is a principle of political action which asserts, wars between the barbarians are auspicious for China. The goal of this system was essentially defensive, to prevent the formation of coalitions on China's borders. The principles of barbarian management became so ingrained in Chinese official thought that when the European barbarians arrived on China's shores in force in the 19th century, Chinese officials described their challenge with the same phrases used by their dynastic predecessors. They would use barbarians against barbarians until they could be soothed and subdued. And they applied a traditional strategy to answer the initial British attack. They invited other European countries in for the purpose of first stimulating and then manipulating their rivalry. In pursuit of these aims, the Chinese court was remarkably pragmatic about the means it employed. The Chinese bribed the barbarians or used Han demographic superiority to dilute them. When defeated, they submitted to them, as in the beginning of the Yuan and Qing dynasties, as a prelude to Sinicizing them. The Chinese court regularly practiced what in other contexts would be considered appeasement, albeit through an elaborate filter of protocol that allowed the Chinese elites to claim it was an assertion of benevolent superiority. Thus a Han dynasty minister described the 5 baits with which he proposed to manage the mounted Xinyu tribes to China's northwestern frontier. To give them elaborate clothes and carriages in order to corrupt their eyes, to give them fine food in order to corrupt their mouth, to give them music and women in order to corrupt their ears, to provide them with lofty buildings, granaries and slaves in order to corrupt their stomach. And, as for those who come to surrender, the emperor should show them favor by honoring them with an imperial reception party in which the emperor should personally serve them wine and food, so as to corrupt their mind. These are what may be called the 5 baits. In periods of strength, the diplomacy of the Middle Kingdom was an ideological rationalization for imperial power. During periods of decline, it served to mask weakness and helps China manipulate contending forces. In comparison to more recent regional contenders for power, China was a satisfied empire with limited territorial ambition. As a scholar during the Han Dynasty AD 25-220 put it, the emperor does not govern the barbarians. Those who come to him will not be rejected, and those who leave will not be pursued. The objective was a compliant, divided periphery, rather than one directly under Chinese control. The most remarkable expression of China's fundamental pragmatism was its reaction to conquerors. When foreign dynasts prevailed in battle, the Chinese bureaucratic elite would offer their services and appeal to their conquerors on the premise that, so vast and unique a land as they had just overrun could be ruled only by use of Chinese methods, Chinese language, and the existing Chinese bureaucracy. With each generation, the conquerors would find themselves increasingly assimilated into the order they had sought to dominate. Eventually their own home territories, the launching points for their invasions, would come to be regarded as part of China itself. They would find themselves pursuing traditional Chinese national interests, with the project of conquest effectively turned on its head. Chinese Realpolitik and Sun Tzu's Art of War. The Chinese have been shrewd practitioners of realpolitik and students of a strategic doctrine distinctly different from the strategy and diplomacy that found favor in the West. A turbulent history has taught Chinese leaders that not every problem has a solution, and that too great an emphasis on total mastery over specific events could upset the harmony of the universe. There were too many potential enemies for the empire ever to live in total security. If China's fate was relative security, it also implied relative insecurity, the need to learn the grammar of over a dozen neighboring states with significantly different histories and aspirations. Rarely did Chinese statesmen risk the outcome of a conflict on a single all-or-nothing clash. Elaborate multi-year maneuvers were closer to their style. Where the Western tradition prized the decisive clash of forces emphasizing feats of heroism, the Chinese ideal stressed subtlety, indirection, and the patient accumulation of relative advantage. This contrast is reflected in the respective intellectual games favored by each civilization. China's most enduring game is Wai Kai, pronounced roughly Wei Qi, and often known in the West by a variation of its Japanese name, Go. Wai Kai translates as a game of surrounding pieces. It implies a concept of strategic encirclement. The board, a grid of 19 by 19 lines, begins empty. Each player has 180 pieces or stones at his disposal, each of equal value with the others. The players take turns placing stones at any point on the board, building up positions of strength, while working to encircle and capture the opponent's stones. Multiple contests take place simultaneously in different regions of the board. The balance of forces shifts incrementally with each move, as the players implement strategic plans and react to each other's initiatives. At the end of a well-played game, the board is filled by partially interlocking areas of strength. The margin of advantage is often slim, and to the untrained eye, the identity of the winner is not always immediately obvious. Chess, on the other hand, is about total victory. The purpose of the game is checkmate, to put the opposing king into a position where he cannot move without being destroyed. The vast majority of games end in total victory achieved by attrition or, more rarely, a dramatic, skillful maneuver. The only other possible outcome is a draw, meaning the abandonment of the hope for victory by both parties. The outcome of a Wai Kai game between two expert players. Black has won by a slight margin. Source: David Lai, Learning from the Stones, A Go Approach to Mastering China's Strategic Concept, G. Carlisle, PA, U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute, 2004. If chess is about the decisive battle, Wai Kai is about the protracted campaign. The chess player aims for total victory. The Wai Kai player seeks relative advantage. In chess, the player always has the capability of the adversary in front of him. All the pieces are always fully deployed. The Wai Kai player needs to assess not only the pieces on the board, but the reinforcements the adversary is in a position to deploy. Chess teaches the Clausewitzian concepts of center of gravity and the decisive point, the game usually beginning as a struggle for the center of the board. Wai Kai teaches the art of strategic encirclement, where the skillful chess player aims to eliminate his opponent's pieces in a series of head-on clashes. A talented Wai Kai player moves into empty spaces on the board, gradually mitigating the strategic potential of his opponent's pieces. Chess produces single-mindedness. Wai Kai generates strategic flexibility. A similar contrast exists in the case of China's distinctive military theory. Its foundations were laid during a period of upheaval, when ruthless struggles between rival kingdoms decimated China's population. Reacting to this slaughter and seeking to emerge victorious from it, Chinese thinkers developed strategic thought that placed a premium on victory through psychological advantage and preached the avoidance of direct conflict. The seminal figure in this tradition is known to history as Sun Tzu, or Master Sun, author of the famed treatise The Art of War. Intriguingly, no one is sure exactly who he was. Since ancient times, scholars have debated the identity of The Art of War's author and the date of its composition. The book presents itself as a collection of sayings by one Sun Wu, a general and wandering military advisor from the spring and autumn period of Chinese history 770–476 BC. As recorded by his disciples. Some Chinese and later Western scholars have questioned whether such a Master Sun existed or, if he did, whether he was in fact responsible for The Art of War's contents. Well over 2,000 years after its composition, this volume of epigrammatic observations on strategy, diplomacy, and war written in classical Chinese, halfway between poetry and prose, remains a central text of military thought. Its maxims found vivid expression in the 20th century Chinese Civil War at the hands of Sun Tzu's student Mao Zedong, and in the Vietnam Wars, as Ho Chi Minh and Vo Nguyen Giap employed Sun Tzu's principles of indirect attack and psychological combat against France, and then the United States. Sun Tzu has also achieved a second career of sorts in the West, with popular editions of The Art of War recasting him as a modern business management guru. Even today, Sun Tzu's text reads with a degree of immediacy and insight that places him among the ranks of the world's foremost strategic thinkers. One could argue that the disregard of his precepts was importantly responsible for America's frustration in its Asian wars. What distinguishes Sun Tzu from Western writers on strategy is the emphasis on the psychological and political elements over the purely military. The great European military theorists Karl von Clausewitz and Antoine Henry Jomini treat strategy as an activity in its own right, separate from politics. Even Clausewitz's famous dictum that war is the continuation of politics by other means implies that with war the statesman enters a new and distinct phase. Sun Tzu merges the two fields. Where Western strategists reflect on the means to assemble superior power at the decisive point, Sun Tzu addresses the means of building a dominant political and psychological position, such that the outcome of a conflict becomes a foregone conclusion. Western strategists test their maxims by victories in battles. Sun Tzu tests by victories where battles have become unnecessary. Sun Tzu's text on war does not have the quality of exaltation of some European literature on the subject, nor does it appeal to personal heroism. Its somber quality is reflected in the portentous opening of The Art of War. War is a grave affair of the state. It is a place of life and death, a road to survival and extinction, a matter to be pondered carefully. And because the consequences of war are so grave, prudence is the value most to be cherished. A ruler must never mobilize his men out of anger. A general must never engage in battle out of spite. Anger can turn to pleasure. Spite can turn to joy. But a nation destroyed cannot be put back together again. A dead man cannot be brought back to life. So the enlightened ruler is prudent. The effective general is cautious. This is the way to keep a nation at peace and an army intact. What should a statesman be prudent about? For Sun Tzu, victory is not simply the triumph of armed forces. Instead, it is the achievement of the ultimate political objectives that the military clash was intended to secure. Far better than challenging the enemy on the field of battle is undermining an enemy's morale or maneuvering him into an unfavorable position from which escape is impossible. Because war is a desperate and complex enterprise, self-knowledge is crucial. Strategy resolves itself into a psychological contest. Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. The highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy's strategy itself. The next, to attack his alliances. The next, to attack armies. The lowest form of war is to attack cities. Siege warfare is a last resort. The skillful strategist defeats the enemy without doing battle, captures the city without laying siege, overthrows the enemy state without protracted war. Ideally, the commander would achieve a position of such dominance that he could avoid battle entirely. Or else he would use arms to deliver a coup de grace after extensive analysis and logistical, diplomatic, and psychological preparation. Thus Sun Tzu's counsel that the victorious army is victorious first and seeks battle later. The defeated army does battle first and seeks victory later. Because attacks on an opponent's strategy and his alliances involve psychology and perception, Sun Tzu places considerable emphasis on the use of subterfuge and misinformation. When able, he counseled, feign inability. When deploying troops, appear not to be. When near, appear far. When far, appear near. To the commander following Sun Tzu's precepts, a victory achieved indirectly through deception or manipulation is more humane and surely more economical than a triumph by superior force. The art of war advises the commander to induce his opponent into accomplishing the commander's own aims or force him into a position so impossible that he opts to surrender his army or state unharmed. Perhaps Sun Tzu's most important insight was that in a military or strategic contest, everything is relevant and connected, weather, terrain, diplomacy, the reports of spies and double agents, supplies and logistics, the balance of forces, historic perceptions, the intangibles of surprise and morale. Each factor influences the others, giving rise to subtle shifts in momentum and relative advantage. There are no isolated events. Hence the task of a strategist is less to analyze a particular situation than to determine its relationship to the context in which it occurs. No particular constellation is ever static. Any pattern is temporary and in essence evolving. The strategist must capture the direction of that evolution and make it serve his ends. Sun Tzu uses the word chi for that quality, a concept with no direct Western counterpart. In the military context, she connotes the strategic trend and potential energy of a developing situation, the power inherent in the particular arrangement of elements, and its developmental tendency. In the art of war, the word connotes the ever-changing configuration of forces as well as their general trend. To Sun Tzu, the strategist mastering Qi is akin to water flowing downhill, automatically finding the swiftest and easiest course. A successful commander waits before charging headlong into battle. He shies away from an enemy's strength. He spends his time observing and cultivating changes in the strategic landscape. He studies the enemy's preparations and his morale, husbands resources, and defines them carefully and plays on his opponent's psychological weaknesses until at last he perceives the opportune moment to strike the enemy at his weakest point. He then deploys his resources swiftly, and suddenly, rushing downhill along the path of least resistance, in an assertion of superiority that careful timing and preparation have rendered a fait accompli. 39 The art of war articulates a doctrine less of territorial conquest than of psychological dominance. It was the way the North Vietnamese fought America, though Hanoi usually translated its psychological gains into actual territorial conquests as well. In general, Chinese statesmanship exhibits a tendency to view the entire strategic landscape as part of a single whole, good and evil, near and far, strength and weakness, past and future all interrelated. In contrast to the Western approach of treating history as a process of modernity achieving a series of absolute victories over evil and backwardness, the traditional Chinese view of history emphasized a cyclical process of decay and rectification in which nature and the world can be understood, but not completely mastered. The best that can be accomplished is to grow into harmony with it. Strategy and statecraft become means of combative coexistence with opponents. The goal is to maneuver them into weakness while building up one's own Qi, or strategic position. This maneuvering approach is, of course, the ideal and not always the reality. Throughout their history, the Chinese have had their share of unsubtle and brutal conflicts, both at home and occasionally abroad. Once these conflicts erupted, such as during the unification of China under the Qin dynasty, the clashes of the Three Kingdoms period, the quelling of the Taiping Rebellion, and the 20th century Civil War, China was subjected to wholesale loss of life on a level comparable to the European world wars. The bloodiest conflicts occurred as a result of the breakdown of the internal Chinese system, in other words, as an aspect of internal adjustments of a state for which domestic stability and protection against looming foreign invasion are equal concerns. For China's classical sages, the world could never be conquered. Wise rulers could hope only to harmonize with its trends. There was no new world to populate, no redemption awaiting mankind on distant shores. The promised land was China, and the Chinese were already there. The blessings of the Middle Kingdom's culture might theoretically be extended, by China's superior example, to the foreigners on the empire's periphery. But there was no glory to be found in venturing across the seas to convert heathens to Chinese ways. The customs of the Celestial dynasty were plainly beyond the attainment of the far barbarians. This may be the deeper meaning of China's abandonment of its naval tradition. Lecturing in the 1820s on his philosophy of history, the German philosopher Hegel described the Chinese tendency to see the huge Pacific Ocean to their east as a barren waste. He noted that China, by and large, did not venture to the seas and instead depended on its great landmass. The land imposed an infinite multitude of dependencies, whereas the sea propelled people beyond these limited circles of thought and action. This stretching out of the sea beyond the limitations of the land is wanting to the splendid political edifices of Asiatic states, although they themselves border on the sea, as for example, China. For them the sea is only the limit, the ceasing of the land. They have no positive relations to it. The West had set sail to spread its trade and values throughout the world. In this respect, Hegel argued, land-bound China, which in fact had once been the world's greatest naval power, was severed from the general historical development. With these distinctive traditions and millennial habits of superiority, China entered the modern age a singular kind of empire, a state claiming universal relevance for its culture and institutions, but making few efforts to proselytize, the wealthiest country in the world, but one that was indifferent to foreign trade and technological innovation, a culture of cosmopolitanism overseen by a political elite oblivious to the onset of the Western age of exploration, and a political unit of unparalleled geographic extent that was unaware of the technological and historical currents that would soon threaten its existence. Chapter 2. The Kowtow Question and the Opium War. At the close of the 18th century, China stood at the height of its imperial greatness. The Qing dynasty, established in 1644 by Manchu tribes riding into China from the northeast, had turned China into a major military power. Fusing Manchu and Mongol military prowess with the cultural and governmental prowess of the Han Chinese, it embarked on a program of territorial expansion to the north and west, establishing a Chinese sphere of influence deep into Mongolia, Tibet, and modern-day Xinjiang. China stood predominant in Asia. It was at least the rival of any empire on earth. Yet the high point of the Qing dynasty also turned into the turning point of its destiny. For China's wealth and expanse attracted the attention of Western empires and trading companies operating far outside the bounds and conceptual apparatus of the traditional Chinese world order. For the first time in its history, China faced barbarians who no longer sought to displace the Chinese dynasty and claim the mandate of heaven for themselves. Instead, they proposed to replace the Sinocentric system with an entirely new vision of world order with free trade rather than tribute, resident embassies in the Chinese capital, and a system of diplomatic exchange that did not refer to non-Chinese heads of state as honorable barbarians pledging fealty to their emperor in Beijing. Unbeknownst to Chinese elites, these foreign societies had developed new industrial and scientific methods that, for the first time in centuries or perhaps ever, surpassed China's own. Steam power, railways, and new methods of manufacturing and capital formation enabled enormous advances in productivity in the West. Imbued with a conquering impulse that propelled them into China's traditional sphere of dominance, the Western powers considered Chinese claims of universal overlordship over Europe and Asia risible. They were determined to impose on China their own standards of international conduct, by force if necessary. The resulting confrontation challenged the basic Chinese cosmology and left wounds still festering over a century later in an age of restored Chinese eminence. Beginning in the 17th century, Chinese authorities had noted the increasing numbers of European traders on the southeast China coast. They saw little to differentiate the Europeans from other foreigners operating at the fringes of the empire, save perhaps their particularly glaring lack of Chinese cultural attainments. In the official Chinese view, these West Sea barbarians were classified as tribute envoys or barbarian merchants. On rare occasions, some were permitted to travel to Beijing, where if admitted into the presence of the emperor they were expected to perform the ritual kowtow, the act of prostration, with the forehead touching the ground 3 times. For foreign representatives, the points of entry into China and routes to the capital were strictly circumscribed. Access to the Chinese market was limited to a tightly regulated seasonal trade at Guangzhou, then known as Canton. Each winter foreign merchants were required to sail home. They were not permitted to venture further into China. Regulations deliberately held them at bay. It was unlawful to teach the Chinese language to these barbarians or to sell them books on Chinese history or culture. Their communications were to take place through specially licensed local merchants. The notion of free trade, resident embassies, and sovereign equality. By this point, the minimum rights enjoyed by Europeans in almost every other corner of the world were unheard of in China. One tacit exception had been made for Russia. Its rapid eastward expansion, the Tsar's domains now abutted Qing territories in Xinjiang, Mongolia, and Manchuria, placed it in a unique position to threaten China. The Qing dynasty, in 1715, permitted Moscow to establish a Russian Orthodox mission in Beijing. It eventually took on the role of a de facto embassy, the only foreign mission of its kind in China for over a century. The contacts extended to Western European traders, limited as they were seen by the king as a considerable indulgence. The Son of Heaven had, in the Chinese view, shown his benevolence by allowing them to partake in Chinese trade, particularly in tea, silk, lacquerware, and rhubarb, for which the West Sea barbarians had developed a voracious appetite. Europe was too far from the Middle Kingdom ever to become Sinicized along Korean or Vietnamese lines. Initially, the Europeans accepted the role of supplicants in the Chinese tributary order, in which they were labeled as barbarians and their trade as tribute. But as the Western powers grew in wealth and conviction, this state of affairs grew untenable. The Macartney Mission. The assumptions of the Chinese world order were particularly offensive to Britain, the red-haired barbarians in some Chinese records. As the premier Western commercial and naval power, Britain bridled at its assigned role in the cosmology of the Middle Kingdom, whose army, the British noted, still primarily used bows and arrows and whose navy was practically non-existent. British traders resented the increasing amount of squeeze extracted by the designated Chinese merchants at Guangzhou, through which Chinese regulations required that all Western trade be conducted. They sought access to the rest of the Chinese market beyond the southeast coast. The first major British attempt to remedy the situation was the 1893-94 mission of Lord George Macartney to China. It was the most notable, best conceived, and least militaristic European effort to alter the prevailing format of Sino-Western relations and to achieve free trade and diplomatic representation on equal terms. It failed completely. The Macartney mission is instructive to examine in some detail. The diary of the envoy illustrates how the Chinese perception of its role operated in practice, and the gulf existing between Western and Chinese perceptions of diplomacy. Macartney was a distinguished public servant with years of international experience and a keen sense of Oriental diplomacy. He was a man of notable cultural achievements. He had served 3 years as envoy extraordinary to the court of Catherine the Great in St. Petersburg, where he negotiated a treaty of amity and commerce. Upon his return, he published a well-received volume of observations on Russian history and culture. He had subsequently served as governor of Madras. He was as well equipped as any of his contemporaries to inaugurate a new diplomacy across civilizations. The aims of the Macartney mission to China would have seemed modest to any educated Briton of the time, especially compared with the recently established British dominion over the neighboring giant, India. Home Secretary Henry Dundas framed the Macartney instructions as an attempt to achieve a free communication with a people, perhaps the most singular on the globe. Its principal aims were the establishment of reciprocal embassies in Beijing and London and commercial access to other ports along the Chinese coast. On the latter point, Dundas charged Macartney to draw attention to the discouraging and arbitrary system of regulations at Guangzhou that prevented British merchants from engaging in the fair competition of the market, a concept with no direct counterpart in Confucian China. He was, Dundas stressed, to disclaim any territorial ambitions in China, an assurance bound to be considered as an insult by the recipient because it implied that Britain had the option to entertain such ambitions. The British government addressed the Chinese court on equal terms, which would have struck the British ruling group as affording a non-Western country an uncommon degree of dignity while being treated in China as insubordinate insolence. Dundas instructed Macartney to take the earliest opportunity to impress upon the Chinese court that King George Roman III saw Macartney's mission as an embassy to the most civilized as well as most ancient and populous nation in the world in order to observe its celebrated institutions, and to communicate and receive the benefits which must result from an unreserved and friendly intercourse between that country and his own. Dundas instructed Macartney to comply with all ceremonials of that court, which may not commit the honor of your sovereign, or lessen your own dignity, so as to endanger the success of your negotiation. He should not, Dundas stressed, let any trifling punctilio stand in the way of the important benefits which may be obtained by success in his mission. To help further his aims, Macartney brought with him numerous examples of British scientific and industrial prowess. Macartney's entourage included a surgeon, a physician, a mechanic, a metallurgist, a watchmaker, a mathematical instrument maker, and 5 German musicians who were to perform nightly. These latter performances were one of the more successful aspects of the embassy. His gifts to the emperor included manufactures designed at least in part to show the fabulous benefits China might obtain by trading with Britain, artillery pieces, a chariot, diamond-studded wristwatches, British porcelain copied, king officials noted approvingly, from the Chinese art form, and portraits of the king and queen painted by Joshua Reynolds. Macartney even brought a deflated hot air balloon and planned, without success, to have members of his mission fly it over Beijing by way of demonstration. The Macartney mission accomplished none of its specific objectives. The gap in perceptions was simply too wide. Macartney had intended to demonstrate the benefits of industrialization, but the emperor understood his gifts as tribute. The British envoy expected his Chinese hosts to recognize that they had been hopelessly left behind by the progress of technological civilization and to seek a special relationship with Britain to rectify their backwardness. In fact, the Chinese treated the British as an arrogant and uninformed barbarian tribe seeking special favor from the Son of Heaven. China remained wedded to its agrarian ways, with its burgeoning population making food production more urgent than ever, and its Confucian bureaucracy ignorant of the key elements of industrialization: steam power, credit and capital, private property, and public education. The first discordant note came as Macartney and his entourage made their way to Jehol, the summer capital northeast of Beijing, traveling up the coast in Chinese yachts laden with generous gifts and delicacies, but carrying Chinese signs proclaiming, "The English ambassador bringing tribute to the Emperor of China." Macartney resolved, in keeping with Dundas's instructions, to make no complaint of it, reserving myself to notice it if a proper opportunity occurs. As he approached Beijing, however, the chief mandarins charged with administering the mission opened a negotiation that put the gap in perceptions in sharper light. The issue was whether Macartney would kowtow to the emperor or whether, as he insisted, he could follow the British custom of kneeling on one knee. The Chinese side opened the discussions in a circuitous manner by remarking on, as Macartney recalled in his diary, the different modes of dress that prevailed among different nations. The mandarins concluded that Chinese clothes were, in the end, superior, since they allowed the wearer to perform with greater ease the genuflections and prostrations which were, they said, customary to be made by all persons whenever the emperor appeared in public. Would the British delegation not find it easier to free itself of its cumbersome knee buckles and garters before approaching the emperor's august presence? Macartney countered by suggesting that the emperor would likely appreciate if Macartney paid him the same obeisance which I did to my own sovereign. The discussions over the kowtow question continued intermittently for several more weeks. The mandarins suggested that Macartney's options were to kowtow or to return home empty-handed. Macartney resisted. Eventually it was agreed that Macartney could follow the European custom and kneel on one knee. It proved to be the only point Macartney won, at least as to actual conduct. The official Chinese report stated that Macartney, overwhelmed by the emperor's awesome majesty, had performed the kowtow after all. All of this took place within the intricate framework of Chinese protocol, which showed Macartney the most considerate treatment in foiling and rejecting his proposals. Enveloped in all-encompassing protocol and assured that each aspect had a cosmically ordained and unalterable purpose, Macartney found himself scarcely able to begin his negotiations. Meanwhile, he noted with a mixture of respect and unease the efficiency of China's vast bureaucracy, assessing that every circumstance concerning us and every word that falls from our lips is minutely reported and remembered. To Macartney's consternation, the technological wonders of Europe left no visible impression on his handlers. When his party demonstrated their mounted cannons, our conductor pretended to think lightly of them and spoke to us as if such things were no novelties in China. His lenses, chariot, and hot air balloon were brushed aside with polite condescension. A month and a half later, the ambassador was still waiting for an audience with the emperor, the interval having been consumed by banquets, entertainment, and discussions about the appropriate protocol for a possible imperial audience. Finally, he was summoned at 4 o'clock in the morning to a large, handsome tent to await the emperor, who presently appeared with great ceremony, borne in a palanquin. Macartney wondered at the magnificence of Chinese protocol, in which every function of the ceremony was performed with such silence and solemnity as in some measure to resemble the celebration of a religious mystery. After bestowing gifts on Macartney and his party, the emperor flattered the British party by sending us several dishes from his own table and then giving to each of us, with his own hands, a cup of warm wine, which we immediately drank in his presence. Note that having the emperor personally serve wine to foreign envoys was specifically mentioned among the Han Dynasty's 5 baits for barbarian management. The next day, Macartney and party attended a convocation to celebrate the emperor's birthday. Finally, the emperor summoned Macartney to his box at a theater performance. Now, Macartney assumed he could transact the business of his embassy. Instead, the emperor rebuffed him with another gift, a box of precious stones, and, Macartney recorded, a small book, written and painted by his own hand, which he desired me to present to the king, my master, as a token of his friendship, saying that the box had been 800 years in his family. Now that these tokens of imperial benevolence had been bestowed, the Chinese officials suggested that in view of the approaching cold winter, the time for Macartney's departure had arrived. Macartney protested that the two sides had yet to enter into negotiation on the items in his official instructions. He had barely opened his commission. It was King George's wish, Macartney stressed, that he be allowed to reside at the Chinese court as a permanent British ambassador. Early in the morning of October 3, 1793, a mandarin awoke Macartney and summoned him in full ceremonial dress to the Forbidden City, where he was to receive the answer to his petition. After a wait of several hours, he was ushered up a staircase to a silk-covered chair, upon which sat not the emperor, but a letter from the emperor to King George. The Chinese officials kowtowed to the letter, leaving Macartney to kneel to the letter on one knee. Finally, the imperial communication was transported back to Macartney's chambers with full ceremony. It proved to be one of the most humiliating communications in the annals of British diplomacy. The edict began by remarking on King George's respectful humility in sending a tribute mission to China. You, O King, live beyond the confines of many seas, nevertheless, impelled by your humble desire to partake of the benefits of our civilization, you have dispatched a mission respectfully bearing your memorial. The emperor then dismissed every substantive request that Macartney had made, including the proposal that Macartney be permitted to reside in Beijing as a diplomat. Est your entreaty to send one of your nationals to be accredited to my celestial court, and to be in control of your country's trade with China. This request is contrary to all usage of my dynasty and cannot possibly be entertained. He could not be allowed liberty of movement and the privilege of corresponding with his own country, so that you would gain nothing by his residence in our midst. The proposal that China send its own ambassador to London, the edict continued, was even more absurd. Supposing I sent an ambassador to reside in your country, how could you possibly make for him the requisite arrangements? Europe consists of many other nations besides your own. If each and all demanded to be represented at our court, how could we possibly consent? The thing is utterly impracticable. Perhaps, the emperor ascertained, King George had sent Macartney to learn the blessings of civilization from China. But this, too, was out of the question. If you assert that your reverence for our celestial dynasty fills you with a desire to acquire our civilization, our ceremonies, and code of laws differ so completely from your own that, even if your envoy were able to acquire the rudiments of our civilization, you could not possibly transplant our manners and customs to your alien soil. As for Macartney's proposals regarding the benefits of trade between Britain and China, the Celestial Court had already shown the British great favor, allowing them full liberty to trade at Canton for many a year. Anything more was utterly unreasonable. As for the supposed benefits of British trade to China, Macartney was sadly mistaken. Strange and costly objects do not interest me. If I have commanded that the tribute offerings sent by you, O King, are to be accepted, this was solely in consideration for the spirit which prompted you to dispatch them from afar. As your ambassador can see for himself, we possess all things. Given this state of affairs, trade beyond what was already taking place was impossible. Britain had nothing to offer that China wanted, and China had already given Britain all that its divine regulations permitted. Since it appeared that there was nothing more to be done, Macartney decided to return to England via Guangzhou. As he prepared to depart, he observed that after the emperor's sweeping rejection of Britain's requests, the mandarins were, if anything, more attentive, causing Macartney to reflect that perhaps the court had had second thoughts. He inquired to that effect, but the Chinese were done with diplomatic courtesy. Since the barbarian supplicant did not seem to understand subtlety, he was treated to an imperial edict verging on the threatening. The emperor assured King George that he was aware of the lonely remoteness of your island, cut off from the world by intervening wastes of sea. But the Chinese capital was the hub and center about which all quarters of the globe revolve. The subjects of our dependencies have never been allowed to open places of business in Peking, Beijing. He concluded with an admonition. I have accordingly stated the facts to you in detail, and it is your bounden duty to reverently appreciate my feelings and to obey these instructions henceforward for all time, so that you may enjoy the blessings of perpetual peace. The emperor, clearly unfamiliar with the capacity of Western leaders for violent rapaciousness, was playing with fire, though he did not know it. The assessment with which Macartney left China was ominous. A couple of English frigates would be an overmatch for the whole naval force of their empire. In half a summer they could totally destroy all the navigation of their coasts and reduce the inhabitants of the maritime provinces, who subsist chiefly on fish, to absolute famine. However overbearing the Chinese conduct may seem now, one must remember that it had worked for centuries in organizing and sustaining a major international order. In Macartney's era, the blessings of trade with the West were far from self-evident, since China's GDP was still roughly 7 times that of Britain's, the emperor could perhaps be forgiven for thinking that it was London that needed Beijing's assistance and not the other way around. No doubt the imperial court congratulated itself on deft handling of this barbarian mission, which was not repeated for over 20 years. But the reason for this respite was less the skill of Chinese diplomacy than the Napoleonic Wars, which consumed the resources of the European states. No sooner was Napoleon disposed of than a new British mission appeared off China's coasts in 1816, led by Lord Amherst. This time the standoff over protocol devolved into a physical brawl between the British envoys and the court mandarins assembled outside the throne room. When Amherst refused to kowtow to the emperor, whom the Chinese insisted on referring to as the universal sovereign, his mission was dismissed abruptly. Britain's Prince Regent was commanded to endeavor with obedience to make progress towards civilized transformation. In the meantime, no further ambassadors were necessary to prove that you are indeed our vassal. In 1834, the British Foreign Secretary Lord Palmerston sent another mission to attempt a grand resolution. Palmerston, not known for his expertise in King dynastic regulations, dispatched the Scottish naval officer Lord Napier with the contradictory instructions to conform to the laws and usages of China while, at the same time, requesting permanent diplomatic relations and a resident British embassy in Beijing, access to further ports along the Chinese coast, and, for good measure, free trade with Japan. Upon Napier's arrival in Guangzhou, he and the local governor settled into an impasse. Each refused to receive the other's letters on the basis that it would be demeaning to treat with a figure of such low station. Napier, whom the local authorities had, by this point, christened with a Chinese name translating as laboriously vile, took to posting belligerent broadsheets around Guangzhou using the services of a local translator. Fate finally solved this vexing barbarian problem for the Chinese when both Napier and his translator contracted malarial fever and departed this world. Before expiring, however, Napier did note the existence of Hong Kong, a sparsely populated rocky outcropping that he assessed would provide an excellent natural harbor. The Chinese could take satisfaction in having forced another round of rebellious barbarians into compliance. But it was the last time the British would accept rejection. With every year, British insistence grew more threatening. The French historian Alain Peyrefitte summed up the reaction in Britain in the aftermath of the Macartney mission. If China remained closed, then the doors would have to be battered down. All of China's diplomatic maneuvers and abrupt rejections only delayed an inevitable reckoning with the modern international system, designed as it was along European and American lines. This reckoning would impose one of the most wrenching social, intellectual, and moral strains on Chinese society in its long history. The clash of two world orders, the Opium War. The ascendant Western industrial powers would clearly not abide for long a diplomatic mechanism that referred to them as barbarians presenting tribute or a tightly regulated seasonal trade at a single Chinese port city. For their part, the Chinese were willing to make limited concessions to Western merchants' appetite for profit, a vaguely immoral concept in Confucian thought. But they were appalled by the Western envoys' suggestions that China might be simply one state among many, or that it should have to live with permanent daily contact with barbarian envoys in the Chinese capital. To the modern eye, none of the Western envoys' initial proposals were particularly outrageous by the standards of the West. The goals of free trade, regular diplomatic contacts, and resident embassies offend few contemporary sensibilities and are treated as a standard way to conduct diplomacy. But the ultimate showdown occurred over one of the more shameful aspects of Western intrusion, the insistence on the unrestricted importation of opium into China. In the mid-19th century, opium was tolerated in Britain and banned in China, though consumed by an increasing number of Chinese. British India was the center of much of the world's opium poppy growth, and British and American merchants, working in concert with Chinese smugglers, did a brisk business. Opium was, in fact, one of the few foreign products that made any headway in the Chinese market. Britain's famed manufactures were dismissed as novelties or inferior to Chinese products. Polite Western opinion viewed the opium trade as an embarrassment. However, merchants were reluctant to forfeit the lucrative trade. The King Court debated legalizing opium and managing its sale. It ultimately decided to crack down and eradicate the trade altogether. In 1839, Beijing dispatched Lin Zexu, an official of considerable demonstrated skill, to shut down the trade in Guangzhou and force Western merchants to comply with the official ban. A traditional Confucian Mandarin, Lin dealt with the problem as he would with any particularly stubborn barbarian issue, through a mixture of force and moral suasion. Upon arriving in Guangzhou, he demanded that the Western trade missions forfeit all of their opium chests for destruction. When that failed, He blockaded all of the foreigners, including those having nothing to do with the opium trade, in their factories, announcing that they would be released only on the surrender of their contraband. Lin next dispatched a letter to Queen Victoria, praising, with what deference the traditional protocol allowed, the politeness and submissiveness of her predecessors in sending tribute to China. The crux of his missive was the demand that Queen Victoria take charge of the eradication of opium in Britain's Indian territories. In several places of India under your control, such as Bengal, Madras, Bombay, Patna, Benares and Malwa, opium has been planted from hill to hill, and ponds have been opened for its manufacture. The obnoxious odor ascends, irritating heaven and frightening the spirits. Indeed you, O king, can eradicate the opium plant in these places, hoe over the fields entirely, and sow in its stead the 5 grains. Anyone who dares again attempts to plant and manufacture opium should be severely punished. The request was reasonable, even when couched in the traditional assumption of Chinese overlordship. Suppose a man of another country comes to England to trade, he still has to obey the English laws. How much more should he obey in China the laws of the Celestial dynasty? The barbarian merchants of your country, if they wish to do business for a prolonged period, are required to obey our statutes respectfully and to cut off permanently the source of opium. May you, O king, check your wicked and sift your vicious people before they come to China, in order to guarantee the peace of your nation, to show further the sincerity of your politeness and submissiveness, and to let the 2 countries enjoy together the blessings of peace. How fortunate indeed! After receiving this dispatch, will you immediately give us a prompt reply regarding the details and circumstances of your cutting off the opium traffic? Be sure not to put this off. Overestimating Chinese leverage, Lin's ultimatum threatened to cut off the export of Chinese products, which he supposed were existential necessities for the Western barbarians. If China cuts off these benefits with no sympathy for those who were to suffer, then what can the barbarians rely upon to keep themselves alive? China had nothing to fear from retaliation. Articles coming from the outside to China can only be used as toys. We can take them or get along without them. Lin's letter seems never to have reached Victoria. In the meantime, British opinion treated Lin's siege of the British community in Gwangju as an unacceptable affront. Lobbyists for the China trade petitioned Parliament for a declaration of war. Palmerston dispatched a letter to Beijing demanding satisfaction and redress for injuries inflicted by Chinese authorities upon British subjects resident in China, and for insults offered by those same authorities to the British Crown, as well as the permanent cession of 1 or more sufficiently large and properly situated islands on the coast of China as a depot for British trade. In his letter, Palmerston acknowledged that opium was contraband under Chinese law, but he stooped to a legalistic defense of the trade, arguing that the Chinese ban had, under Western legal principles, lapsed due to the connivance of corrupt officials. This casuistry was unlikely to convince anybody, and Palmerston did not allow it to delay his fixed determination to bring matters to a head, in light of the urgent importance of the matter and the great distance separating England from China. The British government was ordering a fleet immediately to blockade the principal Chinese ports, seize all Chinese vessels which it may meet with, and seize some convenient part of Chinese territory until London obtained satisfaction. The Opium War had begun. Initial Chinese reactions rated the prospect of a British offensive as a baseless threat. One official argued to the emperor that the vast distance between China and England would render the English impotent. The English barbarians are an insignificant and detestable race, trusting entirely to their strong ships and large guns, but the immense distance they have traversed will render the arrival of seasonable supplies impossible, and their soldiers, after a single defeat, being deprived of provisions, will become dispirited and lost. Even after the British blockaded the Pearl River and seized several islands opposite the port city of Ningbo as a show of force, Lin wrote indignantly to Queen Victoria, "You savages of the further seas have waxed so bold, it seems, as to defy and insult our mighty empire. Of a truth it is high time for you to flay the face and cleanse the heart, and to amend your ways. If you submit humbly to the Celestial dynasty and tender your allegiance, it may give you a chance to purge yourselves of your past sins." Centuries of predominance had warped the Celestial Court's sense of reality. Pretension of superiority only accentuated the inevitable humiliation. British ships swiftly bypassed the Chinese coastal defenses and blockaded the main Chinese ports. The cannons once dismissed by Macartney's Mandarin handlers operated with brutal effect. One Chinese official, Kishan, the viceroy of Zhili, the administrative division then encompassing Beijing and the surrounding provinces, came to understand China's vulnerability when he was sent to make preliminary contact with a British fleet that had sailed north to Tianjin. He recognized that the Chinese could not counter British seaborne firepower. Without any wind, or even a favorable tide, they steam vessels glide along against the current and are capable of fantastic speed. Their carriages are mounted on swivels, enabling the guns to be turned and aimed in any direction. By contrast, Kishan assessed that China's guns were left over from the Ming dynasty, and that Tihos who are in charge of military affairs are all literary officials. They have no knowledge of armaments. Concluding that the city was defenseless before British naval power, Kishan opted to soothe and divert the British by assuring them that the imbroglio in Gwangju had been a misunderstanding and did not reflect the temperate and just intentions of the emperor. Chinese officials would investigate and handle the matter fairly, but first it was imperative that the British fleet set sail for the south and await Chinese inspectors there. Somewhat remarkably, this maneuver worked. The British force sailed back to the southern ports, leaving China's exposed northern cities undamaged. Based on this success, Kishan was now sent to Gwangju to replace Lin Zexu and to manage the barbarians once again. The emperor, who seems not to have grasped the extent of the British technological advantage, instructed Kishan to engage the British representatives in drawn-out discussions while China gathered its forces. After prolonged negotiation has made the barbarians weary and exhausted, he noted in the Vermilion imperial pen, we can suddenly attack them and thereby subdue them. Lin Zexu was dismissed in disgrace for having provoked a barbarian attack. He set off for internal exile in far western China, reflecting on the superiority of Western weaponry and drafting secret memorials advising that China develop its own. Once at his post in southern China, however, Kishan confronted a more challenging situation. The British demanded territorial concessions and an indemnity. They had come south to obtain satisfaction. They would no longer be deferred by procrastinating tactics. After British forces opened fire on several sites on the coast, Kishan and his British counterpart, Captain Charles Elliot, negotiated a draft agreement. The Chuanpai Convention, which granted the British special rights on Hong Kong, promised an indemnity of $6 million, and allowed that future dealings between Chinese and British officials would take place on equal terms, that is, the British would be spared the protocol normally reserved for barbarian supplicants. This deal was rejected by both the Chinese and the British governments, each of whom saw its terms as a humiliation. For having exceeded his instructions and conceded too much to the barbarians, the emperor had Kishan recalled in chains and then sentenced to death, later commuted to exile. The British negotiator, Charles Elliot, faced a somewhat gentler fate, although Palmerston rebuked him in the harshest terms for having gained far too little. Throughout the whole course of your proceedings, Palmerston complained, you seemed to have considered that my instructions were waste paper. Hong Kong was a barren island with hardly a house upon it. Elliot had been far too conciliatory in not holding on to more valuable territory or pressing for harsher terms. Palmerston appointed a new envoy, Sir Henry Pottinger, whom he instructed to take a harder line, for Her Majesty's government cannot allow that, in a transaction between Great Britain and China, the unreasonable practice of the Chinese should supersede the reasonable practice of all the rest of mankind. 33 Arriving in China, Pottinger pressed Britain's military advantage, blockading further ports and cutting traffic along the Grand Canal and lower Yangtze River. With the British poised to attack the ancient capital Nanjing, the Chinese sued for peace. Qing's diplomacy, soothing the barbarians. Pottinger now faced yet another Chinese negotiator, the third to be sent on this supremely unpromising assignment by a court still fancying itself supreme in the universe, the Manchu Prince Qing. Qing's method for handling the British was a traditional Chinese strategy when confronted with defeat. Having tried defiance and diplomacy, China would seek to wear the barbarians down by seeming compliance. Negotiating under the shadow of the British fleet, Qing judged that it befell the court's ministers to repeat what the Middle Kingdom's elites had done so often before. Through a combination of delay, circumlocution, and carefully apportioned favors, they would soothe and tame the barbarians while buying time for China to outlast their assault. Qing fixed his focus on establishing a personal relationship with the barbarian headman Pottinger. He showered Pottinger with gifts and took to addressing him as his cherished friend and intimate, a word specially transliterated into Chinese for this express purpose. As an expression of the deep friendship between them, Qing went so far as to propose exchanging portraits of their wives and even proclaimed his wish to adopt Pottinger's son, who remained in England, but was henceforth known as Frederick Qing Pottinger. In one remarkable dispatch, Qing explained the approach to a celestial court that found the seduction process difficult to comprehend. He described the ways he had aspired to appease the British barbarians, with this type of people from outside the bounds of civilization, who are blind and unawakened in styles of address and forms of ceremony. Even though our tongues were dry, and our throats parched from urging them to follow our way, still they could not avoid closing their ears and acting as if deaf. Therefore, Qing's banquets and his extravagant warmth toward Pottinger and his family had served an essentially strategic design, in which Chinese conduct was calculated in specific doses, and in which such qualities as trust and sincerity were weapons, whether they reflected convictions or not was secondary. He continued, "Certainly we have to curb them by sincerity, but it has been even more necessary to control them by skillful methods. There are times when it is possible to have them follow our directions, but not let them understand their reasons. Sometimes we expose everything so that they will not be suspicious, whereupon we can dissipate their rebellious restlessness. Sometimes we have given them receptions and entertainment, after which they have had a feeling of appreciation, and at still other times we have shown trust in them in a broad-minded way, and deemed it unnecessary to go deeply into minute discussions with them, whereupon we have been able to get their help in the business at hand." The results of this interplay between Western overwhelming force and Chinese psychological management were two treaties negotiated by Qing and Pottinger, the Treaty of Nanjing and the Supplementary Treaty of the Bog. The settlement conceded more than the Chuanpai Convention. It was essentially humiliating, though the terms were less harsh than the military situation would have allowed Britain to impose. It provided for payment of a $6 million indemnity by China, the cession of Hong Kong, and the opening of 5 coastal treaty ports in which Western residence and trade would be permitted. This effectively dismantled the Canton system, by which the Chinese court had regulated trade with the West and confined it to licensed merchants. Ningbo, Shanghai, Xiamen, and Fuzhou were added to the list of treaty ports. The British secured the right to maintain permanent missions in the port cities and to negotiate directly with local officials, bypassing the court in Beijing. The British also obtained the right to exercise jurisdiction over their nationals residing in the Chinese treaty ports. Operationally, this meant that foreign opium traders would be subject to their own country's laws and regulations, not China's. This principle of extraterritoriality, among the less controversial provisions of the treaty at the time, would eventually come to be treated as a major infringement of Chinese sovereignty. Since the European concept of sovereignty was unknown, however, in China extraterritoriality came to be a symbol at the time, not so much of the violation of a legal norm as of declining imperial power. The resulting diminution of the mandate of heaven led to the eruption of a flurry of domestic rebellion. The 19th century English translator Thomas Meadows observed that most Chinese did not at first appreciate the lasting repercussions of the Opium War. They treated the concessions as an application of the traditional method of absorbing the barbarians and wearing them down. The great body of the nation, he surmised, can only look on the late war as a rebellious eruption of a tribe of barbarians who, secure in their strong ships, attacked and took some places along the coast, and even managed to get into their possession an important point of the Grand Canal, whereby they forced the emperor to make certain concessions. But the Western powers were not so easily soothed. Every Chinese concession tended to generate additional Western demands. The treaties, conceived at first as a temporary concession, instead inaugurated a process by which the Qing court lost control of much of China's commercial and foreign policy. Following the British Treaty, U.S. President John Tyler promptly sent a mission to China to gain similar concessions. For the Americans, the forerunner of the later open-door policy, the French negotiated their own treaty with analogous terms. Each of these countries, in turn, included a most favored nation clause that stipulated that any concession offered by China to other countries must also be given to the signatory. Chinese diplomacy later used this clause to limit exactions by stimulating competition between the various claimants for special privilege. These treaties are justly infamous in Chinese history as the first in a string of unequal treaties conducted under the shadow of foreign military force. At the time, the most bitterly contested provisions were their stipulations of equality of status. China had until this point insisted on the superior position ingrained in its national identity and reflected in the tributary system. Now it faced a foreign power determined to erase its name from the roll of Chinese tribute states under threat of force and to prove itself the sovereign equal of the Celestial dynasty. The leaders on both sides understood that this was a dispute about far more than protocol or opium. The Qing court was willing to appease avaricious foreigners with money and trade, but if the principle of barbarian political equality to the Son of Heaven was established, the entire Chinese world order would be threatened. The dynasty risked the loss of the mandate of heaven. Palmerston, in his frequently caustic communications to his negotiators, treated the amount of the indemnity as partly symbolic, but he devoted great attention to berating them for acquiescing to Chinese communications whose language revealed assumptions of superiority on the part of China or implied that Britain, victorious in war, remained a supplicant asking for the emperor's divine favor. Eventually, Palmerston's view prevailed, and the Treaty of Nanjing included a clause explicitly ensuring that Chinese and British officials would henceforth correspond. On a footing of perfect equality, it went so far as to list specific written Chinese characters in the text with acceptably neutral connotations. Chinese records, or at least those to which foreigners had access, would no longer describe the British as begging Chinese authorities or tremblingly obeying their orders. The Celestial Court had come to understand the military inferiority of China, but not yet the appropriate method for dealing with it. At first, it applied the traditional methods of barbarian management. Defeat was not unknown in the course of China's long history. China's rulers had dealt with it by applying the 5 baits described in the previous chapter. They saw the common characteristic of these invaders as being their desire to partake of Chinese culture. They wished to settle on Chinese soil and partake of its civilization. They could therefore gradually be tamed by some of the psychological methods illustrated by Prince Qiang and, in time, become part of Chinese life. But the European invaders had no such aspiration nor limited goals. Deeming themselves more advanced societies, their goal was to exploit China for economic gain, not to join its way of life. Their demands were therefore limited only by their resources and their greed. Personal relationships could not be decisive, because the chiefs of the invaders were not neighbors, but lived thousands of miles away, where they were governed by motivations obtuse to the subtleness and indirection of the Qiang type of strategy. Within the space of a decade, the Middle Kingdom had gone from preeminence to being an object of contending colonial forces. Poised between 2 eras and 2 different conceptions of international relations, China strove for a new identity, and above all, to reconcile the values that marked its greatness with the technology and commerce on which it would have to base its security. Chapter 3. From Preeminence to Decline. As the 19th century progressed, China experienced almost every imaginable shock to its historic image of itself. Before the Opium War, it conceived of diplomacy and international trade mainly as forms of recognition of China's preeminence. Now, even as it entered a period of domestic turmoil, it faced 3 foreign challenges, any one of which could be enough to overturn a dynasty. These threats came from every direction and in heretofore barely conceivable incarnations. From across the oceans in the west came the European nations. They raised not so much the challenge of territorial defense as of irreconcilable conceptions of world order. For the most part, the Western powers limited themselves to extracting economic concessions on the Chinese coast and demanding rights to free trade and missionary activity. Paradoxically, this was threatening because the Europeans did not view it as a conquest at all. They were not seeking to replace the existing dynasty, they simply imposed an entirely new world order essentially incompatible with the Chinese one. From the north and west, an expansionist and militarily dominant Russia sought to pry loose China's vast hinterland. Russia's cooperation could be purchased temporarily, but it recognized no boundaries between its own domains and the Chinese outer dominions. And unlike previous conquerors, Russia did not become part of the Chinese culture. The territories it penetrated were permanently lost to the empire. Still, neither the Western powers nor Russia had any ambition to displace the king and claim the mandate of heaven. Ultimately, they reached the conclusion that they had much to lose from the king's fall. Japan, by contrast, had no vested interest in the survival of China's ancient institutions or the Sinocentric world order. From the east, it set out not only to occupy significant portions of Chinese territory, but to supplant Beijing as the center of a new East Asian international order. The ensuing catastrophes are viewed with considerable dismay in contemporary China, as part of an infamous century of humiliation that ended only by the reunification of the country under an assertively nationalist form of communism. At the same time, the era of China's hobbling stands in many ways as a testimony to its remarkable abilities to surmount strains that might break other societies. While foreign armies were marching across China and extorting humiliating terms, the Celestial Court never stopped asserting its claim to central authority and managed to implement it over most of China's territory. The invaders were treated as other invaders had been in previous centuries, as a nuisance, an unwelcome interruption of the eternal rhythm of Chinese life. The court in Beijing could act in this manner, because the foreign depredations were mostly on the periphery of China and because the invaders had come for commerce. As such, it was in the interest of the invaders that the vast central regions, including most of the population, remain quiescent. The government in Beijing thereby achieved a margin of maneuver. All the exactions had to be negotiated with the imperial court, which was therefore in a position to play off the invaders against one another. Chinese statesmen played their weak hand with considerable skill and forestalled what could have been an even worse catastrophe. From the point of view of the balance of power, the objective configuration of forces would have suggested the impossibility of China's survival as a unitary, continent-sized state. But with the traditional vision of Chinese preeminence under often violent challenge and the country lashed by waves of colonial depredation and domestic upheaval, China eventually overcame its travails by its own efforts. Through a painful and often humiliating process, China's statesmen in the end preserved the moral and territorial claims of their disintegrating world order. Perhaps most remarkably, they did so using almost entirely traditional methods. A segment of the King ruling class wrote eloquent memorials in the classical style about the challenges posed by the West, Russia, and a rising Japan, and the resulting need for China to practice self-strengthening and improve its own technological capabilities. But China's Confucian elite and its generally conservative populace remained deeply ambivalent about such advice. Many perceived the importation of foreign language texts and Western technology as endangering China's cultural essence and social order. After sometimes bruising battles, the prevailing faction decided that to modernize along Western lines was to cease to be Chinese, and that nothing could justify abandoning this unique heritage. So China faced the era of imperial expansion without the benefit of a modern military apparatus on any national scale, and with only piecemeal adaptations to foreign financial and political innovations. To weather the storm, China relied not on technology or military power, but instead on two deeply traditional resources: the analytical abilities of its diplomats and the endurance and cultural confidence of its people. It developed ingenious strategies for playing off the new barbarians against one another. Officials charged with managing China's foreign relations offered concessions in various cities, but they deliberately invited multiple sets of foreigners to share in the spoils, so that they could use barbarians against barbarians and avoid dominance by any one power. They eventually insisted on scrupulous adherence to the unequal treaties with the West and to foreign principles of international law, not because Chinese officials believed them to be valid, but because such conduct provided a means to circumscribe foreign ambitions. Faced with two potentially overwhelming contenders for dominance in northeast China, and possessing almost no force with which to repulse them, China's diplomats set Russia and Japan against each other, mitigating to some degree the scope and permanence of the encroachments by each of them. In light of the contrast between China's military near impotence and its expansively articulated vision of its world role, the rearguard defense to maintain an independent Chinese government was a remarkable achievement. No victory celebration attended this accomplishment. It was an incomplete, decades-long endeavor marked by numerous reversals and internal opponents, outlasting and occasionally ruining its proponents. This struggle came at considerable cost to the Chinese people, whose patience and endurance served, for neither the first nor the last time, as the ultimate line of defense. But it preserved the ideal of China as a continental reality in charge of its own destiny. With great discipline and self-confidence, it kept the door open for the later era of Chinese resurgence. Wei Yuan's blueprint: using barbarians against barbarians, learning their techniques. In navigating the treacherous passage of assaults by the Western European nations with their superior technology and the new ambitions of both Russia and Japan, China was well served by its cultural cohesion and the extraordinary skill of its diplomats, all the more remarkable in the face of the general obtuseness of the imperial court. By the middle of the 19th century, only a few members of the Chinese elite had begun to understand that China no longer lived in a system marked by its predominance, and that China had to learn the grammar of a system of competing power blocks. One such official was Wei Yuan 1794-1856, a mid-ranking Confucian mandarin and associate of Lin Zexu, the Guangzhou governor whose crackdown on the opium trade had triggered British intervention and eventually forced him into exile. While loyal to the Qing dynasty, Wei Yuan was deeply concerned about its complacency. He wrote a pioneering study of foreign geography using materials collected and translated from foreign traders and missionaries. Its purpose was to encourage China to set its sights beyond the tributary countries on its immediate borders. Wei Yuan's 1842 plans for a maritime defense, in essence a study of China's failures in the Opium War, proposed to apply the lessons of European balance of power diplomacy to China's contemporary problems. Recognizing China's material weakness vis-à-vis the foreign powers, a premise that his contemporaries generally did not accept, Wei Yuan proposed methods by which China might gain a margin for maneuver. Wei Yuan proposed a multi-pronged strategy. There are two methods of attacking the barbarians, namely, to stimulate countries unfriendly to the barbarians to make an attack on them, and to learn the superior skills of the barbarians in order to control them. There are two methods of making peace with the barbarians, namely, to let the various trading nations conduct their trade so as to maintain peace with the barbarians, and to support the first treaty of the Opium War so as to maintain international trade. It was a demonstration of the analytical skill of Chinese diplomacy that, faced with a superior foe and potentially escalating demands, it understood that holding fast to even a humiliating treaty set a limit to further exactions. In the meantime, Yuan reviewed the countries that, based on European principles of equilibrium, could conceivably put pressure on Britain. Citing ancient precedents in which the Han, Tang, and early Qing dynasties had managed the ambitions of aggressive tribes, Yuan surveyed the globe, reviewing the enemy countries of which the British barbarians are afraid. Writing as if the slogan "Let barbarians fight barbarians" were self-implementing, Yuan pointed to Russia, France, and America in the West, and the Gurkhas of Nepal, Burma, Siam, Thailand, and Annam, northern Vietnam in the East as conceivable candidates. Yuan imagined a two-pronged Russian and Gurkha attack on Britain's most distant and poorly defended interests, its Indian Empire, stimulating long-running French and American animosities toward Britain, causing them to attack Britain by sea, was another weapon in Yuan's analysis. It was a highly original solution hampered only by the fact that the Chinese government had not the slightest idea how to implement it. It had only limited knowledge of the potential allied countries in question and no representation in any of their capitals. Yuan came to understand China's limits. In an age of global politics, he asserted, the issue is not that the outer barbarians cannot be used, rather, we need personnel who are capable of making arrangements with them and who knew their locations and their interrelations of friendship or enmity. Having failed to stop the British advance, Yuan continued, Beijing needed to weaken London's relative position in the world and in China. He came up with another original idea, to invite other barbarians into China and to set up a contest between their greed and Britain's so that China could emerge as the balancer in effect over the division of its own substance. Yuan continued, today the British barbarians not only have occupied Hong Kong and accumulated a great deal of wealth, as well as a proud face among the other barbarians, but also have opened the ports and cut down the various charges so as to grant favor to other barbarians. Rather than let the British barbarians be good to them in order to enlarge their following, would it not be better for us ourselves to be good to them, in order to get them under control like fingers on the arm? In other words, China should offer concessions to all rapacious nations rather than let Britain exact them, and benefit itself by offering to share the spoils with other countries. The mechanism for achieving this objective was the most favored nation principle that any privilege granted one power should be automatically extended to all others. Time is not neutral. The benefit of Yuan's subtle maneuvers would have to be measured by China's ability to arm itself using the superior techniques of the barbarians. China, Yuan advised, should bring Western craftsmen to Canton from France or the United States to take charge of building ships and making arms. Yuan summed up the new strategy with the proposition that before the peace settlement, it behooves us to use barbarians against barbarians. After the settlement, it is proper for us to learn their superior techniques in order to control them. Though initially dismissive of calls for technological modernization, the Celestial Court did adopt the strategy of adhering to the letter of the Opium War treaties in order to establish a ceiling on Western demands. It would, a leading official later wrote, act according to the treaties and not allow the foreigners to go even slightly beyond them. Thus Chinese officials should be sincere and amicable, but quietly try to keep them in line. The erosion of authority, domestic upheavals and the challenge of foreign encroachments. The Western treaty powers, of course, had no intention of being kept in line, and in the aftermath of the Qing-Pottinger negotiations, a new gap in expectations began to appear. For the Chinese court, the treaties were a temporary concession to barbarian force to be followed to the degree necessary, but never voluntarily broadened. For the West, the treaties were the beginning of a long-term process by which China would be steadily drawn into Western norms of political and economic exchange. But what the West conceived of as a process of enlightenment was seen by some in China as a philosophical assault. This is why the Chinese refused to submit to foreign demands to broaden the treaties to include free trade throughout China and permanent diplomatic representation in the Chinese capital. Beijing understood, despite its extremely limited knowledge about the West, that the combination of the foreigners' superior force, unfettered foreign activity within China, and multiple Western missions in Beijing would seriously undermine the assumptions of the Chinese world order. Once China became a normal state, it would lose its historic unique moral authority. It would simply be another weak country beset by invaders. In this context, seemingly minor disputes over diplomatic and economic prerogatives turned into a major clash. All of this took place against a backdrop of massive Chinese domestic upheaval, masked to a large degree by the imperturbable self-confidence projected by Chinese officials charged with managing contacts with foreigners, a trait unchanged in the modern period. Macartney had already remarked in 1793 on the uneasy accommodation between the King's Manchu ruling class, Han Chinese bureaucratic elite, and mostly Han general population. Scarcely a year now passes, he noted, without an insurrection in some of the provinces. The dynasty's mandate of heaven having been put into question, domestic opponents escalated the scope of their defiance. Their challenges were both religious and ethnic, providing the basis for conflicts of encompassing brutality. The far western reaches of the empire witnessed Muslim rebellions and the declaration of short-lived separatist khanates, suppressed only at a major financial and human cost. In central China, an uprising known as the Nayan Rebellion drew considerable support from Han Chinese laboring classes and, beginning in 1851, conducted a nearly 2 decades-long insurgency. The most serious challenge came from the Taiping Rebellion of 1864, mounted by a Chinese Christian sect in the south. Missionaries had existed for centuries, though severely circumscribed. They began to enter the country in larger numbers after the Opium War. Led by a charismatic Chinese mystic claiming to be Jesus' younger brother and an associate asserting telepathic powers, the Taiping Rebellion aimed to replace the king with a new heavenly kingdom of great peace ruled by its leaders' bizarre interpretation of imported missionary texts. Taiping forces succeeded in wresting control of Nanjing and much of South and Central China from the king, ruling in the mode of a nascent dynasty. Though little known in Western historiography, the conflict between the Taiping and the king ranks as one of history's most devastating conflicts, with casualties estimated in the tens of millions. While no official figures exist, it is estimated that during the Taiping, Muslim, and Nayan upheavals China's population declined from roughly 410 million in 1850 to roughly 350 million in 1873. The Treaty of Nanjing and its French and American counterparts came up for renegotiation in the 1850s, while China was torn by these civil conflicts. The treaty powers insisted that their diplomats be permitted to reside year-round in the Chinese capital, signifying that they were not tributary envoys, but the representatives of equal sovereign states. The Chinese deployed their wide array of delaying tactics with the added incentive that given the fate of preceding negotiators, no king official could possibly have wanted to concede the point of permanent diplomatic representation. In 1856, an intrusive Chinese inspection of a British-registered Chinese ship, the Arrow, and the alleged desecration of its British flag provided a pretext for the renewal of hostilities. As in the 1840 conflict, the casus belli was not entirely heroic. The ship's registration, it was later discovered, had technically lapsed, but both sides understood that they were playing for higher stakes. With China's defenses still in an inchoate state of development, British forces seized Guangzhou and the Dagu forts in northern China, from which they could easily march on Beijing. During the negotiations that followed, the gap in perceptions was as wide as ever. The British pressed on with missionary conviction, presenting their negotiating positions as a public service that would at last bring China up to speed with the modern world. Thus London's assistant negotiator Horatio Lay summed up the prevailing Western view: diplomatic representation will be for your good as well as ours, as you will surely see. The medicine may be unpleasant, but the after effects will be grand. King authorities were not nearly so enthusiastic. They acceded to the treaty terms only after a flurry of anguished internal communications between the imperial court and its negotiator and another British threat to march on Beijing. The centerpiece of the resulting 1858 Treaty of Tianjin was the concession that London had sought in vain for over 6 decades the right to a permanent embassy in Beijing. The treaty further permitted foreign travel on the Yangtze River, opened additional treaty ports to Western trade, and protected Chinese Christian converts and Western proselytizing in China, a prospect particularly difficult for the king given the Taiping Rebellion. The French and Americans concluded their own treaties on similar terms under their most favored nation clauses. The treaty powers now applied their attention to establishing resident embassies in a clearly unwelcoming capital. In May 1859, Britain's new envoy, Frederick Bruce, arrived in China to exchange ratifications of the treaty that would grant him the right to take up residence in Beijing. Finding the main river route to the capital blocked with chains and spikes, he ordered a contingent of British Marines to clear the obstacles. But Chinese forces shocked Bruce's party by opening fire from the newly fortified Dagu forts. The ensuing battle resulted in 509 British troops killed and 456 wounded. It was the first Chinese victory in battle against modern Western forces and shattered, at least temporarily, the image of Chinese military impotence. Yet it could only stall the British ambassador's advance temporarily. Palmerston dispatched Lord Elgin to lead a joint British and French march on Beijing with orders to occupy the capital and bring the emperor to reason. As retaliation for the Dagu repulse and a symbolic show of Western power, Elgin ordered the burning of the emperor's summer palace, destroying invaluable art treasures in the process, an act still resented in China a century and a half later. China's 70-year campaign of resistance against Western norms of interstate relations had now reached undeniable crisis. Efforts at diplomatic delay had run their course. Force had been met with superior force. Barbarian claims of sovereign equality, once dismissed in Beijing as risible, shaded into ominous demonstrations of military dominance. Foreign armies occupied China's capital and enforced the Western interpretation of political equality and ambassadorial privileges. At this point, another claimant to China's patrimony stepped into the fray. By 1860, the Russians had been represented in Beijing for over 150 years with an ecclesiastical mission. They were the only European country permitted to establish a residence. Russia's interests had in some ways trailed those of the other European powers. It had gained all the benefits extended to the treaty powers without joining the British in the periodic exercises of force. On the other hand, Moscow's overall objective went much further than religious proselytizing or commerce along the coast. It perceived in the king's decline an opportunity to dismember the Chinese empire and reattach its outer dominions to Russia. It set its sights in particular on the lightly administered and ambiguously demarcated expanses of Manchuria, the Manchu heartland in northeast China, Mongolia, the then quasi-autonomous tribal steppe at China's north, and Xinjiang, the expanse of mountains and deserts in the far west, then populated mostly by Muslim peoples. To that end, Russia had moved gradually and deliberately to expand its presence along these inland frontiers, poaching the loyalties of local princes through offers of rank and material benefit, underscored by a menacing cavalry. At the moment of China's maximum peril, Moscow surfaced as a colonial power, offering to mediate in the 1860 conflict, which was, in fact, a way of threatening to intervene. Artful others might argue duplicitous diplomacy was underpinned by the implicit threat of force. Count Nikolai Ignatieff, the Tsar's brilliant and devious young plenipotentiary in Beijing, managed to convince the Chinese court that only Russia could secure the evacuation of the Western occupying powers from the Chinese capital, and to convince the Western powers that only Russia could secure Chinese compliance with the treaties. Having facilitated the Anglo-French march on Beijing with detailed maps and intelligence, Ignatieff turned and convinced the occupying forces that with the approaching winter the river route in and out of Beijing, would freeze, leaving them surrounded by hostile Chinese mobs. For these services, Moscow exacted a staggering territorial price, a broad swath of territory in so-called Outer Manchuria along the Pacific coast, including the port city now called Vladivostok. 14 In a stroke, Russia had gained a major new naval base, a foothold in the Sea of Japan, and 350,000 square miles of territory once considered Chinese. Ignatieff also negotiated a provision opening Urga, now Ulaanbaatar, in Mongolia, and the far western city of Kashgar to Russian trade and consulates. To compound the humiliation, Elgin secured for Britain an expansion of its Hong Kong colony into the adjacent territory of Kowloon. China had enlisted Russia to forestall what it believed to be a further assault by the treaty powers dominating China's capital and its coast, but in an era of Chinese weakness, using barbarians against barbarians was not without its costs. Managing decline. China had not survived for 4,000 years as a unique civilization and for 2 millennia as a united state by remaining passive to near-rampant foreign intrusions. For all that period, conquerors had been obliged either to adopt Chinese culture or to be gradually engulfed by their subjects, who masked their practicality by patience. Another such period of trial was at hand. In the aftermath of the 1860 conflict, the emperor and the court faction that had urged resistance to the British mission fled the capital. Prince Gong, the emperor's half-brother, assumed the role of de facto head of government. Having negotiated the conclusion of hostilities, Prince Gong summed up, in a memorial to the emperor in 1861, the appalling strategic choices. Now the Nayan rebellion is ablaze in the north and the Taiping in the south. Our military supplies are exhausted, and our troops are worn out. The barbarians take advantage of our weak position and try to control us. If we do not restrain our rage, but continue the hostilities, we are liable to sudden catastrophe. On the other hand, if we overlook the way they have harmed us, and do not make any preparations against them, then we shall be bequeathing a source of grief to our sons and grandsons. It was the classic dilemma of the defeated. Can a society maintain its cohesion while seeming to adapt to the conqueror, and how to build up the capacity to reverse the unfavorable balance of forces? Prince Gong invoked an ancient Chinese saying, "Resort to peace and friendship when temporarily obliged to do so. Use war and defense as your actual policy." Since no grand resolution was available, the Gong Memorial established a priority among the dangers, in effect based on the principle of defeating the near barbarians with the assistance of the far barbarians. It was a classical Chinese strategy that would be revisited roughly 100 years later by Mao. The Gong Memorial demonstrated great geopolitical acumen in its assessment of the kind of threat represented by the various invaders. Despite the imminent and actual threat from Britain, the Gong Memorial put Britain last in the order of the long-range danger to the cohesion of the Chinese state, and Russia first. Both the Taiping and Nian are gaining victories and constitute an organic disease. Russia, with her territory adjoining ours, aiming to nibble away our territory like a silkworm, may be considered a threat at our bosom. As to England, her purpose is to trade, but she acts violently, without regard for human decency. If she is not kept within limits, we shall not be able to stand on our feet. Hence she may be compared to an affliction of our limbs. Therefore we should suppress the Taiping and Nian first, get the Russians under control next, and attend to the British last. To accomplish his long-range aims toward the foreign powers, Prince Gong proposed the establishment of a new government office and embryonic foreign ministry to manage affairs with the Western powers and analyze foreign newspapers for information on developments beyond China's borders. He hopefully predicted that this would be a temporary necessity, to be abolished as soon as the military campaigns are concluded and the affairs of the various countries are simplified. This new department was not listed in the official record of metropolitan and state offices until 1990. Its officials tended to be seconded from other, more important departments as a kind of temporary assignment. They were rotated frequently. Though some of its cities were occupied by foreign forces, China treated foreign policy as a temporary expedient rather than a permanent feature of China's future. The new ministry's full name was the Zhongli Zheguoshu Yemen Office for the General Management of the Affairs of All Nations, an ambiguous phrasing open to the interpretation that China was not engaging in diplomacy with foreign peoples at all, but rather ordering their affairs as part of its universal empire. The implementation of Prince Gong's policy fell into the hands of Lai Hongzheng, a top-ranking Mandarin who had risen to prominence commanding forces in campaigns against the Taiping Rebellion. Ambitious, urbane, impassive in the face of humiliation, supremely well-versed in China's classical tradition, but uncommonly attuned to its peril, Lai served for nearly 4 decades as China's face to the outside world. He cast himself as the intermediary between the foreign powers' insistent demands for territorial and economic concessions and the Chinese court's expansive claims of political superiority. By definition, his policies could never meet with either side's complete approbation. Within China in particular, Lai left a controversial legacy, especially among those urging a more confrontational course. Yet his efforts rendered infinitely more complex by the belligerence of the traditionalist faction of the Chinese court, which periodically insisted on meeting the foreign powers in battle with minimal preparation, demonstrate a remarkable ability to navigate between, and usually mitigate, late King China's severely unattractive alternatives. Lai made his reputation in crisis, emerging as an expert in military affairs and barbarian management during China's mid-century rebellions. In 1862, Lai was sent to administer the wealthy eastern province of Jiangsu, where he found its main cities besieged by Taiping rebels, but secured by Western-led armies determined to defend their new commercial privileges. Applying the maxims of the Gong Memorandum, Lai allied himself with and established himself as the ultimate authority over the Western forces in order to destroy their common foe. During what was effectively a joint Chinese-Western counterinsurgency campaign, Lai forged a working relationship with Charles Chinese Gordon, the famous British adventurer later killed by the Mahdi in the siege of Khartoum in the Sudan. Lai and Gordon eventually fell out when Lai ordered the execution of captured rebel leaders to whom Gordon had promised clemency. With the Taiping threat quelled in 1864, Lai was promoted to a series of increasingly prominent positions, emerging as China's de facto foreign minister and the chief negotiator in its frequent foreign crises. The representative of a society under siege by vastly more powerful countries and significantly different cultures has 2 choices. He can attempt to close the cultural gap, adopt the manners of the militarily stronger, and thereby reduce the pressures resulting from the temptation to discriminate against the culturally strange. Or he can insist on the validity of his own culture by flaunting its special characteristics and gain respect for the strength of its convictions. In the 19th century, Japanese leaders took the first course, aided by the fact that when they encountered the West, their country was already well on the way to industrialization and had demonstrated its social cohesion. Lai, representing a country racked by rebellion for whose defeat he needed foreign help, did not have that option, nor would he have shed his Confucian provenance, whatever the benefits of such a course. An account of Lai Hongzheng's travels within China serves as a grim record of China's turmoil, Within one fairly representative 2-year period in 1869–71, he was catapulted between southwest China, where French representatives had raised a protest over anti-Christian riots, to the north, where a new set of riots had broken out, back to the far southwest, where a minority tribe on the Vietnamese border was in revolt, then to the northwest to address a major Muslim rebellion, from there to the port of Tianjin in the northeast, where a massacre of Christians had drawn French warships and a threat of military intervention, and finally to the southeast, where a new crisis was brewing on the island of Taiwan, then known in the West as Formosa. Lai cut a distinctive figure on a diplomatic stage dominated by Western-defined codes of conduct. He wore the flowing robes of a Confucian mandarin and proudly sported ancient designations of rank, such as the double-eyed peacock feather and the yellow jacket, that his Western counterparts could only observe with bewilderment. His head was shaved in the king style except for a long braided ponytail, and covered by an oblong official's cap. He spoke epigrammatically in a language that only a handful of foreigners understood. He carried himself with such otherworldly serenity that one British contemporary compared him, with a mixture of awe and incomprehension, to a visitor from another planet. China's travails and concessions, his demeanor seemed to suggest, were but temporary obstacles on the route to the ultimate triumph of Chinese civilization. His mentor, Zhang Yuofan, a top-ranking Confucian scholar and veteran commander of the Taiping campaigns, had advised Lai in 1862 how to use the basic Confucian value of self-restraint as a diplomatic tool. In your association with foreigners, your manner and deportment should not be too lofty, and you should have a slightly vague, casual appearance. Let their insults, deceitfulness, and contempt for everything appear to be understood by you and yet seem not understood, for you should look somewhat stupid. Like every other Chinese high official of his era, Lai believed in the superiority of China's moral values and the justness of its traditional imperial prerogatives. Where he differed was less in his assessment of China's superiority than in his diagnosis that it lacked, for the time being, a material or military basis. Having studied Western weaponry during the Taiping conflict and sought out information on foreign economic trends, he realized that China was falling dangerously out of phase with the rest of the world. As he warned the emperor in a bluntly worded 1872 policy memorial, to live today, and still say reject the barbarians and drive them out of our territory is certainly superficial and absurd talk. They are daily producing their weapons to strive with us for supremacy and victory, pitting their superior techniques against our inadequacies. Lai had reached a conclusion similar to Y. Yuan's, though by now the problem of reform was exponentially more urgent than in Y. Yuan's time. Thus Lai warned, "The present situation is one in which, externally, it is necessary for us to be harmonious with the barbarians, and internally, it is necessary for us to reform our institutions. If we remain conservative, without making any change, the nation will be daily reduced and weakened. Now all the foreign countries are having one reform after another, and progressing every day like the ascending of steam. Only China continues to preserve her traditional institutions so cautiously that even though she be ruined and extinguished, the conservatives will not regret it." During a series of landmark Chinese policy debates in the 1860s, Lai and his bureaucratic allies outlined a course of action they named self-strengthening. In one 1863 memorandum, Lai took as his starting point and as a means of softening the blow for his imperial readership that everything in China's civil and military system is far superior to that in the West. Only in firearms is it absolutely impossible to catch up with them. But in light of its recent catastrophes, Lai counseled, China's elite could no longer afford to look down on foreign innovations, sneering at the sharp weapons of foreign countries as things produced by strange techniques and tricky craft, which they consider it unnecessary to learn. What China needed was firearms, steamships, and heavy machinery, as well as the knowledge and the techniques to produce them. In order to enhance Chinese capacity to study foreign texts and blueprints and converse with foreign experts, young Chinese needed to be trained in foreign languages, an undertaking heretofore dismissed as unnecessary, since all foreigners presumably aspired to become Chinese. Lai argued that China should open schools in its major cities, including its capital, which it had fought so long to safeguard from foreign influence, to teach foreign languages and engineering techniques. Lai framed the project as a challenge. Are Chinese wisdom and intelligence inferior to those of Westerners? If we have really mastered the Western languages and, in turn, teach one another, then all their clever techniques of steamships and firearms can be gradually and thoroughly learned. Prince Gong struck a similar note in an 1866 proposal urging that the emperor support the study of Western scientific innovations. What we desire is that our students shall get to the bottom of these subjects. For we are firmly convinced that if we are able to master the mysteries of mathematical calculation, physical investigation, astronomical observation, construction of engines, engineering of watercourses, this, and this only, will assure the steady growth of the power of the empire. China needed to open up to the outside world and to learn from countries heretofore considered vassals and barbarians, first to strengthen its traditional structure and then to regain its preeminence. This would have been a heroic task had the Chinese court been unified behind Prince Gong's foreign policy concept and Lai Hongjing's execution of it. In fact, a vast gulf separated these more outward-looking officials from the more insular traditionalist faction. The latter adhered to the classical view that China had nothing to learn from foreigners, as given voice by the ancient philosopher Mencius in Confucius's era. I have heard of men using the doctrines of our great land to change barbarians, but I have never yet heard of any being changed by the barbarians. In the same vein, Wu Ren, the chancellor of the prestigious Hanlin Academy of Confucian Scholarship, assailed Prince Gong's plans to hire foreign instructors in Chinese schools. The foundation of an empire rests on propriety and righteousness, not on schemes and stratagems. Its roots lie in the hearts of men, not skills and crafts. Now for the sake of a trivial knack, we are to honor barbarians as our masters. The empire is vast and abundant in human talents. If astronomy and mathematics must be studied, there are bound to be some Chinese who are well versed in them. The belief in China's self-sufficiency represented the combined experience of millennia. Yet it supplied no answer to how China was to confront its immediate peril, especially how to catch up with Western technology. Many of China's top-ranking officials still seemed to assume that the solution to China's foreign problems lay in executing or exiling its negotiators. Lai Hongqing was stripped of his rank in disgrace 3 times while Beijing challenged the foreign powers, but each time he was recalled because his opponents could find no better alternative than to rely on his diplomatic skills to solve the crises they had generated. Torn between the compulsions of a weak state and the claims of a universal empire, China's reforms proceeded haltingly. Eventually, a palace coup forced the abdication of a reform-leaning emperor and returned the traditionalists, headed by the Empress Dowager Cixi, to a predominant position. In the absence of fundamental internal modernization and reform, China's diplomats were, in effect, asked to limit the damage to China's territorial integrity and to stem further erosions in its sovereignty without being supplied the means to alter China's basic weakness. They were to gain time without a plan for using the time they gained. And nowhere was this challenge more acute than in the rise of a new entrant into the balance of power in Northeast Asia or rapidly industrializing Japan. The challenge of Japan. Unlike most of China's neighbors, Japan had for centuries resisted incorporation into the Sinocentric world order. Situated on an archipelago some 100 miles off the Asian mainland at the closest crossing, Japan long cultivated its traditions and distinctive culture in isolation. Possessed of ethnic and linguistic near homogeneity and an official ideology that stressed the Japanese people's divine ancestry, Japan nurtured an almost religious commitment to its unique identity. At the apex of Japan's society and its own world order stood the Japanese emperor, a figure conceived, like the Chinese Son of Heaven, as an intermediary between the human and the divine. Taken literally, Japan's traditional political philosophy posited that Japanese emperors were deities descended from the sun goddess, who gave birth to the first emperor and endowed his descendants with an eternal right to rule. Thus Japan, like China, conceived of itself as far more than an ordinary state. 3.2 The title emperor itself, insistently displayed on Japanese diplomatic dispatches to the Chinese court, was a direct challenge to the Chinese world order. In China's cosmology, mankind had only one emperor and his throne was in China. If Chinese exceptionalism represented the claims of a universal empire, Japanese exceptionalism sprang from the insecurities of an island nation borrowing heavily from its neighbor, but fearful of being dominated by it. The Chinese sense of uniqueness asserted that China was the one true civilization, and invited barbarians to the Middle Kingdom to come and be transformed. The Japanese attitude assumed a unique Japanese racial and cultural purity, and declined to extend its benefits or even explain itself to those born outside its sacred ancestral bonds. For long periods, Japan had withdrawn from foreign affairs almost entirely, as if even intermittent contacts with outsiders would compromise Japan's unique identity. To the extent that Japan participated in an international order, it did so by means of its own tribute system in the Ryukyu Islands, modern-day Okinawa, and the surrounding islands and various kingdoms on the Korean peninsula. With a certain irony, Japan's leaders borrowed this most Chinese of institutions as a means of asserting their independence from China. Other Asian peoples accepted the protocol of the Chinese tribute system, labeling their trade as tribute to gain access to Chinese markets. Japan refused to conduct its trade with China in the guise of tribute. It insisted on at least equality to China, if not superiority. Despite the natural ties of trade between China and Japan, 17th-century discussions over bilateral trade deadlocked because neither side would honor the protocol required by the other's pretensions of world centrality. If China's sphere of influence waxed and waned along its long frontiers in accordance with the power of the empire and the surrounding tribes, Japan's leaders came to conceive of their security dilemma as a much starker choice. Possessing a sense of superiority as pronounced as the Chinese courts, but perceiving their margin of error as far smaller, Japanese statesmen looked warily west to a continent dominated by a succession of Chinese dynasties, some of which extended their writ into Japan's closest neighbor, Korea, and tended to see an existential challenge. Japanese foreign policy thus alternated, at times with startling suddenness, between aloofness from the Asian mainland and audacious attempts at conquest geared toward supplanting the Sinocentric order. Japan, like China, encountered Western ships wielding unfamiliar technology and overwhelming force in the mid-19th century. In Japan's case, the 1853 landing of the American Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships. But Japan drew from the challenge the opposite conclusion as China. It threw open its doors to foreign technology and overhauled its institutions in an attempt to replicate the Western powers' rise. In Japan, this conclusion may have been assisted by the fact that foreign ideas were not seen as connected to the question of opium addiction, which Japan largely managed to avoid. In 1868, the Meiji Emperor, in his charter oath, announced Japan's resolve: knowledge shall be sought from all over the world, and thereby the foundations of the imperial rule shall be strengthened. Japan's Meiji Restoration and drive to master Western technology opened the door to stunning economic progress. As Japan developed a modern economy and a formidable military apparatus, it began to insist on the prerogatives afforded the Western great powers. Its governing elite concluded that, in the words of Shimazu Narikira, a 19th-century lord and leading advocate of technological modernization, if we take the initiative, we can dominate. If we do not, we will be dominated. As early as 1863, Lai Hongzheng concluded that Japan would become China's principal security threat. Even before the Meiji Restoration, Lai wrote of the Japanese response to the Western challenge. In 1874, after Japan seized on an incident between Taiwanese tribesmen and a shipwrecked Ryukyu Islands crew to mount a punitive expedition, he wrote of Japan: "Her power is daily expanding, and her ambition is not small. Therefore she dares to display her strength in eastern lands, despises China, and takes action by invading Taiwan. Although the various European powers are strong, they are still 70,000 li away from us, whereas Japan is as near as the courtyard or the threshold, and is prying into our emptiness and solitude. Undoubtedly, she will become China's permanent and great anxiety." Viewing the lumbering giant to its west with its increasingly hollow pretensions to world supremacy, the Japanese had begun to conceive of supplanting China as the predominant Asian power. The struggle between these competing claims came to a head in a country at the intersection of its larger neighbor's ambitions: Korea. The Chinese Empire was extensive but not intrusive. It demanded tribute and the recognition of the emperor's suzerainty. But the tribute was more symbolic than substantive, and suzerainty was exercised in a way that allowed for autonomy almost indistinguishable from independence. By the 19th century, the fiercely independent Koreans had reached a practical accommodation with the Chinese giant to their north and west. Korea was technically a tributary state, and Korean kings regularly sent tribute to Beijing. Korea had adopted Confucian moral codes and Chinese written characters for formal correspondence. Beijing, in turn, had a strong interest in developments on the peninsula, whose geographic position established it as a potential invasion corridor to China from the sea. Korea played in some ways a mirror-image role in Japan's conception of its strategic imperatives. Japan, too, saw foreign dominance of Korea as a potential threat. The peninsula's position jutting out from the Asian mainland toward Japan had tempted the Mongols to use it as a launching point for two attempted invasions of the Japanese archipelago. Now, with Chinese imperial influence waning, Japan sought to secure a dominant position on the Korean peninsula and began asserting its own economic and political claims. Throughout the 1870s and 1880s, China and Japan engaged in a series of court intrigues in Seoul, sparring for predominance amongst royal factions. As Korea found itself beset by foreign ambitions, Lai Hongzheng advised the Korean rulers to learn from the Chinese experiences with the invaders. It was to organize a competition among potential colonizers by inviting them in. In an October 1879 letter to a high Korean official, Lai counseled that Korea should seek a supporter among the far barbarians, especially the United States. You may say that the simplest way to avoid trouble would be to shut oneself in and be at peace. Alas, as far as the East is concerned, this is not possible. There is no human agency capable of putting a stop to the expansionist movement of Japan. Has not your government been compelled to inaugurate a new era by making a treaty of commerce with them? As matters stand, therefore, is not our best course to neutralize one poison by another to set one energy against another? On this basis, Lai proposed that Korea seize every opportunity to establish treaty relations with Western nations, of which he would make use to check Japan. Western trade, he warned, would bring corrupting influences such as opium and Christianity, but in contrast to Japan and Russia, which sought territorial gains, the Western powers' only object would be to trade with your kingdom. The goal should be to balance the dangers from each outside power, allowing none to predominate. Since you are aware of the strength of your adversaries, use all possible means to divide them. Go warily, use cunning, thus will you prove yourselves good strategists. Lai left unstated the Chinese interest in Korea either, because he took for granted that Chinese overlordship was not a threat of the same nature as other foreign influences, or because he had concluded that China had no practical means to secure a Korea free from foreign influence. Inevitably, Chinese and Japanese claims to a special relationship with Korea grew incompatible. In 1894, both Japan and China dispatched troops in response to a Korean rebellion. Japan eventually seized the Korean king and installed a pro-Japanese government. Nationalists in both Beijing and Tokyo called for war. Only Japan, however, had the benefit of a modern naval force, funds initially levied for the modernization of the Chinese Navy having been requisitioned for improvements to the Summer Palace. Within hours of the outbreak of war, Japan destroyed China's poorly funded naval forces, the ostensible achievement of decades of self-strengthening. Lai Hanjiang was recalled from one of his periodic forced retirements to go to the Japanese city of Shimonoseki to negotiate a peace treaty, with the almost impossible mission of salvaging Chinese dignity from the military catastrophe. The side that has the upper hand in war often has an incentive to delay a settlement, especially if every passing day improves its bargaining position. This is why Japan had deepened China's humiliation by rejecting a string of proposed Chinese negotiators as having insufficient protocol rank, a deliberate insult to an empire that had heretofore presented its diplomats as embodiments of heavenly prerogatives and therefore outranking all others, whatever their Chinese rank. The terms under discussion at Shimonoseki were a brutal shock to the Chinese vision of preeminence. China was obliged to cede Taiwan to Japan, to desist from tributary ceremony with Korea, and recognize its independence in practice, opening it up to further Japanese influence, to pay a significant war indemnity, and to cede to Japan the Liaodong Peninsula in Manchuria, including the strategically located harbors of Dalian and Lush and Port Arthur. Only a would-be assassin's bullet from a Japanese nationalist spared China an even more demeaning outcome. Grazing Lai's face at the scene of the negotiations, it shamed the Japanese government into dropping a few of its more sweeping demands. Lai continued to negotiate from his hospital bed to show that he was unbowed in humiliation. His stoicism may have been influenced by the fact that he knew that, even as the negotiations proceeded, Chinese diplomats were approaching other powers with interests in China, in particular Russia, whose expansion to the Pacific had needed to be dealt with by Chinese diplomacy since the end of the 1860 war. Lai had foreseen the rivalry of Japan and Russia in Korea and Manchuria, and he had instructed his diplomats, in 1894, to treat Russia with the utmost sensitivity. No sooner had Lai returned from Shimonoseki than he secured Moscow's leadership of a triple intervention by Russia, France, and Germany that forced Japan to return the Liaodong Peninsula to China. It was a maneuver with far-reaching consequences, for once again, Moscow practiced its by now well-established interpretation of Sino-Russian friendship. For its services, it extracted special rights in another huge swath of Chinese territory. This time it was subtle enough not to do so outright. Rather, in the wake of the triple intervention, it summoned Lai to Moscow to sign a secret treaty containing an ingenious and transparently acquisitive clause stipulating that in order to guarantee China's security against potential further Japanese attacks, Russia would construct an extension of the Trans-Siberian Railway across Manchuria. In the secret agreement, Moscow pledged not to use the railway as a pretext for the infringement of Chinese territory or for encroachment on the lawful rights and privileges of his imperial majesty the Emperor of China, which was, however, exactly what Moscow now proceeded to do. Inevitably, once the railway was constructed, Moscow insisted that the territory adjoining it would require Russian forces to protect the investment. Within a few years, Russia had acquired control over the area Japan had been forced to relinquish, and significantly more. It proved to be Lai's most controversial legacy. The intervention had forestalled the advances of Japan, at least temporarily, but at the cost of establishing Russia as a dominant influence in Manchuria. The Tsar's establishment of a sphere of influence in Manchuria precipitated a scramble for comparable concessions by all the established powers. Each country responded to the advances of the others. Germany occupied Qingdao and the Shandong Peninsula. France obtained an enclave in Guangdong and solidified its hold over Vietnam. Britain expanded its presence in the new territories across from Hong Kong and acquired a naval base opposite Port Arthur. The strategy of balancing the barbarians had worked to a degree. None had become totally predominant in China, and in that margin, the Beijing government could operate. But the clever maneuver of saving the essence of China by bringing in outside powers to conduct their balance of power machinations on Chinese territory could function in the long run only if China remained strong enough to be taken seriously. And China's claim to central control was disintegrating. Appeasement has become an epithet in the aftermath of the conduct of the Western democracies toward Hitler in the 1930s. But confrontation can be safely pursued only if the weaker is in a position to make its defeat costly beyond the tolerance of the stronger. Otherwise, some degree of conciliation is the only prudent course. The democracies unfortunately practiced it when they were militarily stronger. But appeasement is also politically risky and stakes social cohesion. For it requires the public to retain confidence in its leaders even as they appear to yield to the victor's demands. Such was Lai's dilemma through the decades he sought to navigate China between European, Russian, and Japanese rapaciousness and the intransigent obtuseness of his own court. Later Chinese generations have acknowledged Lai Hongjing's skill, but have been ambivalent or hostile about the concessions to which he lent his signature, most notably to Russia and Japan, as well as ceding Taiwan to Japan. Such a policy grated at the dignity of a proud society. Nevertheless, it enabled China to preserve the elements of sovereignty, however attenuated, through a century of colonial expansion in which every other targeted country lost its independence altogether. It transcended humiliation by seeming to adapt to it. Lai summed up the impetus of his diplomacy in a mournful memorial to the Empress Dowager shortly before his death in 1901. Needless for me to say how greatly I would rejoice were it possible for China to enter upon a glorious and triumphant war. It would be the joy of my closing days to see the barbarian nations subjugated at last in submissive allegiance, respectfully making obeisance to the dragon throne. Unfortunately, however, I cannot but recognize the melancholy fact that China is unequal to such an enterprise, and that our forces are in no way competent to undertake it. Looking at the question as one affecting chiefly the integrity of our empire, who would be so foolish as to cast missiles at a rat in the vicinity of a priceless piece of porcelain? The strategy of pitting Russia against Japan in Manchuria produced a rivalry in which both powers progressively tested each other. In its relentless expansion, Russia jettisoned the tacit agreement among the exploiters of China to maintain some balance between their respective claims and a degree of continuing Chinese sovereignty. The competing claims of Japan and Russia in northeast China led to a war for preeminence in 1904, ending in Japanese victory. The 1905 Treaty of Portsmouth gave Japan the dominant position in Korea and potentially in Manchuria, though less than what its victory might have made possible due to the intervention of the American president, Theodore Roosevelt. His mediations of the end of the Russo-Japanese War based on principles of balance of power, rare in American diplomacy, kept Japan from seizing Manchuria and preserved an equilibrium in Asia. Stymied in Asia, Russia returned its strategic priorities to Europe, a process that accelerated the outbreak of the First World War, the Boxer Uprising, and the new era of warring states. By the end of the 19th century, the Chinese world order was totally out of joint. The court in Beijing no longer functioned as a meaningful factor in protecting either Chinese culture or autonomy. Popular frustration boiled to the surface in 1898 in the so-called Boxer Uprising. Practicing a form of ancient mysticism and claiming magical immunity to foreign bullets, the Boxers, so-called because of their traditional martial arts exercises, mounted a campaign of violent agitation against foreigners and the symbols of the new order they had imposed. Diplomats, Chinese Christians, railroads, telegraph lines, and Western schools all came under attack, perhaps judging that the Manchu court itself a foreign imposition, and no longer a particularly effective one, risked becoming the next target. The Empress Dowager embraced the Boxers, praising their attacks. The epicenter of the conflict was once again the long-contested foreign embassies in Beijing, which the Boxers besieged in the spring of 19. After a century of vacillating between haughty disdain, defiance, and anguished conciliation, China now entered a state of war against all of the foreign powers simultaneously. The consequence was another harsh blow. An 8-power allied expeditionary force consisting of France, Britain, the United States, Japan, Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy arrived in Beijing in August 19 to relieve the embassies. After suppressing the Boxers and allied king troops and laying waste to much of the capital in the process, they dictated another unequal treaty imposing a cash indemnity and granting further occupation rights to the foreign powers. A dynasty unable to prevent repeated foreign marches on the Chinese capital or to forestall foreign exactions from Chinese territory had plainly lost the mandate of heaven. The Qing dynasty, having prolonged its existence for a remarkable 7 decades since the initial clash with the West, collapsed in 1912. China's central authority was again fractured, and it entered another period of warring states. A Chinese republic, deeply divided from its birth, emerged into a dangerous international environment, but it never had the opportunity to practice democratic virtues. The nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen was proclaimed president of the new republic in January 1912. As if by some mysterious law commanding imperial unity, Sun, after just 6 weeks in office, deferred to Yuan Shikai, commander of the only military force capable of unifying the country. After the failure of Yuan's abortive declaration of a new imperial dynasty in 1916, political power devolved into the hands of regional governors and military commanders. Meanwhile, in the Chinese heartland, the new Chinese Communist Party, established in 1921, administered a kind of shadow government and parallel social order loosely aligned with the world communist movement. Each of these aspirants claimed the right to rule, but none was strong enough to prevail over the others. Left without a universally acknowledged central authority, China lacked the instrument for the conduct of its traditional diplomacy. By the end of the 1920s, the Nationalist Party, led by Chiang Kai-shek, exercised nominal control over the entirety of the ancient Qing Empire. In practice, however, China's traditional territorial prerogatives were increasingly challenged. Exhausted by their exertions in the war and in a world influenced by Wilsonian principles of self-determination, the Western powers were no longer in a position to extend their spheres of influence in China. They were barely able to sustain them. Russia was consolidating its internal revolution and in no position to undertake further expansion. Germany was deprived of its colonies altogether. Of the former contestants for dominance in China, only one was left, albeit the most dangerous to China's independence: Japan. China was not strong enough to defend itself, and no other country was available to balance Japan militarily. After the defeat of Germany in the First World War, Japan occupied the former German concessions in Shandong. In 1932, Tokyo engineered the creation of a secessionist Japanese-dominated state of Manchukuo in Manchuria. In 1937, it embarked on a program of conquest across much of eastern China. Japan now found itself in the position of previous conquerors. It was difficult enough to conquer such a vast country, it was impossible to administer it without relying on some of its cultural precepts, which Japan, prizing the uniqueness of its own institutions, was never prepared to do. Gradually, its erstwhile partners, the European powers backed by the United States, began to move into opposition to Japan, first politically, and eventually militarily. It was a kind of culmination of the policy of the self-strengthening diplomacy, with the former colonialists now cooperating to vindicate the integrity of China. The leader of this effort was the United States, and its instrument was the open-door policy proclaimed by Secretary of State John Hay in 1899. Originally intended to claim for the United States the benefits of other countries' individual imperialism, it was transformed in the 1930s into a way to preserve China's independence. The Western powers joined the effort. China would now be able to overcome the imperialist phase, provided it could survive the Second World War and once again forge its unity. With the Japanese surrender in 1945, China was left devastated and divided. The nationalists and communists both aspired to central authority. 2 million Japanese soldiers remained on Chinese territory for repatriation. The Soviet Union recognized the nationalist government but had kept its options open by supplying arms to the Communist Party. At the same time, it had rushed a massive and uninvited Soviet military force into northeast China to restore some of their erstwhile colonial claims. Beijing's tenuous control of Xinjiang had eroded further. Tibet and Mongolia had gravitated into quasi-autonomy, aligned with the respective orbits of the British Empire and the Soviet Union. United States public opinion sympathized with Chiang Kai-shek as a wartime ally, but Chiang Kai-shek was governing a fragment of a country already fragmented by foreign occupation. China was treated as one of the Big Five who would organize the post-war world and were granted a veto in the United Nations Security Council. Of the five, only the United States and the Soviet Union possessed the power to carry out this mission. A renewal of the Chinese Civil War followed. Washington sought to apply its standard solution to such civil conflict, which has failed time after time then and in the decades afterward. It urged a coalition between the nationalists and communists, who had been battling each other for 2 decades. U.S. Ambassador Patrick Hurley convened a meeting between Chiang Kai-shek and Communist Party leader Mao Zedong in September 1945 at Chiang's capital in Chongqing. Both leaders dutifully attended while preparing for a final showdown. No sooner had the Hurley meeting concluded than the two sides recommenced hostilities. Chiang's nationalist forces opted for a strategy of holding cities, while Mao's guerrilla armies based themselves in the countryside. Each sought to surround the other using Kai strategies of encirclement. 47 Amidst clamor for American intervention in support of the nationalists, President Harry Truman sent General George Marshall to China for a year-long effort to encourage the two sides to agree to work together. During that time, the nationalist military position was collapsing. Defeated by the communists on the mainland, nationalist troops retreated to the island of Taiwan in 1949. The nationalists brought with them their military apparatus, political class, and remnants of national authority including Chinese artistic and cultural treasures. From the Imperial Palace collection. 48 They declared the relocation of the Republic of China's capital to Taipei, and maintained that they would husband their strength, and someday return to the mainland. They retained the Chinese seat in the United Nations Security Council. Meanwhile, China was uniting again, under the newly proclaimed People's Republic of China. Communist China launched itself into a new world, in structure, a new dynasty, in substance, a new ideology for the first time in Chinese history. Strategically, it abutted over a dozen neighbors, with open frontiers and inadequate means to deal simultaneously with each potential threat, the same challenge that had confronted Chinese governments throughout history. Overarching all these concerns, the new leaders of China faced the involvement in Asian affairs of the United States, which had emerged from the Second World War as a confident superpower, with second thoughts about its passivity when confronted with the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War. Every statesman needs to balance the experience of the past against the claims of the future. Nowhere was this more true than in the China that Mao and the Communist Party had just taken over. Chapter 4. Mao's Continuous Revolution. The advent of a new dynasty in China had, over the millennia, developed a distinct rhythm. The old dynasty would begin to be perceived as failing in its mission of protecting the security of the Chinese population or fulfilling its fundamental aspirations. Rarely as the result of a single catastrophe, most frequently through the cumulative impact of a series of disasters, the ruling dynasty would, in the view of the Chinese people, lose the mandate of heaven. The new dynasty would be seen as having achieved it in part by the mere fact of having established itself. This kind of upheaval had happened many times in China's dramatic history. But no new ruler had ever proposed to overthrow the value system of the entire society. Previous claimants to the mandate of heaven even, and perhaps especially, foreign conquerors had legitimized themselves by affirming the ancient values of the society they took over and governing by its maxims. They maintained the bureaucracy they inherited, if only to be able to govern a country more populous and richer than any other. This tradition was the mechanism of the process of sinification. It established Confucianism as the governing doctrine of China. At the head of the new dynasty that, in 1949, poured out of the countryside to take over the cities, stood a colossus, Mao Zedong. Domineering and overwhelming in his influence, ruthless and aloof, poet and warrior, prophet and scourge, he unified China and launched it on a journey that nearly wrecked its civil society. By the end of this searing process, China stood as one of the world's major powers and the only communist country except Cuba, North Korea, and Vietnam whose political structure survived the collapse of communism everywhere else. Mao and the Great Harmony. Revolutionaries are, by their nature, powerful and single-minded personalities. Almost invariably they start from a position of weakness vis-à-vis the political environment and rely for their success on charisma and on an ability to mobilize resentment and to capitalize on the psychological weakness of adversaries in decline. Most revolutions have been on behalf of a specific cause. Once successful, they have been institutionalized into a new system of order. Mao's revolution had no final resting place. The ultimate goal of great harmony that he proclaimed was a vague vision, more akin to spiritual exaltation than political reconstruction. Cadres of the Communist Party were its priesthood, except their task was crusading, not fulfilling a defined program. Under Mao, cadres also led a life at the edge of perdition. For them, there was always the danger over time, the near certainty of being engulfed in the very upheavals they were incited to promote. The roster of leaders of the second generation, that of Deng Xiaoping, had almost all suffered that fate, returning to power only after periods of great personal trial. Every close associate of Mao during the revolutionary period, including in the end his long-serving premier and chief diplomat Zhou Enlai, was eventually purged. It was no accident that the Chinese ruler whom Mao most admired was the founding Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who ended the period of the warring states by triumphing over all other rivals and unifying them into a single polity in 221 BC. Qin Shi Huang is generally considered the founder of China as a unified state. Yet he has never been afforded ultimate respect in Chinese history because he burned books and persecuted traditional Confucian scholars, burying 460 of them alive. Mao once remarked that China's governance required a combination of Marx's methods and Qin Shi Huang's, and he eulogized the emperor in a poem. Please don't slander Emperor Qin Shi Huang, sir. For the burning of the books should be thought through again. Our ancestral dragon, though dead, lives on in spirit. While Confucius, though renowned, was really no one. The Qin order has survived from age to age. Mao's China was, by design, a country in permanent crisis. From the earliest days of communist governance, Mao unleashed wave after wave of struggle. The Chinese people would not be permitted ever to rest on their achievements. The destiny Mao prescribed for them was to purify their society and themselves through virtuous exertion. Mao was the first ruler since the unification of China to tear apart Chinese traditions as a deliberate act of state policy. He conceived of himself as rejuvenating China by dismantling, at times violently, its ancient heritage. As he proclaimed to the French philosopher René Melrox in 1965, "The thought, culture, and customs which brought China to where we found her must disappear, and the thought, customs, and culture of proletarian China, which does not yet exist, must appear. Thought, culture, customs must be born of struggle, and the struggle must continue for as long as there is still danger of a return to the past." China, Mao once vowed, was to be smashed like an atom in order to destroy the old order, but, at the same time, produce an explosion of popular energy to lift it to ever greater heights of achievement. Now our enthusiasm has been aroused. Ours is an ardent nation now swept by a burning tide. There is a good metaphor for this. Our nation is like an atom. When this atom's nucleus is smashed, the thermal energy released will have really tremendous power. We shall be able to do things which we could not do before. As part of this process, Mao generated a pervasive assault on traditional Chinese political thought. Where the Confucian tradition prized universal harmony, Mao idealized upheaval and the clash of opposing forces in both domestic and foreign affairs, and, indeed, he saw the two as connected, regularly pairing foreign crises with domestic purges or ideological campaigns. The Confucian tradition prized the doctrine of the mean and the cultivation of balance and moderation. When reform occurred, it was incremental and put forward as the restoration of previously held values. Mao, by contrast, sought radical and instant transformation and a total break with the past. Traditional Chinese political theory held military force in relative disesteem and insisted that Chinese rulers achieve stability at home and influence abroad through their virtue and compassion. Mao, driven by his ideology and his anguish over China's century of humiliation, produced an unprecedented militarization of Chinese life. Where traditional China revered the past and cherished a rich literary culture, Mao declared war on China's traditional art, culture, and modes of thought. In many ways, however, Mao incarnated the dialectic contradictions that he claimed to be manipulating. He was passionately and publicly anti-Confucian, yet he read widely in Chinese classics and was wont to quote from the ancient texts. Mao enunciated the doctrine of continuous revolution, but when the Chinese national interest required it, he could be patient and take the long view. The manipulation of contradictions was his proclaimed strategy, yet it was in the service of an ultimate goal drawn from the Confucian concept of Da Tong, or the Great Harmony. Maoist governance thus turned into a version of the Confucian tradition through the looking glass, proclaiming a total break with the past while relying on many of China's traditional institutions, including an imperial style of governance, the state as an ethical project, and a Mandarin bureaucracy that Mao loathed, periodically destroyed, and, in the end, equally periodically was obliged to recreate. Mao's ultimate objectives could not be expressed in a single organizational structure or be fulfilled by realizing a specific set of political objectives. His goal was to sustain the process of revolution itself, which he felt it was his special mission to carry on through ever greater upheavals, never permitting a resting point until his people emerged from the ordeal purified and transformed. To be overthrown is painful and is unbearable to contemplate for those overthrown, For example, for the Kuomintang Nationalist Party reactionaries whom we are now overthrowing, and for Japanese imperialism which we together with other peoples overthrew some time ago. But for the working class, the laboring people and the Communist Party, the question is not one of being overthrown, but of working hard to create the conditions in which classes, state power and political parties will die out very naturally, and mankind will enter the realm of great harmony. In traditional China, the emperor had been the linchpin of the great harmony of all living things. By his virtuous example, he was perceived to keep the existing cosmic order in joint and maintain the equilibrium between heaven, man, and nature. In the Chinese view, the emperor transformed rebellious barbarians and brought them to heel. He was the pinnacle of the Confucian hierarchy, assigning to all people their proper place in society. This is why, until the modern period, China did not pursue the ideal of progress in the Western sense. The Chinese impetus for public service was the concept of rectification, the bringing of order to a society that had been allowed to fall into dangerous imbalance. Confucius declared as his mission to try to recover profound truths that his society had neglected, thereby restoring it to a golden age. Mao saw his role as diametrically the opposite. The great harmony came at the end of a painful process likely to claim as victims all who traversed it. In Mao's interpretation of history, the Confucian order had kept China weak. Its harmony was a form of subjugation. Progress would come only through a series of brutal tests pitting contradictory forces against each other both domestically as well as internationally. And if these contradictions did not appear by themselves, it was the obligation of the Communist Party and its leader to keep a permanent upheaval going, against itself if necessary. In 1958, at the outset of the nationwide program of economic collectivization known as the Great Leap Forward, Mao outlined his vision of China in perpetual motion. Each wave of revolutionary exertion, he proclaimed, was organically a precursor to a new upheaval whose beginning needed to be hastened lest the revolutionaries became indolent and start resting on their laurels. Our revolutions are like battles. After a victory, we must at once put forward a new task. In this way, cottars and the masses will forever be filled with revolutionary fervor, instead of conceit. Indeed, they will have no time for conceit, even if they like to feel conceited. With new tasks on their shoulders, they are totally preoccupied with the problems for their fulfillment. The cottars of the revolution were to be tested by ever more difficult challenges at shorter and shorter intervals. Disequilibrium is a general, objective rule, wrote Mao. The cycle, which is endless, evolves from disequilibrium to equilibrium and then to disequilibrium again. Each cycle, however, brings us to a higher level of development. Disequilibrium is normal and absolute, whereas equilibrium is temporary and relative. But how can a state in permanent upheaval participate in the international system? If it applies the doctrine of continuous revolution literally, it will be involved in constant turmoil and, likely, in war. The states that prize stability will unite against it. But if it tries to shape an international order open to others, a clash with the votaries of continuous revolution is inevitable. This dilemma beset Mao all his life and was never finally resolved. Mao and international relations, the empty city stratagem, Chinese deterrence, and the quest for psychological advantage. Mao proclaimed his basic attitude toward international affairs on the eve of taking power. Before the newly assembled People's Political Consultative Conference, he summed up China's attitude toward the prevailing international order in the phrase "the Chinese people have stood up." We have a common feeling that our work will be recorded in the history of mankind, and that it will clearly demonstrate that the Chinese, who comprise 1/4 of humanity, have begun to stand up. The Chinese have always been a great, courageous and industrious people. It was only in modern times that they have fallen behind, and this was due solely to the oppression and exploitation of foreign imperialism and the domestic reactionary government. Our predecessors instructed us to carry their work to completion. We are doing this now. We have united ourselves and defeated both our foreign and domestic oppressors by means of the People's Liberation War and the People's Great Revolution, and we proclaim the establishment of the People's Republic of China. To stand up to the world was a daunting prospect for China in 1949. The country was underdeveloped, without the military capacity to impose its own preferences on a world that vastly outmatched it in resources and, above all, in technology. When the People's Republic emerged on the world stage, the United States was the principal nuclear superpower, the Soviet Union having just exploded its first nuclear weapon. The United States had supported Chiang Kai-shek during the Chinese Civil War, transporting nationalist troops to northern Chinese cities after the Japanese surrender in World War II to preempt the communist armies. Mao Zedong's victory was greeted with dismay in Washington and triggered a debate over who had lost China. That implied, at least in Beijing, An eventual attempt to reverse the outcome, a conviction reinforced when in 1950, upon the North Korean invasion of the South, President Truman moved the 7th Fleet into the Taiwan Strait, forestalling an attempt by the new government on the mainland to reconquer Taiwan. The Soviet Union was an ideological ally and was needed initially as a strategic partner to balance the United States. But China's leaders had not forgotten the series of unequal treaties extorted for a century to establish the Russian possession of its Far East maritime provinces and a zone of special influence in Manchuria and Xinjiang, nor that the Soviet Union was still claiming the validity of concessions in northern China extracted from Chiang Kai-shek in wartime agreements in 1945. Stalin took for granted Soviet dominance in the communist world, a stance incompatible in the long run with Mao's fierce nationalism and claim to ideological importance. China was also involved in a border dispute with India in the Himalayas, over the territory known as Aksai Chin in the west and over the so-called McMahon Line in the east. The disputed region was no small matter. At roughly 125,000 square kilometers, the total contested area was approximately the size of Pennsylvania, or, as Mao later noted to his top commanders, the Chinese province of Fujian. Mao divided these challenges into two categories. At home, he proclaimed continuous revolution and was able to implement it because he increasingly exercised total control. Abroad, world revolution was a slogan, perhaps a long-range objective, but China's leaders were sufficiently realistic to recognize that they lacked the means to challenge the prevailing international order except by ideological means. Within China, Mao recognized few objective limits to his philosophic visions other than the ingrained attitudes of the Chinese people, which he struggled to overwhelm. In the realm of foreign policy, he was substantially more circumspect. When the Communist Party seized power in 1949, substantial regions had broken away from the historic Chinese Empire, notably Tibet, parts of Xinjiang, parts of Mongolia, and the border areas of Burma. The Soviet Union maintained a sphere of influence in the northeast, including an occupation force and a fleet in the strategically located Lushan harbor. Mao, like several founders of dynasties before him, claimed the frontiers of China that the empire had established at its maximum historic extent. To territories Mao considered part of that historic China, Taiwan, Tibet, Xinjiang, Mongolia, border regions in the Himalayas or the north, he applied the maxim of domestic politics. He was implacable. He sought to impose China's governance and generally succeeded. As soon as the Civil War ended, Mao set out to reoccupy the secessionist regions, such as Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and eventually Tibet. In that context, Taiwan was not so much a test of communist ideology as a demand to respect Chinese history. Even when he refrained from military measures, Mao would put forward claims to territories given up in the unequal treaties of the 19th century, for example, claims to territory lost in the Russian Far East in the settlements of 1860 and 1895. With respect to the rest of the world, Mao introduced a special style that substituted ideological militancy and psychological perception for physical strength. It was composed of a Sinocentric view of the world, a touch of world revolution, and a diplomacy using the Chinese tradition of manipulating the barbarians, with great attention paid to meticulous planning and the psychological domination of the other side. Mao eschewed what Western diplomats viewed as the common-sense dictum that to recover from the decades of upheaval China should conciliate the major powers. He refused to convey any appearance of weakness, chose defiance over accommodation, and avoided contact with Western countries after establishing the People's Republic of China. Zhou Enlai, the first foreign minister of the People's Republic of China, summed up this attitude of aloofness in a series of aphorisms. The new China would not simply slip into existing diplomatic relationships. It would set up a separate kitchen. Relations with the new regime would have to be negotiated from case to case. The new China would sweep the house clean before inviting the guests. In other words, it would clean up lingering colonial influences before establishing diplomatic relations with Western imperialist countries. It would use its influence to unite the world's people. In other words, encourage revolution in the developing world. Diplomatic traditionalists would have rejected this attitude of aloof challenge as unfeasible. But Mao believed in the objective impact of ideological and, above all, psychological factors. He proposed to achieve psychological equivalence to the superpowers by calculated indifference to their military capabilities. One of the classic tales of the Chinese strategic tradition was that of Zhu Zilian's empty city stratagem from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In it, a commander notices an approaching army far superior to his own. Since resistance guarantees destruction, and surrender would bring about loss of control over the future, the commander opts for a stratagem. He opens the gates of his city, places himself there in a posture of repose, playing a lute, and behind him shows normal life without any sign of panic or concern. The general of the invading army interprets this sangfroid as a sign of the existence of hidden reserves, stops his advance, and withdraws. Mao's avowed indifference to the threat of nuclear war surely owed something to that tradition. From the very beginning, the People's Republic of China had to maneuver in a triangular relationship with the two nuclear powers, each of which was individually capable of posing a great threat and, together, were in a position to overwhelm China. Mao dealt with this endemic state of affairs by pretending it did not exist. He claimed to be impervious to nuclear threats. Indeed, he developed a public posture of being willing to accept hundreds of millions of casualties, even welcoming it as a guarantee for the more rapid victory of communist ideology. Whether Mao believed his own pronouncements on nuclear war it is impossible to say, but he clearly succeeded in making much of the rest of the world believe that he meant it, an ultimate test of credibility. Of course, in China's case, the city was not entirely empty. China eventually developed its own nuclear weapons capability, though on a much smaller scale than that of the Soviet Union or the United States. Mao was able to draw on a long tradition in Chinese statecraft of accomplishing long-term goals from a position of relative weakness. For centuries, Chinese statesmen enmeshed the barbarians in relationships that kept them at bay and studiously maintained the political fiction of superiority through diplomatic stagecraft. From the beginning of the People's Republic, China played a world role surpassing its objective strength. By consequence of its fierce defense of its definition of its national patrimony, the People's Republic of China became an influential force in the non-aligned movement, the grouping of newly independent countries seeking to position themselves between the superpowers. China established itself as a great power not to be trifled with while conducting a redefinition of the Chinese identity at home and challenging the nuclear powers diplomatically, sometimes concurrently, sometimes sequentially. In pursuit of this foreign policy agenda, Mao owed more to Sun Tzu than to Lenin. He drew inspiration from his reading of the Chinese classics and the tradition he outwardly disdained. In charting foreign policy initiatives, he was less likely to refer to Marxist doctrine than to traditional Chinese works, Confucian texts, the canonical 24 dynastic histories recounting the rise and fall of China's imperial dynasties, Sun Tzu, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and other texts on warfare and strategy, tales of adventure and rebellion such as Outlaws of the Marsh, and the novel of romance and courtly intrigue, Dream of the Red Chamber, which Mao claims to have read 5 times. In an echo of the traditional Confucian scholar officials whom he denounced as oppressors and parasites, Mao wrote poetry and philosophical essays and took great pride in his unorthodox calligraphy. These literary and artistic elements were not a refuge from his political labors, but an integral part of them. When Mao, after a 32-year absence, returned to his native village in 1959, he wrote a poem not of Marxism or materialism, but of romantic sweep. It is the bitter sacrifices that strengthen our firm resolve, and which give us the courage to dare to change heavens and skies, to change the sun, and to make a new world. So ingrained was this literary tradition that, in 1969, at a turning point in Mao's foreign policy, 4 marshals assigned by Mao to outline his strategic options illustrated their recommendations of the need to open relations with the then archenemy America by citing the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which was banned in China, but which they could be certain Mao had read. So too, even in the midst of his most sweeping assaults on China's ancient heritage, Mao framed his foreign policy doctrines in terms of analogies with highly traditional Chinese games of the intellect. He described the opening maneuvers in the Sino-Indian War as crossing the Hanchu boundary, an ancient metaphor drawn from the Chinese version of chess. He held up the traditional gambling game of mahjong as a school for strategic thought. If you knew how to play the game, he told his doctor, you would also understand the relationship between the principle of probability and the principle of certainty. And in China's conflicts with both the United States and the Soviet Union, Mao and his top associates conceived of the threat in terms of a Weikai concept that of preventing strategic encirclement. It was in precisely these most traditional aspects that the superpowers had the most difficulty comprehending Mao's strategic motives. Through the lens of Western strategic analysis, most of Beijing's military undertakings in the first 3 decades of the Cold War were improbable and, on paper at least, impossible affairs, setting China against usually far stronger powers and occurring in territories previously deemed of secondary strategic importance: North Korea, the offshore islands of the Taiwan Strait, sparsely populated tracts of the Himalayas, frozen swatches of territory in the Ushiri River. These Chinese interventions and offensives caught almost all foreign observers and each of the adversaries by surprise. Mao was determined to prevent encirclement by any power or combination of powers, regardless of ideology, that he perceived as securing too many keystones surrounding China by disrupting their calculations. This was the catalyst that led China into the Korean War despite its relative weakness, and that, in the aftermath of Mao's death, would lead Beijing to war with Vietnam, a recent ally, in defiance of a mutual defense treaty between Hanoi and Moscow, and while the Soviet Union maintained 1 million troops on China's northern borders. Long-range calculations of the configuration of forces around China's periphery were considered more significant than a literal calculus of the immediate balance of power. This combination of the long range and the psychological also came to expression in Mao's approach to deterring perceived military threats. However much Mao absorbed from China's history, no previous Chinese ruler combined traditional elements with the same mix of authority and ruthlessness and global sweep as Mao. Ferocity in the face of challenge and skillful diplomacy when circumstances prevented his preference for drastic, overpowering initiatives. His vast and daring foreign policy initiatives, however traditional his tactics, were carried out amidst a violent churning of Chinese society. The whole world, he promised, would be transformed, and things turned into their opposites. Of all the classes in the world, the proletariat is the one which is most eager to change its position, and next comes the semi-proletariat, for the former possesses nothing at all, while the latter is hardly any better off. The United States now controls a majority in the United Nations and dominates many parts of the world. This state of affairs is temporary and will be changed one of these days. China's position as a poor country denied its rights in international affairs will also be changed. The poor country will change into a rich one, the country denied its rights into one enjoying them, a transformation of things into their opposites. Mao was too much of a realist, however, to pursue world revolution as a practical goal. As a result, the tangible impact of China on world revolution was largely ideological and consisted of intelligence support for local communist parties. Mao explained this attitude in an interview with Edgar Snow, the first American journalist to describe the Chinese communist base in Yan'an during the Civil War. In 1965, China supported revolutionary movements, but not by invading countries. Of course, whenever a liberation struggle existed, China would publish statements and call demonstrations to support it. In the same vein, Long Live the Victory of People's War, a 1965 pamphlet by Lin Biao, then Mao's presumptive successor, argued that the countryside of the world, that is, the developing countries, would defeat the cities of the world, that is, the advanced countries, much as the People's Liberation Army (PLA) had defeated Chiang Kai-shek. The administration of Lyndon Johnson read these lines as a Chinese blueprint for support for, and probably outright participation in, communist subversion all around the world, and especially in Indochina. Lin's pamphlet was a contributing factor in the decision to send American forces to Vietnam. Contemporary scholarship, however, treats his document as a statement of the limits of Chinese military support for Vietnam and other revolutionary movements. For, in fact, Lin was proclaiming that the liberation of the masses is accomplished by the masses themselves. This is a basic principle of Marxism-Leninism. Revolution or people's war in any country is the business of the masses in that country and should be carried out primarily by their own efforts. There is no other way. This restraint reflected a realistic appreciation of the real balance of forces. We cannot know what Mao might have decided if the equilibrium had been tilted in favor of the communist power. But whether as a reflection of realism or philosophical motivation, revolutionary ideology was a means to transform the world by performance rather than war, much as the traditional emperors had perceived their role. A team of Chinese scholars with access to Beijing's central archives has written a fascinating account of Mao's ambivalence, dedicated to world revolution, ready to encourage it wherever possible, yet also protective of the necessities of China's survival. This ambivalence came to expression in a conversation with the head of the Australian Communist Party, E.F. Hill, in 1969, while Mao was considering the opening with the United States, with which China had been locked in an adversarial relationship for 2 decades. He put a question to his interlocutor: are we heading into a revolution that will prevent war? Or into a war that will produce revolution? 18. If the former, the rapprochement with the United States would be improvident; if the latter, it would be imperative to prevent an attack on China. In the end, after some hesitation, Mao chose the option of rapprochement with America. The prevention of war, which, by this point, would most likely involve a Soviet attack on China, was more important than the encouragement of global revolution. The continuous revolution and the Chinese people. Mao's opening to the United States was a major ideological as well as strategic decision, but it did not alter his commitment to the concept of continuous revolution at home. Even in 1972, the year of President Richard Nixon's visit to China, he caused to be distributed nationwide a letter he had sent to his wife, Jiang Qing, at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution 6 years earlier. The situation changes from a great upheaval to a great peace once every 7 or 8 years. Ghosts and monsters jump out by themselves. Our current task is to sweep out the rightists in all the party and throughout the country. We shall launch another movement for sweeping up the ghosts and monsters after 7 or 8 years, and will launch more of this movement later. This call to ideological commitment also epitomized Mao's dilemma, as that of any victorious revolution. Once revolutionaries seize power, they are obliged to govern hierarchically if they want to avoid either paralysis or chaos. The more sweeping the overthrow, the more hierarchy has to substitute for the consensus that holds a functioning society together. The more elaborate the hierarchy, the more likely it is to turn into another, even more elaborate version of the replaced oppressive establishment. Thus, from the beginning, Mao was engaged in a quest whose logical end could only be an attack on communism's own institutions, even those he had created himself. Where Leninism had asserted that the advent of communism would solve the contradictions of society, Mao's philosophy knew no resting place. It was not enough to industrialize the country as the Soviet Union had done. In the quest for the historic Chinese uniqueness, the social order needed to be in constant flux to prevent the sin of revisionism, of which Mao increasingly accused post-Stalin Russia. A communist state, according to Mao, must not turn into a bureaucratic society. The motivating force must be ideology rather than hierarchy. In this manner, Mao generated a series of built-in contradictions. In pursuit of the Great Harmony, Mao launched the 100 Flowers campaign in 1956, which invited public debate, and then turned on those intellectuals who practiced it. The Great Leap Forward in 1958, designed to catch up with the West industrially in a 3-year period, but which led to one of the most pervasive famines in modern history and produced a split in the Communist Party, and the Cultural Revolution in 1966, in which a generation of trained leaders, professors, diplomats, and experts were sent to the countryside to work on farms to learn from the masses. Millions died to implement the chairman's quest for egalitarian virtue. Yet in his rebellion against China's pervasive bureaucracy, he kept coming up against the dilemma that the campaign to save his people from themselves generated ever larger bureaucracies. In the end, destroying his own disciples turned into Mao's vast enterprise. Mao's faith in the ultimate success of his continuous revolution had 3 sources: ideology, tradition, and Chinese nationalism. The single most important one was his faith in the resilience, capabilities, and cohesion of the Chinese people. And in truth, it is impossible to think of another people who could have sustained the relentless turmoil that Mao imposed on his society, or whose leader could have made credible Mao's oft-repeated threat that the Chinese people would prevail, even if it retreated from all its cities against a foreign invader or suffered tens of millions of casualties in a nuclear war. Mao could do so because of a profound faith in the Chinese people's ability to retain its essence amidst all vicissitudes. This was a fundamental difference with the Russian Revolution a generation earlier. Lenin and Trotsky viewed their revolution as a triggering event for world revolution. Convinced that world revolution was imminent, they agreed to cede a third of European Russia to German control in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk of 1918. Whatever happened to Russia would be subsumed by the imminent revolution in the rest of Europe, which, Lenin and Trotsky assumed, would sweep away the existing political order. Such an approach would have been unthinkable for Mao, whose revolution was largely Sinocentric. China's revolution might have an impact on world revolution, but, if so, through the efforts and sacrifice and example of the Chinese people. With Mao, the greatness of the Chinese people was always the organizing principle. In an early essay in 1919, he stressed the unique qualities of the Chinese people. I venture to make a singular assertion: one day, the reform of the Chinese people will be more profound than that of any other people, and the society of the Chinese people will be more radiant than that of any other people. The great union of the Chinese people will be achieved earlier than that of any other place or people. 20 years later, amidst Japanese invasion and the Chinese Civil War, Mao extolled the historic achievements of the Chinese nation in a way that the dynastic rulers could have shared. Throughout the history of Chinese civilization, its agriculture and handicrafts have been renowned for their high level of development. There have been many great thinkers, scientists, inventors, statesmen, soldiers, men of letters and artists, and we have a rich store of classical works. The compass was invented in China very long ago. The art of papermaking was discovered as early as 1,800 years ago. Block printing was invented 1,300 years ago, and movable type 800 years ago. The use of gunpowder was known in China before the Europeans. Thus China has one of the oldest civilizations in the world. She has a recorded history of nearly 4,000 years. Mao kept circling back to a dilemma as ancient as China itself. Intrinsically universal, modern technology poses a threat to any society's claims to uniqueness, and uniqueness had always been the distinctive claim of Chinese society. To preserve that uniqueness, China had refused to imitate the West in the 19th century, risking colonization and incurring humiliation. A century later, one objective of Mao's Cultural Revolution, from which indeed it derived its name, had been to eradicate precisely those elements of modernization that threatened to involve China in a universal culture. By 1968, Mao had come full circle. Driven by a mixture of ideological fervor and a premonition of mortality, he had turned to the youth to cleanse the military and the Communist Party and bring into office a new generation of ideologically pure communists. But reality disappointed the aging leader. It proved impossible to run a country by ideological exaltation. The youths who had heeded Mao's instructions created chaos rather than commitment, and were now in their turn sent to the remote countryside. Some of the leaders initially targeted for purification were brought back to re-establish order, especially in the military. By April 1969, nearly half of the party's Central Committee, 45%, were members of the military, compared with 19% in 1956. The average age of new members was 60. A poignant reminder of this dilemma came up in the first conversation between Mao and President Nixon in February 1972. Nixon complimented Mao on having transformed an ancient civilization, to which Mao replied, "I haven't been able to change it. I've only been able to change a few places in the vicinity of Beijing." After a lifetime of titanic struggle to uproot Chinese society, there was not a little pathos in Mao's resigned recognition of the pervasiveness of Chinese culture and the Chinese people. One of the historically most powerful Chinese rulers had run up against this paradoxical mass, at once obedient and independent, submissive and self-reliant, imposing limits less by direct challenges than by hesitance in executing orders they considered incompatible with the future of their family. Therefore, in the end, Mao appealed not so much to the material aspects of his Marxist revolution as to its faith. One of Mao's favorite tales drawn from classical Chinese lore was the story of the foolish old man who believed he could move mountains with his bare hands. Mao related the story at a Communist Party conference as follows. There is an ancient Chinese fable called The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains. It tells of an old man who lived in northern China long, long ago and was known as the Foolish Old Man of North Mountain. His house faced south, and beyond his doorway stood the two great peaks, Taihang and Wangwu, obstructing the way. He called his sons, and hoe in hand they began to dig up these mountains with great determination. Another graybeard, known as the Wise Old Man, saw them and said derisively, "How silly of you to do this. It is quite impossible for you to dig up these two huge mountains." The foolish old man replied, "When I die, my sons will carry on. When they die, there will be my grandsons, and then their sons and grandsons, and so on to infinity. High as they are, the mountains cannot grow any higher, and with every bit we dig, they will be that much lower. Why can't we clear them away?" Having refuted the wise old man's wrong view, he went on digging every day, unshaken in his conviction. God was moved by this, and he sent down two angels, who carried the mountains away on their backs. Today, two big mountains lie like a dead weight on the Chinese people. One is imperialism, the other is feudalism. The Chinese Communist Party had long made up its mind to dig them up. We must persevere and work unceasingly, and we, too, will touch God's heart. An ambivalent combination of faith in the Chinese people and disdain for its traditions enabled Mao to carry out an astonishing tour de force. An impoverished society just emerging from a rending civil war tore itself apart at ever shorter intervals and, during that process, fought wars with the United States and India, challenged the Soviet Union, and restored the frontiers of the Chinese state to nearly their maximum historic extent. Emerging into a world of two nuclear superpowers, China managed, despite its insistent communist propaganda, to conduct itself as essentially a geopolitical free agent of the Cold War. In the face of its relative weakness, it played a fully independent and highly influential role. China moved from hostility to near alliance with the United States, and in the opposite direction with the Soviet Union, from alliance to confrontation. Perhaps most remarkably, China managed, in the end, to break free of the Soviet Union and come out on the winning side of the Cold War. Still, with all its achievements, Mao's insistence on turning the ancient system upside down could not escape the eternal rhythm of Chinese life. 40 years after his death, after a journey violent, dramatic, and searing, his successors again described their now increasingly well-off society as Confucian. In 2011, a statue of Confucius was placed in Tiananmen Square within sight of Mao's mausoleum, the only other personality so honored. Only a people as resilient and patient as the Chinese could emerge unified and dynamic after such a roller coaster ride through history. Chapter 5. triangular diplomacy, and the Korean War. In his first major act of foreign policy, Mao Zedong traveled to Moscow on December 16, 1949, barely 2 months after having proclaimed the People's Republic of China. It was his first trip outside China. His purpose was to form an alliance with the communist superpower, the Soviet Union. Instead, the meeting inaugurated a series of moves that would culminate in transforming the hope for alliance into a triangular diplomacy by which the United States, China, and the Soviet Union maneuvered with and against each other. In his first meeting with Stalin, which took place on the day of his arrival, Mao stressed China's need for a period of 5 years of peace, which would be used to bring the economy back to pre-war levels and to stabilize the country in general. Yet within less than a year of Mao's trip, the United States and China would be at war with each other. It all came about through the machinations of a seemingly minor player, Kim Il-sung, the ambitious Soviet-installed ruler of North Korea, a state that had been created only 2 years earlier, by agreement between the United States and the Soviet Union based on the zones of liberated Korea each had occupied at the end of the war against Japan. As it happened, Stalin had little interest in helping China recover. He had not forgotten the defection of Josip Broz Tito, the leader of Yugoslavia, and the only European communist leader to have achieved power by his own efforts, and not as the result of Soviet occupation. Tito had broken with the Soviet Union during the preceding year. Stalin was determined to avoid a similar outcome in Asia. He understood the geopolitical significance of the communist victory in China. His strategic goal was to manipulate its consequences and benefit from its impact. Stalin could have little doubt that, in Mao, he was dealing with a formidable figure. The Chinese communists had prevailed in the Chinese Civil War against Soviet expectations and by ignoring Soviet advice. Though Mao had announced China's intent to lean to one side Moscow's in international affairs, of all communist leaders he was among the least beholden to Moscow for his position, and he now governed the most populous communist country. Thus the encounter between the two communist giants led to an intricate minuet culminating, 6 months later, with the Korean War, which involved China and the United States directly and the Soviet Union by proxy. Convinced that the raging American debate over who lost China augured an eventual American attempt to reverse the outcome, a view to which communist ideology led him, in any event Mao strove for the greatest possible material and military support from the Soviet Union. A formal alliance was his objective. But the two communist autocrats were not destined to cooperate easily. Stalin had, by that time, been in power for nearly 30 years. He had triumphed over all domestic opposition and led his country to victory against the Nazi invaders at horrific cost in human life. The organizer of periodic purges involving millions of victims and, even then, in the process of starting a new set of purges, Stalin was by now beyond ideology. His leadership was instead marked by a ruthless, cynical Machiavellianism based on his brutal interpretation of Russian national history. During China's long struggles with Japan in the 1930s and 1940s, Stalin had deprecated the potential of the communist forces and disparaged Mao's rural, peasant-based strategy. Throughout, Moscow had maintained official ties with the nationalist government. At the end of the war against Japan in 1945, Stalin had obliged Chiang Kai-shek to grant the Soviet Union privileges in Manchuria and Xinjiang comparable to those achieved by the Tsarist regime, and to recognize Outer Mongolia as a nominally independent People's Republic under Soviet control. Stalin actively encouraged separatist forces in Xinjiang. At Yalta that same year, Stalin insisted to his colleagues, Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, on international recognition for Soviet special rights in Manchuria, including a naval base at Lushan, the old Port Arthur, and a harbor in Dalian, as a condition for entering the war against Japan. In August 1945, Moscow and the nationalist authorities signed a treaty affirming the Yalta Agreements. In these circumstances, the meeting of the two communist titans in Moscow could not possibly be the warm embrace shared ideology called for. As Nikita Khrushchev, then a member of Stalin's Politburo, recalled, Stalin loved to show off his hospitality to his esteemed guests, and he knew how to do it very well. But during Mao's stay, Stalin would sometimes not lay eyes on him for days at a time, and since Stalin neither saw Mao nor ordered anyone else to entertain him, no one dared go see him. Mao let it be known that if the situation continued, he would leave. When Stalin heard about Mao's complaints, I think he had another dinner for him. It was clear from the outset that Stalin did not consider the communist victory a reason for giving up the gains he had made for the Soviet Union as a price for entering the war against Japan. Mao began the conversation by stressing his need for peace, telling Stalin, decisions on the most important questions in China hinge on the prospects for a peaceful future. With this in mind, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China entrusted me to ascertain from you, Comrade de Stalin, in what way and for how long will international peace be preserved? Stalin was reassuring about prospects for peace, perhaps to slow down any request for emergency assistance and to minimize the urgency of rushing into an alliance. The question of peace greatly occupies the Soviet Union as well, though we have already had peace for the past 4 years. With regards to China, there is no immediate threat at the present time. Japan has yet to stand up on its feet and is thus not ready for war. America, though it screams war, is actually afraid of war more than anything. Europe is afraid of war. In essence, there is no one to fight with China, not unless Kim Il-sung decides to invade China. Peace will depend on our efforts. If we continue to be friendly, peace can last not only 5-10 years, but 20-25 years and perhaps even longer. If that was the case, a military alliance was really not needed. Stalin made his reserve explicit when Mao formally raised the issue. He made the stunning assertion that a new treaty of alliance was superfluous. The existing treaty, which had been signed with Chiang Kai-shek in quite different circumstances, would suffice. Stalin buttressed this argument with the claim that the Soviet position was designed to avoid giving America and England the legal grounds to raise questions about modifying the Yalta agreements. In effect, Stalin was arguing that communism in China was best protected by a Russian agreement made with the government Mao had just overthrown. Stalin liked this argument so much that he also applied it to the concessions the Soviet Union had extracted from Chiang Kai-shek with respect to Xinjiang and Manchuria, which, in his view, should now be continued at Mao's request. Mao, ever the fervent nationalist, rejected these ideas by redefining Stalin's request. The present arrangements along the Manchurian Railroad, he argued, corresponded to Chinese interests insofar as they provided a training school for the preparation of Chinese cadres in railroad and industry. Chinese personnel needed to take over as soon as they could be trained. Soviet advisors could stay until this training was completed. Amidst protestations of amity and affirmations of ideological solidarity, two major Machiavellians were maneuvering over ultimate predominance and over sizable tracts of territory around China's periphery. Stalin was the senior and, for a time, more powerful. Mao, in a geopolitical sense, the more self-confident. Both were superior strategists and therefore understood that, on the course they were formally charting, their interests were almost bound to clash eventually. After a month of haggling, Stalin yielded and agreed to a treaty of alliance. However, he insisted Dalian and Lushan would remain Soviet bases until a peace treaty with Japan was signed. Moscow and Beijing finally concluded a treaty of friendship, alliance and mutual assistance on February 14, 1950. It provided what Mao had sought and Stalin had tried to avoid, an obligation of mutual assistance in case of conflict with a third power. Theoretically, it obliged China to come to the assistance of the Soviet Union globally. Operationally, it gave Mao a safety net if the various looming crises around China's borders were to escalate. The price China had to pay was steep: mining, railroad, and other concessions in Manchuria and Xinjiang, the recognition of the independence of Outer Mongolia, Soviet use of Dalian Harbor, and the use, until 1952, of the Lushan naval base. Years later, Mao would still complain bitterly to Khrushchev about Stalin's attempt to establish semi-colonies in China by means of these concessions. As for Stalin, the emergence of a potentially powerful eastern neighbor presented a geopolitical nightmare. No Russian ruler could ignore the extraordinary demographic disparity between China and Russia along a 2,000-mile frontier. A Chinese population of over 500 million adjoined a Russian total of less than 40 million in Siberia. At what point in China's development would numbers begin to matter? Seeming consensus on ideology emphasized, rather than diminished, the concern. Stalin was too cynical to doubt that when powerful men achieve eminence by what they consider their own efforts, they resist the claim of superior orthodoxy by an ally, however close. Stalin, having taken the measure of Mao, must have known that he would never concede doctrinal preeminence. Ixen and the lure of Chinese Titoism. An episode that occurred during Mao's stay in Moscow was symptomatic of both the fraught relations within the communist world as well as the potential and looming role of the United States in that emerging triangle. The occasion was an attempt by Secretary of State Dean Ixen to answer the chorus of domestic critics on who had lost China. Under his instructions, the State Department had issued a white paper in August 1949 addressing the collapse of the nationalists. Though the United States still recognized the nationalists as the legitimate government for all of China, the white paper described them as corrupt, reactionary, and inefficient. Ixen had therefore concluded, and he advised Truman in the white paper's letter of transmittal, that he unfortunate but inescapable fact is that the ominous result of the civil war in China was beyond the control of the government of the United States. Nothing that this country did or could have done within the reasonable limits of its capabilities could have changed that result. It was the product of internal Chinese forces which this country tried to influence, but could not. In a speech to the National Press Club on January 12, 1950, Ixon reinforced the White Paper's message and put forward a sweeping New Asia policy. His speech contained 3 points of fundamental importance. The first was that Washington was washing its hands of the Chinese Civil War. The nationalists, Ixon proclaimed, had displayed both political inadequacy as well as the grossest incompetence ever experienced by any military command. The communists, Ixon reasoned, did not create this condition, but had skillfully exploited the opening it provided. Chiang Kai-shek was now a refugee on a small island off the coast of China with the remnants of his forces. Having conceded the mainland to communist control and whatever geopolitical impact this might have, it made no sense to resist communist attempts to occupy Taiwan. This was in fact the judgment of NSC 48/2, a document reflecting national policy prepared by the National Security Council staff and approved by the President. Adopted on December 30, 1949, it concluded that the strategic importance of Formosa, Taiwan does not justify overt military action. Truman had made a similar point at a press conference on January 5. The United States government will not provide military aid or advice to Chinese forces on Formosa. Second, and even more significantly, Ixon left no doubt about who was threatening China's independence in the long run. This communistic concept and techniques have armed Russian imperialism with a new and most insidious weapon of penetration. Armed with these new powers, what is happening in China is that the Soviet Union is detaching the northern provinces areas of China from China and is attaching them to the Soviet Union. This process is complete in Outer Mongolia. It is nearly complete in Manchuria, and I am sure that in Inner Mongolia and in Xinjiang there are very happy reports coming from Soviet agents to Moscow. This is what is going on. The final new point in Ixon's speech was even more profound in its implications for the future, for it did nothing less than suggest an explicit Titoist option for China. Proposing to base relations with China on national interest, Ixon asserted that the integrity of China was an American national interest regardless of China's domestic ideology. We must take the position we have always taken that anyone who violates the integrity of China is the enemy of China and is acting contrary to our own interest. Ixon was laying out a prospect for a new Sino-American relationship based on national interest, not ideology. Today is a day in which the old relationships between East and West are gone, relationships which at their worst were exploitation, and which at their best were paternalism. That relationship is over, and the relationship of East and West must now be in the Far East one of mutual respect and mutual helpfulness. Such a view toward communist China would not be put forward again by a senior American official for another 2 decades, when Richard Nixon advanced similar propositions to his cabinet. Ixon's speech was brilliantly crafted to touch most of Stalin's raw nerves, and Stalin was in fact lured into trying to do something about it. He dispatched his foreign minister, Andrei Vyshinsky, and his senior minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, to call on Mao, still in Moscow for the alliance negotiations, to warn him of the slander being spread by Ixon and, in effect, inviting reassurance. It was a somewhat frantic gesture, not in keeping with Stalin's usual perspicacity, for the very request for reassurance defines the potential capacity for unreliability of the other side. If a partner is thought capable of desertion, why would reassurance be credible? If not, why would it be necessary? Moreover, both Mao and Stalin knew that Ixon's slander was an accurate description of the current Sino-Soviet relationship. The Soviet pair asked Mao to disavow Ixon's accusations that the Soviet Union might seek to detach parts of China, or a dominant position in them, and recommended that he describe it as an insult to China. Mao did not comment to Stalin's emissaries except to ask for a copy of the speech and inquire about Ixon's possible motives. After a few days, Mao approved a statement sarcastically attacking Ixon, but in contrast to Moscow's response, which was issued in the name of the Soviet foreign minister, Beijing left it to the head of the People's Republic of China's official news bureau to reject Ixon's overtures. 16. The language of the statement decried Washington's slander, but its relatively low protocol level kept China's options open. Mao chose not to address the full implications of his view while he was in Moscow, trying to construct a safety net for his still isolated country. Mao revealed his true feelings about the possibility of separating from Moscow later, in December 1956, with characteristic complexity, in the guise of rejecting the option once again, albeit in a more muted way. China and the Soviet Union stand together. Here are still people who have doubts about this policy. They think China should take a middle course and be a bridge between the Soviet Union and the United States. If China stands between the Soviet Union and the United States, she appears to be in a favorable position and to be independent, but actually she cannot be independent. The United States is not reliable. She would give you a little something, but not much. How could imperialism give you a full meal? It won't. But what if the United States were ready to offer what Mao called a full meal? That question would not be answered until 1972, when President Nixon began his overtures to China. Kim Il-sung and the outbreak of war. Matters could have proceeded as a kind of shadowboxing for several, perhaps many, years as the two morbidly suspicious absolute rulers were calibrating each other by ascribing their own motives to their counterpart. Instead, Kim Il-sung, the North Korean leader whom Stalin had ridiculed in his first meeting with Mao in December 1949, entered the geopolitical fray with startling results. In their Moscow meeting, Stalin had fended off a military alliance between China and the Soviet Union by mockingly suggesting that the only threat to peace would come from North Korea if Kim Il-sung decides to invade China. That is not what Kim Il-sung decided. Instead, he chose to invade South Korea and, in the process, brought the major countries to the edge of a global war and China and the United States into actual military confrontation. Before the North Korean invasion of the South, it would have seemed inconceivable that a China barely emerging from civil war would go to war against a nuclear-armed America. That the war broke out is due to the suspicions the two communist giants had of each other and to Kim Il-sung's ability, though wholly dependent on his incomparably more powerful allies, to manipulate their mutual suspicions. Korea had been incorporated into Imperial Japan in 1910 and quickly became the jumping-off point for Japanese incursions into China. In 1945, after Japan's defeat, Korea was occupied in the north by Soviet armies, in the south by American forces. The dividing line between them, the 38th parallel, was arbitrary. It simply reflected the limits their armies had reached at the end of the war. When the occupying powers withdrew in 1949, and the hitherto occupied zones became fully sovereign states, neither felt comfortable within its boundaries. Their rulers, Kim Il-sung in the north and Syngman Rhee in the south, had spent their lives fighting for their national causes. They saw no reason to abandon them now, and both claimed the leadership for all of the country. Military clashes along the dividing line were frequent. Starting with the withdrawal of American forces from South Korea in June 1949, Kim Il-sung had throughout 1949 and 1950 tried to convince both Stalin and Mao to acquiesce in a full-scale invasion of the South. Both at first rejected the proposal. During Mao's visit to Moscow, Stalin asked Mao's opinion of such an invasion, and Mao, though favorable to the objective, judged the risk of American intervention as too high. 20 he thought any project to conquer South Korea should be deferred until the completion of the Chinese Civil War through the conquest of Taiwan. It was precisely this Chinese aim that provided one of the incentives for Kim Il-sung's project. However ambiguous American statements, Kim Il-sung was convinced that the United States was unlikely to accept two communist military conquests. He was therefore impatient to achieve his objectives in South Korea before Washington had second thoughts should China succeed in occupying Taiwan. A few months later, in April 1950, Stalin reversed his previous position. During a visit by Kim Il-sung in Moscow, Stalin gave the green light to Kim's request. Stalin stressed his conviction that the United States would not intervene. A Soviet diplomatic document recounted that Comrade Stalin confirmed to Kim Il-sung that the international environment has sufficiently changed to permit a more active stance on the unification of Korea. Now that China has signed a treaty of alliance with the USSR, Americans will be even more hesitant to challenge the communists in Asia. According to information coming from the United States, it is really so. The prevailing mood is not to interfere. Such a mood is reinforced by the fact that the USSR now has the atomic bomb and that our positions are solidified in Pyongyang. Thereafter there is no record of a direct Chinese-Soviet dialogue on the subject. Kim Il-sung and his envoys became the vehicle through which the two communist giants communicated with each other on Korea. Both Stalin and Mao were maneuvering for dominant influence in Korea or, at a minimum, to keep the other partner from achieving it. During that process, Mao agreed to transfer up to 50,000 ethnic Korean troops, who served in the People's Liberation Army units, to North Korea with their weapons. Was his motive to encourage Kim Il-sung's design or to prove his ideological support while limiting a final Chinese military commitment? Whatever Mao's ultimate intentions, the practical result was to leave Pyongyang in a significantly strengthened military position. In the American domestic debate about the Korean War, Dean Acheson's speech on Asia policy in January 1950 came to be widely criticized for placing Korea outside the American defensive perimeter in the Pacific, thereby allegedly giving a green light to the North Korean invasion. In its account of American commitments in the Pacific, Acheson's speech was not an innovation. General Douglas MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Far East Command, had similarly placed Korea outside the American defense perimeter in a March 1949 interview in Tokyo. Now the Pacific has become an Anglo-Saxon lake, and our line of defense runs through the chain of islands fringing the coast of Asia. It starts from the Philippines and continues through the Ryukyu archipelago, which includes its main bastion, Okinawa. Then it bends back through Japan and the Aleutian Island chain to Alaska. Since then, the United States had withdrawn the majority of its forces from Korea. A Korean aid bill was currently before Congress, where it faced considerable resistance. Acheson was left to repeat MacArthur's sketch, stating that the military security of the Pacific area involved a defensive perimeter that runs along the Aleutians to Japan and then goes to the Ryukyus, and runs from the Ryukyus to the Philippine Islands. On the specific question of Korea, Acheson presented an ambiguous account reflecting the current state of American indecision. Now that South Korea was an independent and sovereign country recognized by nearly all the rest of the world, Acheson reasoned that our responsibilities are more direct and our opportunities more clear. Though what these responsibilities and opportunities were, Acheson did not explain specifically whether they included defense against invasion. If an armed attack were to occur in an area of the Pacific not explicitly to the south or east of the American defensive perimeter, Acheson suggested that the initial reliance must be on the people attacked to resist it, and then upon the commitments of the entire civilized world under the Charter of the United Nations. To the extent deterrence requires clarity about a country's intention, Acheson's speech missed the mark. No specific reference to this aspect of Acheson's speech has so far emerged in any Chinese or Soviet documents. Recently available diplomatic documents do suggest, however, that Stalin based his reversal in part on access to NSC 48/2, which his spy network, probably through the British turncoat Donald Maclean, had uncovered. This report also specifically placed Korea outside the U.S. defense perimeter. Since it was highly classified, the document would have seemed particularly credible to Soviet analysts. Another element in Stalin's reversal may have been his disenchantment with Mao stemming from the negotiations leading to the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship described earlier. Mao had made it abundantly clear that Russian special privileges in China would not last long. Russian control of the warm water port of Dalian was bound to be temporary. Stalin may well have concluded that a unified communist Korea might prove more accommodating to Soviet naval needs. Ever devious and complex, Stalin urged Kim to speak about this subject with Mao, noting that he had a good understanding of Oriental matters. In reality, Stalin was shifting as much responsibility as he could to Chinese shoulders. He told Kim not to expect great assistance and support from the Soviet Union, explaining that Moscow was concerned and preoccupied with the situation in the West. And he warned Kim, "If you should get kicked in the teeth, I shall not lift a finger. You have to ask Mao for all the help." It was authentically Stalin. Haughty, long-range, manipulative, cautious, and crass, producing a geopolitical benefit for the Soviet Union while shifting the risks of the effort to China. Stalin, who had encouraged the outbreak of the Second World War by freeing Hitler's rear through the Nazi-Soviet pact, applied his practiced skill in hedging his bets. If the United States did intervene, the threat to China would increase, as would China's dependence on the Soviet Union. If China responded to the American challenge, it would require massive Soviet assistance, achieving the same result. If China stayed out, Moscow's influence in a disillusioned North Korea would grow. Kim next flew to Beijing for a secret visit with Mao on May 13–16, 1950. In a meeting on the night of his arrival, Kim recounted to Mao Stalin's approval of the invasion plan and asked Mao to confirm his support. To limit his risks even further, Stalin, shortly before the attack he had encouraged, added reinsurance by withdrawing all Soviet advisors from North Korean units. When that hamstrung the performance of the North Korean army, he returned Soviet advisors, albeit under the cover of there being correspondence from TASS, the Soviet press agency. How a minor ally of both communist giants unleashed a war of major global consequences was summed up by Mao's translator Shi Ji to the historian Chen Jian, who paraphrased the content of the key conversation between Mao and Kim Il-sung. Kim told Mao that Stalin had approved his plans to attack the South. Mao solicited Kim's opinions of possible American response if North Korea attacked the South, stressing that as the Syngman-rhee regime had been propped up by the United States and that as Korea was close to Japan, the possibility of an American intervention could not be totally excluded. Kim, however, seemed confident that the United States would not commit its troops, or at least, it would have no time to dispatch them, because the North Koreans would be able to finish fighting in 2 to 3 weeks. Mao did ask Kim if North Korea needed China's military support and offered to deploy 3 Chinese armies along the Chinese-Korean border. Kim responded arrogantly in Mao's own words, according to Xi, that with the North Koreans' own forces and the cooperation of communist guerrillas in the south, they could solve the problem by themselves, and China's military involvement was therefore unnecessary. Kim's presentation apparently shook Mao sufficiently that he ended the meeting early and ordered Zhu Enlai to cable Moscow requesting an urgent answer and personal clarification from Stalin. The next day the reply arrived from Moscow, with Stalin again shifting the onus back to Mao. The cable explained that in his talks with the Korean comrades, Stalin and his friends agreed with the Koreans regarding the plan to move toward reunification. In this regard, a qualification was made that the issue should be decided finally by the Chinese and Korean comrades together, and in case of disagreement by the Chinese comrades, the decision on the issue should be postponed pending further discussion. This, of course, placed the blame for vetoing the project entirely on Mao, further disassociating himself from the outcome and providing Kim with an additional opportunity for exaggeration and misrepresentation. Stalin preempted a return telegram from Beijing by explaining that Korean comrades can tell you the details of the conversation. No records of Mao and Kim's subsequent conversation have yet been made available. Kim returned to Pyongyang on May 16 with Mao's blessing for an invasion of South Korea, or at least that is how he described it to Moscow. Mao may well have also calculated that acquiescence in the conquest of South Korea might establish a premise for Soviet military assistance for a subsequent Chinese attack on Taiwan. If so, it was a grievous miscalculation, because even had the United States stood aloof from the conquest of South Korea, American public opinion would not have allowed the Truman administration to ignore another communist military move in the Taiwan Strait. 10 years later, Moscow and Beijing still could not agree on which side had actually given Kim the final green light to launch his invasion. Meeting in Bucharest in June 1960, Khrushchev, who was by then Soviet General Secretary, insisted to Chinese Politburo member Peng Zhen that if Mao Zedong had not agreed, Stalin would not have done what he did. Peng retorted that this was totally wrong and that Mao Zedong was against the war. It was Stalin who agreed. The two communist giants thus slid into a war without addressing the global implications should Kim Il-sung's and Stalin's optimistic forecasts prove to be erroneous. Once the United States entered the war, they would be forced to consider them. American intervention, resisting aggression. The trouble with policy planning is that its analyses cannot foresee the mood of the moment when a decision has to be made. The various statements of Truman, Nixon, and MacArthur had correctly reflected American thinking when they were made. The nature of American commitment to international security was a subject of domestic controversy and had not ever considered the defense of Korea. NATO was still in the process of being formed. But when American policymakers came face to face with an actual communist invasion, they ignored their policy papers. The United States surprised the communist leaders after Kim Il-sung's attack on June 25, not only by intervening, but by linking the Korean War to the Chinese Civil War. American ground forces were sent to Korea to establish a defensive perimeter around Pusan, the port city in the south. That decision was supported by a UN Security Council resolution made possible because the Soviet Union absented itself from the vote in protest against the fact that the Chinese seat in the Security Council was still occupied by Taipei. 2 days later, President Truman ordered the U.S. Pacific Fleet to neutralize the Taiwan Strait by preventing military attacks in either direction across it. The motive was to obtain the widest congressional and public support for the Korean War. There is no evidence that Washington considered that it was, in fact, expanding the war into a confrontation with China. Until that decision, Mao had planned to attack Taiwan as his next military move and had assembled major forces in southeast China's Fujian province to that end. The United States had conveyed in many statements, including a press conference by Truman on January 5, that it would not block such an effort. Truman's decision to send the 7th Fleet to the Taiwan Strait was intended to placate public opinion and to limit American risk in Korea. In announcing the fleet's dispatch, Truman cited the importance of Taiwan's defense, but also called on the Chinese government on Formosa to cease all air and sea operations against the mainland. Truman further warned, "The 7th Fleet will see that this is done." To Mao, an even-handed gesture was unimaginable. He interpreted the assurances as hypocrisy. As far as Mao was concerned, the United States was re-entering the Chinese Civil War. The day after Truman's announcement, on June 28, 1950, Mao addressed the 8th session of the Central People's Government Committee, during which he described the American moves as an invasion of Asia. The U.S. invasion in Asia can only arouse broad and determined resistance among the people of Asia. Truman said on January 5 that the United States would not intervene in Taiwan. Now he himself has proved he was simply lying. He has also torn up all international agreements guaranteeing that the United States would not interfere in China's internal affairs. In China, Weikai instinct sprang into action. By sending troops to Korea and the fleet to the Taiwan Strait, the United States had, in Chinese eyes, placed two stones on the Weikai board, both of which menaced China with the dreaded encirclement. The United States had no military plan for Korea when the war broke out. The American purpose in the Korean War was declared to be to defeat aggression, a legal concept denoting the unauthorized use of force against a sovereign entity. How would success be defined? Was it a return to the status quo ante along the 38th parallel, in which case the aggressor would learn that the worst outcome was that he did not win, possibly encouraging another attempt? Or did it require the destruction of North Korea's military capacity to undertake aggression? There is no evidence that this question was ever addressed in the early stages of America's military commitment, partly because all governmental attention was needed to defend the perimeter around Pusan. The practical result was to let military operations determine political decisions. After MacArthur's stunning September 1950 victory at Incheon, where a surprise amphibious landing far from the Pusan front halted North Korean momentum and opened a route to the recapture of the South Korean capital of Seoul, the Truman administration opted for continuing military operations until Korea was reunified. It assumed that Beijing would accept the presence of American forces along the traditional invasion route into China. The decision to press forward with operations inside North Korean territory was formally authorized by a United Nations resolution on October 7, this time by the General Assembly under a recently adopted parliamentary device, the Uniting for Peace Resolution, which allowed the General Assembly to make decisions on international security by a 2/3 vote. It authorized LO constituent acts to bring about a unified, independent, and democratic government in the sovereign state of Korea. Chinese intervention against U.S. forces was believed to be beyond Chinese capabilities. None of these views remotely coincided with the way Beijing regarded international affairs. As soon as American forces intervened in the Taiwan Strait, Mao treated the 7th Fleet's deployment as an invasion of Asia. China and the United States were approaching a clash by misinterpreting each other's strategic design. The United States strove to oblige China to accept its concept for international order based on international organizations like the United Nations, to which it could not imagine an alternative. From the outset, Mao had no intention to accept an international system in the design of which China had no voice. As a result, the outcome of the American military strategy was inevitably going to be at best an armistice along whatever dividing line emerged along the Yalu River, which denoted the border between North Korea and China, if the American design prevailed, along some other agreed line if China intervened or the United States stopped unilaterally short of Korea's northern frontier, for example, at the 38th parallel or at a line, Pyongyang to Wonsan, which emerged later in a Mao message to Zhu. What was most unlikely was Chinese acquiescence in an American presence at a border that was a traditional invasion route into China, and specifically the base from which Japan had undertaken the occupation of Manchuria and the invasion of northern China. China was all the less likely to be passive when such a posture involved a strategic setback on two fronts, the Taiwan Strait and Korea, partly because Mao had, to some extent, lost control over events in the prelude to Korea. The misconceptions of both sides compounded each other. The United States did not expect the invasion, China did not expect the reaction. Each side reinforced the other's misconceptions by its own actions. At the end of the process stood 2 years of war and 20 years of alienation. Chinese reactions. Another approach to deterrence. No student of military affairs would have thought it conceivable that the People's Liberation Army, barely finished with the Civil War and largely equipped with captured nationalist weapons, would take on a modern army backed up by nuclear weapons. But Mao was not a conventional military strategist. Mao's actions in the Korean War require an understanding of how he viewed what, in Western strategy, would be called deterrence or even preemption, and which, in Chinese thinking, combines the long-range, strategic, and psychological elements. In the West, the Cold War and the destructiveness of nuclear weapons have produced the concept of deterrence, to pose risks of destruction to a potential aggressor out of proportion to any possible gain. The efficacy of the threat is measured by things that do not happen, that is, the wars being avoided. For Mao, the Western concept of deterrence was too passive. He rejected a posture in which China was obliged to wait for an attack. Wherever possible, he strove for the initiative. On one level, this was similar to the Western concept of preemption, anticipating an attack by launching the first blow. But in the Western doctrine, preemption seeks victory and a military advantage. Mao's approach to preemption differed in the extraordinary attention he paid to psychological elements. His motivating force was less to inflict a decisive military first blow than to change the psychological balance, not so much to defeat the enemy as to alter his calculus of risks. As we shall see in the later chapters, Chinese actions in the Taiwan Strait crises of 1954-58, the Indian border clash of 1962, the conflict with the Soviets along the Ashri River in 1969-71, and the Sino-Vietnam War of 1979 all had the common feature of a sudden blow followed quickly by a political phase. Having restored the psychological equation, in Chinese eyes, genuine deterrence has been achieved. When the Chinese view of preemption encounters the Western concept of deterrence, a vicious circle can result. Acts conceived as defensive in China may be treated as aggressive by the outside world. Deterrent moves by the West may be interpreted in China as encirclement. The United States and China wrestled with this dilemma repeatedly during the Cold War. To some extent they have not yet found a way to transcend it. Conventional wisdom has ascribed the Chinese decision to enter the Korean War to the American decision to cross the 38th parallel in early October 1950 and the advance of UN forces to the Yalu River, the Chinese-Korean border. Another theory was innate communist aggressiveness on the model of the European dictators a decade earlier. Recent scholarship demonstrates that neither theory was correct. Mao and his colleagues had no strategic designs on Korea in the sense of challenging its sovereignty. Before the war they were more concerned about balancing Russia there. Nor did they expect to challenge the United States militarily. They entered the war only after long deliberations and much hesitation as a kind of preemptive move. The triggering event for planning was the initial dispatch of American troops to Korea coupled with the neutralization of the Taiwan Strait. From that moment, Mao ordered planning for Chinese entry into the Korean War for the purpose, at a minimum, of preventing the collapse of North Korea, and occasionally for the maximal revolutionary aim of expelling American forces from the peninsula entirely. 38 He assumed well before American or South Korean forces had moved north of the 38th parallel that, unless China intervened, North Korea would be overwhelmed. Stopping the American advance to the Yalu was a subsidiary element. It created, in Mao's mind, an opportunity for a surprise attack and a chance to mobilize public opinion. It was not the principal motivating factor. Once the United States repelled the initial North Korean advance in August 1950, Chinese intervention became highly probable. When it turned the tide of battle by outflanking the North Korean army at Incheon, and then crossed the 38th parallel, it grew inevitable. China's strategy generally exhibits three characteristics: meticulous analysis of long-term trends, careful study of tactical options, and detached exploration of operational decisions. Zhou Enlai started that process by chairing conferences of Chinese leaders on July 7 and July 10, 2 weeks after the American deployment in Korea, to analyze the impact on China of American actions. The participants agreed to redeploy troops originally intended for the invasion of Taiwan to the Korean border and to constitute them as the Northeast Border Defense Army with the mission to defend the borders of the Northeast, and to prepare to support the war operations of the Korean People's Army if necessary. By the end of July, or more than 2 months before U.S. forces crossed the 38th parallel, over 250,000 Chinese troops had been assembled on the Korean border. The Politburo and Central Military Commission meetings continued through August. On August 4, 6 weeks before the Incheon landing, when the military situation was still favorable to the invading North Korean forces, and the front was still deep in South Korea around the city of Pusan, Mao, skeptical about North Korea's capabilities, told the Politburo, "If the American imperialists are victorious, they will become dizzy with success, and then be in a position to threaten us. We have to help Korea, we have to assist them. This can be in the form of a volunteer force and be at a time of our choosing, but we must start to prepare." At the same meeting, Zhou made the same basic analysis. If the American imperialists crush North Korea, they will be swollen with arrogance and peace will be threatened. If we want to assure victory, we must increase the China factor. This may produce a change in the international situation. We must take a long-range view. In other words, it was the defeat of the still advancing North Korea, not the particular location of American forces, that China needed to resist. The next day, Mao ordered his top commanders to complete their preparations within this month and be ready for orders to carry out war operations. On August 13, China's 13th Army Corps held a conference of senior military leaders to discuss this mission. Though expressing reservations about the August deadline, the conference participants concluded that China should take the initiative, cooperate with the Korean People's Army, march forward without reluctance, and break up the enemy's dream of aggression. In the meantime, staff analysis and map exercises were taking place. They led the Chinese to conclusions Westerners would have considered counterintuitive, to the effect that China could win a war against the American armed forces. American commitments around the world, so the argument ran, would limit U.S. deployment to a maximum of 500,000, while China had an army of 4 million to draw on. China's proximity to the battlefield gave it a logistical advantage. Chinese planners thought they would have a psychological advantage too because most of the world's people would support China. Not even the possibility of a nuclear strike daunted the Chinese planners, probably because they had no first-hand experience with nuclear weapons and no means of acquiring them. They concluded, though not without some prominent dissenters, that an American nuclear response was unlikely in the face of the Soviet nuclear capacity, as well as the risk, due to the jigsaw pattern of troops on the peninsula, that an American nuclear strike on Chinese troops advancing into Korea might destroy U.S. forces as well. On August 26, Zhu, in a talk to the Central Military Commission, summed up the Chinese strategy. Beijing should not treat the Korean problem merely as one of concerning a brother country or as one related to the interests of the Northeast. Instead, Korea should be regarded as an important international issue. Korea, Zhu argued, is indeed the focus of the struggles in the world. After conquering Korea, the United States will certainly turn to Vietnam and other colonial countries. Therefore, the Korean problem is at least the key to the East. Zhu concluded that due to recent North Korean reversals, our duty is now much heavier, and we should prepare for the worst and prepare quickly. Zhu stressed the need for secrecy, so that we could enter the war and give the enemy a sudden blow. All of this was taking place weeks before MacArthur's amphibious landing at Incheon, which a Chinese study group had predicted, and well over a month before UN forces crossed the 38th parallel. In short, China entered the war based on a carefully considered assessment of strategic trends, not as a reaction to an American tactical maneuver nor out of a legalistic determination to defend the sanctity of the 38th parallel. A Chinese offensive was a preemptive strategy against dangers that had not yet materialized and based on judgments about ultimate American purposes toward China that were misapprehended. It was also an expression of the crucial role Korea played in China's long-range calculations, a condition perhaps even more relevant in the contemporary world. Mao's insistence on his course was also probably influenced by a belief that it was the only way to remedy his acquiescence in the Kim Il-sung and Stalin strategy of invasion. Otherwise, he might have been blamed by other leaders for the worsening of China's strategic situation by the presence of the 7th Fleet in the Taiwan Strait and of American forces on China's borders. The obstacles to Chinese intervention were so daunting that all of Mao's leadership was needed to achieve the approval of his colleagues. Two major commanders, including Lin Biao, refused the command of the Northeast Border Defense Army on various pretexts before Mao found in Pang Dehuai a commander prepared to undertake the assignment. Mao prevailed, as he had in all key decisions, and preparations for the entry of Chinese forces into Korea went inexorably forward. October saw American and Allied forces moving toward the Yalu, determined to unify Korea and to shelter it under a UN resolution. Their purpose was to defend the new status quo with these forces, technically constituting a UN command. The movement of the two armies toward each other thus acquired a foreordained quality about it. The Chinese were preparing a blow while the Americans and their allies remained oblivious to the challenge waiting for them at the end of their march north. Zhu was careful to set the diplomatic stage. On September 24, he protested to the United Nations what he characterized as American efforts to extend the war of aggression against Korea, to carry out armed aggression on Taiwan, and to extend further its aggression against China. On October 3, he warned the Indian ambassador K.M. Panikar that U.S. troops would cross the 38th parallel and that if the U.S. troops really do so, we cannot sit by idly and remain indifferent. We will intervene. Please report this to the Prime Minister of your country. Panikar replied that he expected the crossing to occur within the next 12 hours, but that the Indian government would not be able to take any effective action until 18 hours after the receipt of his cable. Zhu responded, "That is the Americans' business. The purpose of this evening's talk is to let you know our attitude toward one of the questions raised by Prime Minister Nehru in his letter." The talk was more making a record for what was already decided than a last plea for peace, as it is so often treated. At that point, Stalin re-entered the scene as the deus ex machina for the continuation of the conflict he had encouraged and which he did not want to see ended. The North Korean army was collapsing, and another American landing on the opposite coast was expected by Soviet intelligence near once and wrongly. Chinese preparations for intervention were far advanced, but as yet not irrevocable. Stalin therefore decided, in a message on October 1 to Mao, to demand Chinese intervention. After Mao deferred a decision, citing the danger of American intervention, Stalin sent a follow-up telegram. He was prepared, he insisted, to pledge Soviet military support in an all-out war should the United States react to Chinese intervention. Of course, I took into account also the possibility that the USA, despite its unreadiness for a big war, could still be drawn into a big war out of considerations of prestige, which, in turn, would drag China into the war, and along with this draw into the war the USSR, which is bound with China by the Mutual Assistance Pact. Should we fear this? In my opinion, we should not, because together we will be stronger than the USA and England, while the other European capitalist states, with the exception of Germany, which is unable to provide any assistance to the United States now, do not present serious military forces. If a war is inevitable, then let it be waged now, and not in a few years when Japanese militarism will be restored as an ally of the USA, and when the USA and Japan will have a ready-made bridgehead on the continent in a form of the entire Korea run by Syngman Rhee. At its face value, this extraordinary communication seemed to assert that Stalin was ready to go to war with the United States to prevent Korea from becoming part of America's strategic sphere. A united, pro-American Korea to which, in Stalin's eyes, sooner or later a resurgent Japan would become a partner presented, in that analysis, the same threat in Asia as the emerging NATO in Europe. The two together might be more than the Soviet Union could handle. In the event, when put to the test, Stalin proved unwilling to undertake the all-out commitment he had pledged to Mao or even any aspect of direct confrontation with the United States. He knew that the balance of power was too unfavorable for a showdown, much less a two-front war. He sought to tie down the American military potential in Asia and to involve China in enterprises that magnified its dependence on Soviet support. What Stalin's letter does demonstrate is how seriously Soviet and Chinese strategists assess the strategic importance of Korea, if for quite different reasons. Stalin's letter placed Mao in a predicament. It was one thing to plan intervention in the abstract partly as an exercise in revolutionary solidarity. It was another actually to carry it out, especially when the North Korean army was on the verge of disintegrating. Chinese intervention made imperative Soviet supplies, and, above all, Soviet air cover, since the PLA had no modern air force to speak of. Thus, when the issue of intervention was put before the Politburo, Mao received an unusually ambivalent response, causing him to pause before giving the final answer. Instead, Mao dispatched Lin Biao, who had refused the command of the Chinese forces, citing health problems, and Zhu to Russia to discuss the prospects of Soviet assistance. Stalin was in the Caucasus on vacation, but saw no reason to alter his schedule. He obliged Zhu to come to his retreat even though, or perhaps because Zhu would have no means of communication with Beijing from Stalin's dacha except through Soviet channels. Zhu and Lin Biao had been instructed to warn Stalin that, without assurances of guaranteed supplies, China might not, in the end, carry out what it had been preparing for 2 months. For China would be the principal theater of the conflict Stalin was promoting. Its prospects would depend on the supplies and direct support Stalin would make available. When faced with this reality, Mao's colleagues reacted ambivalently. Some opponents even went so far as to argue that priority should be given to domestic development. For once Mao seemed to hesitate, if only for a moment. Was it a maneuver to obtain a guarantee of support from Stalin before Chinese forces were irrevocably committed? Or was he truly undecided? A symptom of internal Chinese divisions is the mysterious case of a telegram from Mao to Stalin sent on the night of October 2, of which two contradictory versions are held in the archives of Beijing and Moscow. In one version of Mao's telegram drafted in Mao's handwriting, filed in the archives in Beijing, published in a Nibu internal circulation only Chinese collection of Mao's manuscripts, but likely never actually dispatched to Moscow, Mao wrote that Beijing had decided to send some of our troops to Korea under the name of Chinese People's Volunteers to fight the United States and its lackey Syngman Rhee and to aid our Korean comrades. Mao cited the danger that absent Chinese intervention, the Korean Revolutionary Force will meet with a fundamental defeat, and the American aggressors will rampage unchecked once they occupy the whole of Korea. This will be unfavorable to the entire East. Mao noted that we must be prepared for a declaration of war by the United States and for the subsequent use of the U.S. Air Force to bomb many of China's main cities and industrial bases, as well as an attack, by the U.S. Navy on our coastal areas. The Chinese plan was to send 12 divisions from South Manchuria on October 15. At the initial stage, Mao wrote, they would deploy north of the 38th parallel and will merely engage in defensive warfare against enemy troops that cross the parallel. In the meantime, they will wait for the delivery of Soviet weapons. Once they are well equipped, they will cooperate with the Korean comrades in counterattacks to annihilate American aggressor troops. In a different version of Mao's October 2 telegram sent via the Soviet ambassador in Beijing, received in Moscow, and filed in the Russian presidential archives, Mao informed Stalin that Beijing was not prepared to send troops. He held out the possibility that after further consultations with Moscow and, he implied, pledges of additional Soviet military support, Beijing would be willing to join the conflict. For years, scholars analyzed the first version of the telegram as if it were the sole operative version. When the second version emerged, some wondered whether one of the documents might be a fabrication. Most plausible is the explanation put forth by the Chinese scholar Shen Jihua, that Mao drafted the first version of the telegram intending to send it, but that the Chinese leadership was so divided that a more equivocal telegram was substituted. The discrepancy suggests that even as Chinese troops advanced toward Korea, the Chinese leadership was still debating about how long to hold out for a definitive commitment of support from its Soviet ally before taking the last irrevocable step. 56. The two communist autocrats had been trained in a hard school of power politics, which they were now applying to each other. In this case, Stalin proved the quintessential hardball player. He coolly informed Mao via a joint telegram with Zhu that, in view of China's hesitation, the best option would be to withdraw the remnants of the North Korean forces into China, where Kim Il-sung could form a provisional government in exile. The sick and disabled could go to the Soviet Union. He did not mind Americans on his Asian border, said Stalin, since he already faced them along the European dividing lines. Stalin knew that the only outcome Mao wanted less than American forces at China's borders was a provisional Korean government in Manchuria in contact with the Korean minority living there, claiming some kind of sovereignty, and constantly pressing military adventures into Korea. And he must have sensed that Mao had passed the point of no return. China's choice, at this point, was between an American army on the Yalu, directly threatening the half of Chinese industry within easy reach, and a disgruntled Soviet Union, holding back on supplies, perhaps reinvoking its rights in Manchuria. Or else China would proceed along the course Mao had continued to pursue even while bargaining with Stalin. He was in a position where he had to intervene, paradoxically in part to protect himself against Soviet designs. On October 19, after several days of delay to await a guarantee of Soviet supplies, Mao ordered the army to cross into Korea. Stalin pledged substantial logistical support, provided only that it involved no direct confrontation with the United States, for example, air cover over Manchuria, but not over Korea. Mutual suspicion was so rampant that Zhu had no sooner returned to Moscow, from where he could communicate with Beijing, than Stalin seemingly reversed himself. To prevent Mao from maneuvering the Soviet Union into bearing the brunt of equipping the PLA without getting the benefit of its tying down American forces in combat in Korea, Stalin informed Zhu that no supplies would start moving until Chinese forces had, in fact, entered Korea. Mao issued the order on October 19, in effect without an assurance of Soviet support. After that, the originally promised Soviet support was reinstated, though the ever-cautious Stalin confined Soviet air support to Chinese territory. So much for the readiness expressed in his earlier letter to Mao to risk a general war over Korea. Both communist leaders had exploited each other's necessities and insecurities. Mao had succeeded in obtaining Soviet military supplies to modernize his army. Some Chinese sources claim that during the Korean War he received equipment for 64 infantry divisions and 22 air divisions, and Stalin had tied down China into a conflict with the United States in Korea. Sino-American confrontation. The United States was a passive observer to these internal communist machinations. It explored no middle ground between stopping at the 38th parallel and the unification of Korea, and ignored the series of Chinese warnings about the consequences of crossing that line. Aikson puzzlingly did not consider them official communications and thought they could be ignored. He probably thought he could face Mao down. None of the many documents published to date by all sides reveals any serious discussion of a diplomatic option by any of the parties. The many meetings of Zhu with the Central Military Commission or the Politburo reveal no such intent. Contrary to popular perception, Beijing's warning to Washington not to cross the 38th parallel was almost certainly a diversionary tactic. By that point, Mao had already sent ethnic Korean PLA troops from Manchuria to Korea to assist the North Koreans, moved a significant military force away from Taiwan and toward the Korean border, and promised Chinese support to Stalin and Kim. The only chance that might have existed to avoid immediate US-China combat can be found in instructions Mao sent in a message to Xu, still in Moscow, about his strategic design on October 14, as Chinese troops were preparing to cross the Korean border. Our troops will continue improving their defense works if they have enough time. If the enemy tenaciously defends Pyongyang and Wonsan and does not advance north in the next 6 months, our troops will not attack Pyongyang and Wonsan. Our troops will attack Pyongyang and Wonsan only when they are well equipped and trained, and have clear superiority over the enemy in both air and ground forces. In short, we will not talk about waging offensives for 6 months. There was no chance, of course, that in 6 months China could have achieved clear superiority in either category. Had American forces stopped at the line, from Pyongyang to Wonsan, the narrow neck of the Korean peninsula, would that have created a buffer zone to meet Mao's strategic concern? Would some American diplomatic move toward Beijing have made any difference? Would Mao have been satisfied with using his presence in Korea to re-equip his forces? Perhaps the 6-month pause Mao mentioned to Xu would have provided an occasion for diplomatic contact, for military warnings, or for Mao or Stalin to change his mind. On the other hand, a buffer zone on hitherto communist territory was almost certainly not Mao's idea of his revolutionary or strategic duty. Still, he was enough of a Sun Tzu disciple to pursue seemingly contradictory strategies simultaneously. The United States, in any event, had no such capacity. It opted for a UN-endorsed demarcation line along the Yalu over what it could protect with its own forces and its own diplomacy along the narrow neck of the Korean peninsula. In this manner, each side of the triangular relationship moved toward a war with the makings of a global conflict. The battle lines moved back and forth. Chinese forces took Seoul, but were driven back until a military stalemate settled over the combat zone within the framework of armistice negotiations lasting nearly 2 years, during which American forces refrained from offensive operations, the almost ideal outcome from the Soviet point of view. The Soviet advice throughout was to drag out the negotiations and therefore the war as long as possible. An armistice agreement emerged on July 27, 1953, settling essentially along the pre-war line of the 38th parallel. None of the participants achieved all of its aims. For the United States, the armistice agreement realized the purpose for which it had entered the war. It denied success to the North Korean aggression, but it had, at the same time, enabled China, at a moment of great weakness, to fight the nuclear superpower to a standstill and oblige it to retreat from its furthest advance. It preserved American credibility in protecting allies, but at the cost of incipient Allied revolt and domestic discord. Observers could not fail to remember the debate that had developed in the United States over war aims. General MacArthur, applying traditional maxims, sought victory. The administration, interpreting the war as a feint to lure America into Asia, which was surely Stalin's strategy, was prepared to settle for a military draw and probably a long-term political setback, the first such outcome in a war fought by America. The inability to harmonize political and military goals may have tempted other Asian challengers to believe in America's domestic vulnerability to wars without clear-cut military outcomes, a dilemma that reappeared with a vengeance in the vortex of Vietnam a decade later. Nor can Beijing be said to have achieved all its objectives, at least in conventional military terms. Mao did not succeed in liberating all of Korea from American imperialism, as Chinese propaganda claimed initially, but he had gone to war for larger and in some ways more abstract, even romantic, aims, to test the new China with the trial by fire and to purge what Mao perceived as China's historic softness and passivity, to prove to the West and, to some extent, the Soviet Union that China was now a military power and would use force to vindicate its interests, to secure China's leadership of the communist movement in Asia, and to strike at the United States, which Mao believed was planning an eventual invasion of China at a moment he perceived as opportune. The principal contribution of the new ideology was not its strategic concepts so much as the willpower to defy the strongest nations and to chart its own course. In that broader sense, the Korean War was something more than a draw. It established the newly founded People's Republic of China as a military power and center of Asian revolution. It also built up military credibility that China, as an adversary worthy of fear and respect, would draw on through the next several decades. The memory of Chinese intervention in Korea would later restrain U.S. strategy significantly in Vietnam. Beijing succeeded in using the war and the accompanying Resist America, Aid Korea propaganda and purge campaign to accomplish two central aims of Mao's: to eliminate domestic opposition to party rule, and to instill revolutionary enthusiasm and national pride in the population. Nourishing resentment of Western exploitation, Mao framed the war as a struggle to defeat American arrogance. Battlefield accomplishments were treated as a form of spiritual rejuvenation after decades of Chinese weakness and abuse. China emerged from the war exhausted, but redefined in both its own eyes and the world's. Ironically, the biggest loser in the Korean War was Stalin, who had given the green light to Kim Il-sung to start and had urged, even blackmailed, Mao to intervene massively. Encouraged by America's acquiescence in the communist victory in China, he had calculated that Kim Il-sung could repeat the pattern in Korea. The American intervention thwarted that objective. He urged Mao to intervene, expecting that such an act would create a lasting hostility between China and the United States and increase China's dependence on Moscow. Stalin was right in his strategic prediction, but erred grievously in assessing the consequences. Chinese dependence on the Soviet Union was double-edged. The rearmament of China that the Soviet Union undertook, in the end, shortened the time until China would be able to act on its own. The Sino-American schism Stalin was promoting did not lead to an improvement of Sino-Soviet relations, nor did it reduce China's Titoist option. On the contrary, Mao calculated that he could defy both superpowers simultaneously. American conflicts with the Soviet Union were so profound that Mao judged he needed to pay no price for Soviet backing in the Cold War, indeed that he could use it as a threat even without its approval, as he did in a number of subsequent crises. Starting with the end of the Korean War, Soviet relations with China deteriorated, caused in no small part by the opaqueness with which Stalin had encouraged Kim Il-sung's adventure, the brutality with which he had pressed China toward intervention, and, above all, the grudging manner of Soviet support, all of which was in the form of repayable loans. Within a decade, the Soviet Union would become China's principal adversary, and before another decade had passed, another reversal of alliance would take place. Chapter 6. China confronts both superpowers. Otto von Bismarck, probably the greatest diplomat of the second half of the 19th century, once said that in a world order of 5 states, it is always desirable to be part of a group of 3. Applied to the interplay of 3 countries, one would therefore think that it is always desirable to be in a group of 2. That truth escaped the chief actors of the China-Soviet-US triangle for a decade and a half, partly because of the unprecedented maneuvers of Mao. In foreign policy, statesmen often serve their objectives by bringing about a confluence of interests. Mao's policy was based on the opposite. He learned to exploit overlapping hostilities. The conflict between Moscow and Washington was the strategic essence of the Cold War. The hostility between Washington and Beijing dominated Asian diplomacy. But the 2 communist states could never merge their respective hostility toward the United States except briefly and incompletely in the Korean War because of Mao's evolving rivalry with Moscow over ideological primacy and geostrategic analysis. From the point of view of traditional power politics, Mao, of course, was in no position to act as an equal member of the triangular relationship. He was by far the weakest and most vulnerable. But by playing on the mutual hostility of the nuclear superpowers and creating the impression of being impervious to nuclear devastation, he managed to bring about a kind of diplomatic sanctuary for China. Mao added a novel dimension to power politics, one for which I know of no precedent. Far from seeking the support of either superpower, as traditional balance of power theory would have counseled, he exploited the Soviet-US fear of each other by challenging each of the rivals simultaneously. Within a year of the end of the Korean War, Mao confronted America militarily in a crisis in the Taiwan Strait. Almost simultaneously, he began to confront the Soviet Union ideologically. He felt confident in pursuing both courses because he calculated that neither superpower would permit his defeat by the other. It was a brilliant application of the Zhuge-Liang empty city stratagem described in an earlier chapter, which turns material weakness into a psychological asset. At the end of the Korean War, traditional students of international affairs, especially Western scholars, expected that Mao would seek a period of respite. Since the victory of the Communists, there had been nary a month of even apparent tranquility. Land reform, the implementation of the Soviet economic model, and the destruction of the domestic opposition had constituted a packed and dramatic domestic agenda. Simultaneously, the still quite underdeveloped country was engaged in a war with a nuclear superpower in possession of advanced military technology. Mao had no intention to enter history for the respites he availed to his society. Instead, he launched China into a set of new upheavals: 2 conflicts with the United States in the Taiwan Strait, the beginning of conflict with India, and a growing ideological and geopolitical controversy with the Soviet Union. For the United States, by contrast, the end of the Korean War and the advent of the administration of Dwight Eisenhower marked the return to domestic normalcy that would last for the rest of the decade. Internationally, the Korean War became a template for communism's commitment to expansion by political subversion or military aggression wherever possible. Other parts of Asia supplied corroborating evidence: the guerrilla war in Malaysia, the violent bid for power by leftists in Singapore, and, increasingly, in the wars in Indochina. Where the American perception went partially awry was in thinking of communism as a monolith and failing to understand the depth of suspicion, even at this early stage, between the two communist giants. The Eisenhower administration dealt with the threat of aggression by methods borrowed from America's European experience. It tried to shore up the viability of countries bordering the communist world following the example of the Marshall Plan, and it constructed military alliances in the style of NATO, such as the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization (SEATO) between the new nations bordering China in Southeast Asia. It did not fully consider the essential difference between European conditions and those at the fringe of Asia. The post-war European countries were established states with elaborated institutions. Their viability depended on closing the gap between expectation and reality, caused by the depredations of the Second World War, an expensive project that proved manageable, however, in a relatively brief period of time as history is measured. With domestic stability substantially assured, the security problem turned into defense against a potential military attack across established international frontiers. In Asia around the rim of China, however, the states were still in the process of formation. The challenge was to create political institutions and a political consensus out of ethnic and religious divisions. This was less a military, more a conceptual, task. The security threat was domestic insurrection or guerrilla warfare rather than organized units crossing military frontiers. This was a particular challenge in Indochina, where the end of the French colonial project left 4 countries: North Vietnam, South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos with contested borders and weak, independent national traditions. These conflicts had their own dynamism, not controllable in detail from Beijing or Moscow or Washington, yet influenced by the policies of the strategic triangle. In Asia, therefore, there were very few, if any, purely military challenges. Military strategy and political and social reform were inextricably linked. The First Taiwan Strait Crisis. Beijing and Taipei proclaimed what amounted to 2 competing versions of the same Chinese national identity. In the nationalist view, Taiwan was not an independent state. It was the home of the Republic of China's government in exile, which had been temporarily displaced by communist usurpers, but which, as nationalist propaganda insistently proclaimed, would return to assume its rightful place on the mainland. In Beijing's conception, Taiwan was a renegade province whose separation from the mainland and alliance with foreign powers represented the last vestige of China's century of humiliation. Both Chinese sides agreed that Taiwan and the mainland were part of the same political entity. The disagreement was about which Chinese government was the rightful ruler. Washington and its allies periodically floated the idea of recognizing the Republic of China and the People's Republic of China as separate states, the so-called Two-China solution. Both Chinese sides vociferously rejected this proposal on the ground that it would prevent them from fulfilling a sacred national obligation to liberate the other. Against its initial judgment, Washington affirmed Taipei's stance that the Republic of China was the real Chinese government, entitled to China's seat in the United Nations and other international institutions. Assistant Secretary of State for Eastern Affairs Dean Rusk, later to become Secretary of State, articulated this stance for the Truman administration in 1951, stating that, despite appearances to the contrary, the Peiping, then the nationalist appellation for Beijing regime, is not the government of China. It is not Chinese. It is not entitled to speak for China in the community of nations. The People's Republic of China with its capital in Beijing was, for Washington, a legal and diplomatic non-entity, despite its actual control over the world's largest population. This would remain, with only minor variations, the official American position for the next 2 decades. The unintended consequence was American involvement in the Chinese Civil War. It cast the United States, in Beijing's conception of international affairs, as the latest in a string of foreign powers perceived as conspiring for a century to divide and dominate China. In Beijing's view, so long as Taiwan remained under a separate administrative authority receiving foreign political and military assistance, the project of founding a new China would remain incomplete. The United States, Chiang's primary ally, had little appetite for a nationalist reconquest of the mainland, though Taipei's supporters in Congress periodically called on the White House to unleash Chiang. No American president seriously considered a campaign to reverse the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War, a source of profound misapprehension on the communist side. The first direct Taiwan crisis erupted in August 1954, little more than a year after the end of active hostilities in the Korean War. The pretext for it was a territorial quirk of the nationalist retreat from the mainland, the remaining presence of nationalist forces on several heavily fortified islands hugging the Chinese coast. These offshore islands, which were much closer to the mainland than to Taiwan, included Quemoy, Matsu, and several smaller outcroppings of land too depending on one's view. The offshore islands were either Taiwan's first line of defense or, as nationalist propaganda proclaimed, its forward operating base for an eventual reconquest of the mainland. The offshore islands were an odd location for what turned into two major crises within a decade in which, at one point, both the Soviet Union and the United States implied a readiness to use nuclear weapons. Neither the Soviet Union nor the United States had any strategic interest in the offshore islands. Neither, as it turned out, did China. Instead, Mao used them to make a general point about international relations, as part of his grand strategy against the United States in the first crisis and against the Soviet Union, especially Khrushchev, in the second. At the closest point, Quemoy was roughly 2 miles from the major Chinese port city of Xiamen. Matsu was similarly close to the city of Fuzhou. The islands were visible with the naked eye from the mainland and within easy artillery range. Taiwan was well over 100 miles away. PLA forays against the offshore islands in 1949 were turned back by strong nationalist resistance. Truman's dispatch of the 7th Fleet to the Taiwan Strait at the outset of the Korean War forced Mao to postpone the planned invasion of Taiwan indefinitely, and Beijing's appeals to Moscow for support in the full liberation of Taiwan were met by evasions of first stage toward the ultimate estrangement. The situation grew more complex when Eisenhower succeeded Truman as president. In his first State of the Union address on February 2, 1953, Eisenhower announced an end to the 7th Fleet's patrol in the Taiwan Strait. Because the fleet had prevented attacks in both directions, Eisenhower reasoned that the mission had meant, in effect, that the U.S. Navy was required to serve as a defensive arm of Communist China even while Chinese forces were killing American troops in Korea. Now he was ordering it out of the strait, since Americans certainly have no obligation to protect a nation fighting us in Korea. In China, the 7th Fleet's deployment to the strait had been seen as a major American offensive move. Now, paradoxically, its redeployment set the stage for a new crisis. Taipei began reinforcing Quemoy and Matsu with thousands of additional troops and a significant store of military hardware. Both sides now faced a dilemma. China would never abandon its commitment to the return of Taiwan, but it could postpone its implementation in the face of overwhelming obstacles, such as the presence of the 7th Fleet. After the fleet's withdrawal, it faced no comparable obstacle vis-à-vis the offshore islands. For its part, America had committed itself to the defense of Taiwan, but a war over offshore islands that Secretary of State John Foster Dulles described as a bunch of rocks was another matter. 5. The confrontation became more acute when the Eisenhower administration began negotiating a formal mutual defense treaty with Taiwan, followed by the creation of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. When faced with a challenge, Mao generally took the most unexpected and most intricate course. While Secretary of State John Dulles was flying to Manila for the formation of SEATO, Mao ordered a massive shelling of Quemoy and Matsu was shot across the bow of Taiwan's increasing autonomy and a test of Washington's commitment to multilateral defense of Asia. The initial artillery barrage on Quemoy claimed the lives of 2 American military officers and prompted the immediate redeployment of 3 U.S. carrier battle groups to the vicinity of the Taiwan Strait. Keeping to its pledge to no longer serve as a defensive arm of the People's Republic of China, Washington now approved retaliatory artillery and aircraft strikes by nationalist forces against the mainland. In the meantime, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff began developing plans for the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons should the crisis escalate. Eisenhower demurred for the moment at least and approved a plan to seek a ceasefire resolution at the UN Security Council. The crisis over territory nobody wanted had become global. The crisis had, however, no obvious political objective. China was not threatening Taiwan directly. The United States did not want a change in the status of the strait. The crisis became less a rush to confrontation as the media presented it than a subtle exercise in crisis management. Both sides maneuvered toward intricate rules designed to prevent the military confrontation they were proclaiming on the political level. Sun Tzu was alive and well in the diplomacy of the Taiwan Strait. The outcome was combative coexistence, not war. To deter an attack caused by a misapprehension as to American resolve as in Korea, Dulles and the Taiwanese ambassador in Washington, on November 23, 1954, initialed the text of the long-planned defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan. However, on the matter of the territory that had just come under actual attack, the American commitment was ambiguous. The treaty applied specifically only to Taiwan and the Pescadores Islands, a larger group of islands about 25 miles from Taiwan. It made no mention of Quemoy, Matsu, and other territories close to the Chinese mainland, leaving them to be defined later, as may be determined by mutual consent. For his part, Mao prohibited his commanders from attacking American forces while laying down a marker to blunt America's most intimidating weapon. China, he proclaimed, in the incongruous setting of a meeting with the new Finnish ambassador in Beijing, was impervious to the threat of nuclear war. The Chinese people are not to be cowed by U.S. atomic blackmail. Our country has a population of 600 million and an area of 9,600,000 square kilometers. The United States cannot annihilate the Chinese nation with its small stack of atom bombs. Even if the U.S. atom bombs were so powerful that, when dropped on China, they would make a hole right through the Earth, or even blow it up, that would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole, though it might be a major event for the solar system. If the United States with its planes plus the A-bomb is to launch a war of aggression against China, then China with its millet plus rifles is sure to emerge the victor. The people of the whole world will support us. Since both Chinese sides were playing by Wai-Kai rules, the mainland began moving into the gap left by the treaty's omissions. On January 18, it invaded the Dashan and Yijianshan Islands, two smaller island groups not specifically covered by the treaty. Both sides continued to carefully define their limits. The United States did not attempt to defend the small islands. The Seventh Fleet, in fact, assisted with the evacuation of nationalist forces. PLA forces were prohibited to fire on American armed forces. As it turned out, Mao's rhetoric had a greater impact on his Soviet allies than on the United States, for it confronted Khrushchev with the dilemma of supporting his ally for a cause that reflected no Russian strategic interest, but involved risks of nuclear war, which Khrushchev increasingly described as unacceptable. The Soviet Union's European allies with their tiny populations were even more terrified of Mao's utterances about China's capacity to lose half its population in a war and eventually prevail. As for the United States, Eisenhower and Dulles matched Mao's dexterity. They had no intention to test Mao's endurance with respect to nuclear warfare, but neither were they prepared to abandon the option of defending the national interest. In the last week of January, they arranged for the passage of a resolution of both houses of the United States Congress authorizing Eisenhower to use U.S. forces to defend Taiwan, the Pescadores Islands, and related positions and territories in the Taiwan Strait. 9. The art of crisis management is to raise the stakes to where the adversary will not follow, but in a manner that avoids a tit for tat. On that principle, Dulles, at a press conference on March 15, 1955, announced that the United States was prepared to meet any major new communist offensive with tactical nuclear weapons, which China did not have. The next day, Eisenhower confirmed the warning, observing that, so long as civilians were not in harm's way, he saw no reason the United States could not use tactical nuclear weapons just exactly as you would use a bullet or anything else. 10. It was the first time the United States had made a specific nuclear threat in an ongoing crisis. Mao proved more willing to announce China's imperviousness to nuclear war than to practice it. He ordered Zhou Enlai, then at the Asian-African Conference of Non-Aligned Countries in Bandung, Indonesia, to sound the retreat. On April 23, 1955, Yu extended the olive branch. The Chinese people do not want to have a war with the United States of America. The Chinese government is willing to sit down and enter into negotiations with the U.S. government to discuss the question of relaxing tension in the Far East, and especially the question of relaxing tension in the Taiwan area. The next week, China ended the shelling campaign in the Taiwan Strait. The outcome, like that of the Korean War, was a draw in which each side achieved its short-term objectives. The United States faced down a military threat. Mao, aware that mainland forces did not have the capacity to occupy Quemoy and Matsu in the face of concerted opposition, later explained his strategy as having been much more complex. Far from seeking to occupy the offshore islands, he told Khrushchev that he had used the threat against them to keep Taiwan from breaking its link to the mainland. All we wanted to do was show our potential. We don't want China to be too far away from us. We want to keep him within our reach. Having him on Quemoy and Matsu means we can get at him with our shore batteries as well as our air force. If we'd occupied the islands, we would have lost the ability to cause him discomfort any time we want. In that version, Beijing shelled Quemoy to reaffirm its claim to one China, but restrained its action to prevent a two-China solution from emerging. Moscow, with a more literal approach to strategy and actual knowledge of nuclear weapons, found it incomprehensible that a leader might go to the brink of nuclear war to make a largely symbolic point. As Khrushchev complained to Mao, if you shoot, then you ought to capture these islands, and if you do not consider necessary capturing these islands, then there is no use in firing. I do not understand this policy of yours. 13. It has even been claimed, in a one-sided, but often thought-provoking biography of Mao, that Mao's real motive in the crisis had been to create a risk of nuclear war, so acute that Moscow would be obliged to assist Beijing's fledgling nuclear weapons program to ease the pressure for Soviet assistance. 14 Among the many counterintuitive aspects of the crisis was the apparent Soviet decision later revoked as a result of the second offshore islands crisis to help Beijing's nuclear program in order to put a distance between itself and its troublesome ally in any future crisis by leaving the nuclear defense of China in China's hands. Diplomatic interlude with the United States. One result of the crisis was the resumption of a formal dialogue between the United States and China at the Geneva Conference of 1954 to settle the First Vietnam War between France and the communist-led independence movement. Beijing and Washington had grudgingly agreed to maintain contacts through consular-level officials based in Geneva. The arrangement provided a framework for a kind of safety net to avoid confrontations because of misapprehensions. But neither side did so with any conviction. Or rather, their convictions ran in opposite directions. The Korean War had put an end to all diplomatic initiatives toward China in the Truman administration. The Eisenhower administration, coming into office with the war in Korea not yet ended, considered China the most intransigent and revolutionary of the communist powers. Hence, its primary strategic goal was the construction of a security system in Asia to contain potential Chinese aggression. Diplomatic overtures to China were avoided lest they jeopardize still fragile security systems such as SEATO and the emerging alliances with Japan and South Korea. Dulles' refusal to shake hands with Zhou Enlai at the Geneva Conference reflected both moral rejection and strategic design. Mao's attitude was the mirror image of Dulles' and Eisenhower's. The Taiwan issue created a permanent cause of confrontation, especially so long as the United States treated the Taiwan authorities as the legitimate government of all of China. Deadlock was inherent in Sino-U.S. diplomacy, because China would discuss no other subject until the United States agreed to withdraw from Taiwan, and the United States would not talk about withdrawing from Taiwan until China had renounced the use of force to solve the Taiwan question. By the same token, the Sino-U.S. dialogue, after the first Taiwan Strait crisis, ran into the ground because so long as each side maintained its basic position, there was nothing to talk about. The United States reiterated that the status of Taiwan should be settled through negotiations between Beijing and Taipei, which should also involve the United States and Japan. Beijing interpreted this proposal as an attempt to reopen the Cairo Conference decision that, during the Second World War, declared Taiwan part of China. It refused as well to renounce the use of force as an infringement of China's sovereign right to establish control over its own national territory. Ambassador Wang Bingnan, the principal Chinese negotiator for a decade, summed up the deadlock in his memoirs. In retrospect, it was impossible for the U.S. to change its China policy at the time. Under the circumstances, we went directly at the Taiwan question, which was the most difficult, least likely to be resolved, and most emotional. It was only natural that talks could not get anywhere. Only 2 agreements resulted from these discussions. The first was procedural, to upgrade existing contacts at Geneva, which had been held at the consular level, to ambassadorial rank. The significance of the ambassadorial designation is that ambassadors are technically personal representatives of their head of state, and presumably have somewhat greater latitude and influence. This only served to institutionalize paralysis. 136 meetings were held over a period of 16 years, from 1955 until 1971, between the local U.S. and Chinese ambassadors, most of them in Warsaw, which became the venue for the talks in 1958. The only substantive agreement reached was in September 1955, when China and the United States permitted citizens trapped in each country by the Civil War to return home. Thereafter, for a decade and a half, American policy remained focused on eliciting a formal renunciation of the use of force from China. We have searched year after year. Secretary of State Dean Rusk testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in March 1966 for some sign that Communist China was ready to renounce the use of force to resolve disputes. We have also searched for some indication that it was ready to abandon its premise that the United States is its prime enemy. The Chinese Communist attitudes and actions have been hostile and rigid. American foreign policy toward no other country had ever been submitted to such a stringent precondition for negotiation as a blanket renunciation of the use of force. Rusk did take note of the gap between the fierce Chinese rhetoric and its relatively restrained international performance in the 1960s. Still, he argued that American policy, in effect, should be based on the rhetoric that ideology was more significant than conduct. Some say we should ignore what the Chinese communist leaders say and judge them only by what they do. It is true that they have been more cautious in action than in words, more cautious in what they do themselves than in what they have urged the Soviet Union to do. But it does not follow that we should disregard the intentions and plans for the future which they have proclaimed. Based on these attitudes, in 1957, using the Chinese refusal to renounce the use of force over Taiwan as a pretext, the United States downgraded the Geneva talks from the ambassador to the first secretary level. China withdrew its delegation, and the talks were suspended. The second Taiwan Strait crisis followed soon after, though ostensibly for another reason. Mao, Khrushchev, and the Sino-Soviet split. In 1953, Stalin died after more than 3 decades in power. His successor after a brief transitional period was Nikita Khrushchev. The terror of Stalin's rule had left its mark on Khrushchev's generation. They had made their big step up the ladder in the purges of the 1930s when an entire generation of leaders was wiped out. They had purchased the sudden rise to eminence at the cost of permanent emotional insecurity. They had witnessed and participated in the wholesale decapitation of a ruling group, and they knew that the same fate might await them. Indeed, Stalin was in the process of beginning another purge as he was dying. They were not yet ready to modify the system that had generated institutionalized terror. Rather, they attempted to alter some of its practices while reaffirming the core beliefs to which they had devoted their lives, blaming the failures on the abuse of power by Stalin. This was the psychological basis of what came to be known as Khrushchev's secret speech, to be discussed below. With all their posturing, the new leaders knew deep down that the Soviet Union was not competitive in an ultimate sense. Much of Khrushchev's foreign policy can be described as a quest to achieve a quick fix, the explosion of a super high-yield thermonuclear device in 1961, the succession of Berlin ultimatums, the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. With the perspective of the intervening decades, these steps can be considered a quest for a kind of psychological equilibrium, permitting a negotiation with a country that Khrushchev deep down understood was considerably stronger. Toward China, Khrushchev's posture was condescension tinged with frustration that the self-confident Chinese leaders presumed to challenge Moscow's ideological predominance. He grasped the strategic benefit of the Chinese alliance, but he feared the implications of the Chinese version of ideology. He tried to impress Mao, but never learned the grammar of what Mao might have taken seriously. Mao used the Soviet threat without paying attention to Soviet priorities. In the end, Khrushchev withdrew from his initial commitment to the alliance with China into a sulky aloofness while gradually increasing Soviet military strength along the Chinese frontier, tempting his successor, Leonid Brezhnev, into exploring the prospects of preemptive action against China. Ideology had brought Beijing and Moscow together, and ideology drove them apart again. There was too much shared history raising question marks. Chinese leaders could not forget the territorial exactions of the Tsars nor Stalin's willingness, during the Second World War, to settle with Chiang Kai-shek at the expense of the Chinese Communist Party. The first meeting between Stalin and Mao had not gone well. When Mao came to put himself under Moscow's security umbrella, it took him 2 months to convince Stalin, and he had to pay for the alliance with major economic concessions in Manchuria and Xinjiang, impairing the unity of China. History was the starting point, but contemporary experience supplied seemingly endless frictions. The Soviet Union regarded the communist world as a single strategic entity whose leadership was in Moscow. It had established satellite regimes in Eastern Europe that were dependent on Soviet military and, to some extent, economic support. It seemed natural to the Soviet Politburo that the same pattern of dominance should prevail in Asia. In terms of Chinese history, his own Sinocentric view, and his own definition of communist ideology, nothing could have been more repugnant to Mao. Cultural differences exacerbated latent tensions, especially since the Soviet leaders were generally oblivious of Chinese historic sensitivities. A good example is Khrushchev's request that China supply workers for logging projects in Siberia. He struck a raw nerve in Mao, who told him in 1958, "You know, Comrade Khrushchev, for years it's been a widely held view that because China is an underdeveloped and overpopulated country with widespread unemployment, it represents a good source of cheap labor. But you know, we Chinese find this attitude very offensive. Coming from you, it's rather embarrassing. If we were to accept your proposal, others might think that the Soviet Union has the same image of China that the capitalist West has." Mao's passionate Sinocentrism prevented him from participating in the basic premises of the Moscow Soviet Empire. The focal point of that empire's security and political efforts was in Europe, which was of secondary concern to Mao. When, in 1955, the Soviet Union created the Warsaw Pact of Communist countries as a counterweight to NATO, Mao refused to join. China would not subordinate the defense of its national interests to a coalition. Instead, Zhou Enlai was sent to the 1955 Asian-African Conference in Bandung. The conference created a novel and paradoxical grouping, the alignment of the non-aligned. Mao had sought Soviet support as a counterweight to potential American pressure on China in pursuit of American hegemony in Asia. But concurrently he tried to organize the non-aligned into a safety net against Soviet hegemony. In that sense, almost from the beginning, the two communist giants were competing with each other. The fundamental differences went to the essence of the two societies' images of themselves. Russia, salvaged from foreign invaders by brute force and endurance, had never claimed to be a universal inspiration to other societies. A significant part of its population was non-Russian. Its greatest rulers, like Peter the Great and Catherine the Great, had brought foreign thinkers and experts to their courts to learn from more advanced foreigners an unthinkable concept in the Chinese imperial court. Russian rulers appealed to their people on the basis of their endurance, not their greatness. Russian diplomacy relied, to an extraordinary extent, on superior power. Russia rarely had allies among countries where it had not stationed military forces. Russian diplomacy tended to be power-oriented, tenaciously holding on to fixed positions and transforming foreign policy into trench warfare. Mao represented a society that, over the centuries, had been the largest, best organized, and, in the Chinese view at least, most beneficent political institution in the world. That its performance would have a vast international impact was received wisdom. When a Chinese ruler appealed to his people to work hard so that they could become the greatest people in the world, he was exhorting them to reclaim a preeminence that, in the Chinese interpretation of history, had been only recently and temporarily misplaced. Such a country inevitably found it impossible to play the role of junior partner. In societies based on ideology, the right to define legitimacy becomes crucial. Mao, who described himself as a teacher to the journalist Edgar Snow and thought of himself as a significant philosopher, would never concede intellectual leadership of the communist world. China's claim to a right to define orthodoxy threatened the cohesion of Moscow's empire and opened the door to other largely national interpretations of Marxism. What started as irritations over nuances of interpretation transformed into disputes over practice and theory and eventually turned into actual military clashes. The People's Republic began by modeling its economy on Soviet economic policies of the 1930s and 1940s. In 1952, Zhu went so far as to visit Moscow for advice regarding the first Chinese five-year plan. Stalin sent his comments in early 1953, urging Beijing to adopt a more balanced approach and temper its planned rate of economic growth to no more than 13–14% annually. But by December 1955, Mao openly distinguished the Chinese economy from its Soviet counterpart and enumerated the unique and great challenges that the Chinese had faced and overcome in contrast to their Soviet allies. We had 20 years' experience in the base areas and were trained in 3 revolutionary wars. Our experience on coming to power was exceedingly rich. Therefore, we were able to set up a state very quickly and complete the tasks of the revolution. The Soviet Union was a newly established state. At the time of the October Revolution, they had neither army nor government apparatus, and there were very few party members. Our population is very numerous, and our position is excellent. Our people work industriously and bear much hardship. Consequently, we can reach socialism more, better, and faster. In an April 1956 speech on economic policy, Mao transformed a practical difference into a philosophical one. He defined China's path to socialism as unique and superior to that of the Soviet Union. We have done better than the Soviet Union and a number of Eastern European countries. The prolonged failure of the Soviet Union to reach the highest pre-October Revolution level in grain output, the grave problems arising from the glaring disequilibrium between the development of heavy industry and that of light industry in some Eastern European countries. Such problems do not exist in our country. Differences between Chinese and Soviet conceptions of their practical imperatives turned into an ideological clash when, in February 1956, Khrushchev addressed the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and denounced Stalin for a series of crimes, several of which he detailed. Khrushchev's speech convulsed the communist world. Decades of experience had been based on ritualistic affirmations of Stalin's infallibility, including in China, where, whatever qualms Mao may have had about Stalin's conduct as an ally, he formally acknowledged his special ideological contribution. Deepening the insult, non-Soviet delegates, including Chinese delegates, were not permitted in the hall when Khrushchev delivered his speech, and Moscow declined to provide even its fraternal allies with an authoritative text. Beijing cobbled together its initial response based on Chinese delegates' incomplete notes of a second-hand version of Khrushchev's remarks. Eventually, the Chinese leadership was forced to rely on Chinese translations of reports from the New York Times. Beijing lost little time in assailing Moscow for having discarded the sword of Stalin. The Chinese Titoism that Stalin had feared from the beginning raised its head in the form of a Chinese defense of the ideological importance of Stalin's legacy. Mao branded Khrushchev's de-Stalinization initiative a form of revisionism, a new ideological insult which implied that the Soviet Union was moving away from communism and back toward its bourgeois past. To restore a measure of unity, Khrushchev assembled a conference of socialist countries in Moscow in 1957. Mao attended. It was only the second time that he had left China, and it was to be his last sojourn abroad. The Soviet Union had just launched Sputnik, the first orbiting satellite, and the meeting was dominated by the belief, shared then by many in the West, that Soviet technology and power were ascendant. Mao adopted this notion, declaring pungently that the east wind now prevailed over the west wind. But he drew from the apparent relative decline of American power a conclusion uncomfortable for his Soviet allies, namely that China was in an increasingly strong position to assert its autonomy. Their real purpose, Mao later told his doctor, is to control us. They're trying to tie our hands and feet, but they're full of wishful thinking, like idiots talking about their dreams. In the meantime, the 1950 conference in Moscow reaffirmed Khrushchev's call for the socialist bloc to strive for peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world, a goal first adopted at the same 1950 Congress at which Khrushchev delivered a secret speech criticizing Stalin. In a startling rebuke to Khrushchev's policy, Mao used the occasion to call his socialist colleagues to arms in the struggle against imperialism, including his standard speech on China's imperviousness to nuclear destruction. "We shouldn't fear war," he declared. "We shouldn't be afraid of atomic bombs and missiles. No matter what kind of war breaks out, conventional or thermonuclear, will win. As for China, if the imperialists unleash war on us, we may lose more than 300 million people. So what? War is war. The years will pass, and we'll get to work producing more babies than ever before." Khrushchev found the speech deeply disturbing, and he recalled the audience's strained and nervous laughter as Mao described nuclear Armageddon in whimsical and earthy language. After the speech, the Czechoslovak communist leader Antonin Novotny complained, "What about us? We have only 12 million people in Czechoslovakia. We'd lose every last soul in a war. There wouldn't be anyone left to start over again." China and the Soviet Union now were engaged in constant, frequently public controversies, yet they were also still formal allies. Khrushchev seemed convinced that the restoration of comradely relations awaited only some new Soviet initiative. He did not understand, or, if he did, would not admit to himself that his policy of peaceful coexistence, especially when coupled with pronouncements of the fear of nuclear war, was, in Mao's eyes, incompatible with the Sino-Soviet alliance. For Mao was convinced that, in a crisis, fear of nuclear war would trump loyalty to the ally. In these circumstances, Mao missed no opportunity to assert Chinese autonomy. In 1958, Khrushchev proposed, via the Soviet ambassador in Beijing, the building of a radio station in China to communicate with Soviet submarines and to help build submarines for China in return for the use of Chinese ports by the Soviet Navy. Since China was a formal ally, and the Soviet Union had supplied it with much of the technology to improve its own military capacities, Khrushchev apparently thought Mao would welcome the offer. He was proved disastrously wrong. Mao reacted furiously to the initial Soviet proposals, berating the Soviet ambassador in Beijing and causing such alarm in Moscow that Khrushchev traveled to Beijing to assuage his allies' wounded pride. Once in Beijing, however, Khrushchev made an even less appealing follow-up proposal, which was to offer China special access to Soviet submarine bases in the Arctic Ocean in exchange for Soviet use of China's warm water ports in the Pacific. "No," Mao replied, "we won't agree to that either. Every country should keep its armed forces on its own territory and on no one else's. As the chairman recalled, we've had the British and other foreigners on our territory for years now, and we're not ever going to let anyone use our land for their own purposes again." In a normal alliance, disagreements on a specific issue would usually lead to increased efforts to settle differences on the remaining agenda. During Khrushchev's calamitous 1958 visit to Beijing, it provided an occasion for a seemingly endless catalogue of complaints by both sides. Khrushchev put himself at a disadvantage to begin with by blaming the dispute about naval bases on an unauthorized demarche by his ambassador. Mao, only too familiar with the way communist states were organized, with a strict separation of military and civilian channels, easily saw through the utter inconceivability of that proposition. The recital of the sequence of events led to an extended dialogue in which Mao lured Khrushchev into ever more humiliating and absurd propositions, the point probably being made to demonstrate for Chinese cadres the unreliability of the leader who had presumed to challenge Stalin's image. It also provided Mao with an opportunity to convey how deeply Moscow's overbearing conduct had cut. Mao complained about Stalin's condescending behavior during his visit to Moscow in the winter of 1949-50. Mao. After the victory of our revolution, Stalin had doubts about its character. He believed that China was another Yugoslavia. Khrushchev. Yes, he considered it possible. Mao. When I came to Moscow in December 1949, he did not want to conclude a treaty of friendship with us and did not want to annul the old treaty with the Kuomintang. I recall that Soviet interpreter Nikolai Fedorenko and Stalin's emissary to the People's Republic Ivan Kovalov passed me his Stalin's advice to take a trip around the country, to look around. But I told them that I have only 3 tasks: eat, sleep and shit. I did not come to Moscow only to congratulate Stalin on his birthday. Therefore I said that if you do not want to conclude a treaty of friendship, so be it. I will fulfill my 3 tasks. The mutual needling quickly went beyond history into contemporary disputes. When Khrushchev asked Mao if the Chinese really considered the Soviets red imperialists, Mao made clear how much the quid pro quo for the alliance had rankled. It is not a matter of red or white imperialists. There was a man by the name of Stalin who took Port Arthur and turned Xinjiang and Manchuria into semi-colonies, and he also created 4 joint companies. These were all his good deeds. Still, whatever Mao's complaints on a national basis, he respected Stalin's ideological contribution. Khrushchev. You defended Stalin, and you criticized me for criticizing Stalin, and now vice versa. Mao. You criticized him for different matters. Khrushchev. At the party congress I spoke about this as well. Mao. I always said, now and then in Moscow, that the criticism of Stalin's mistakes is justified. We only disagree with the lack of strict limits to criticism. We believe that out of Stalin's 10 fingers, 3 were rotten ones. Mao set the tone of the next day's meeting by receiving Khrushchev not in a ceremonial room, but in his swimming pool. Khrushchev, who could not swim, was obliged to wear water wings. The 2 statesmen conversed while swimming, with the interpreters following them up and down the side of the pool. Khrushchev would later complain, it was Mao's way of putting himself in an advantageous position. Well, I got sick of it. I crawled out, sat on the edge, and dangled my legs in the pool. Now I was on top and he was swimming below. Relations had deteriorated even further a year later when Khrushchev stopped in Beijing on his return trip from the United States to brief his fractious ally on October 3, 1959, on his summit with Eisenhower. The Chinese leaders, already highly suspicious about Khrushchev's American sojourn, were further agitated when Khrushchev took the side of India with respect to the first border clashes in the Himalayas between Indian and Chinese forces that had just occurred. Khrushchev, whose strong suit was not diplomacy, managed to raise the sensitive issue of the Dalai Lama. Few topics could generate a more hair-trigger Chinese response. He criticized Mao for not having been tough enough during the uprisings in Tibet earlier that year, which had culminated in the Dalai Lama's flight to northern India. I will tell you what a guest should not say. The events in Tibet are your fault. You ruled in Tibet. You should have had your intelligence there and should have known about the plans and intentions of the Dalai Lama. After Mao objected, Khrushchev insisted on pursuing this subject by suggesting that the Chinese should have eliminated the Dalai Lama rather than let him escape. Khrushchev. As to the escape of the Dalai Lama from Tibet, if we had been in your place, we would not have let him escape. It would be better if he was in a coffin. And now he is in India and perhaps will go to the USA. Is this to the advantage of the socialist countries? Mao. This is impossible. We could not arrest him then. We could not bar him from leaving, since the border with India is very extended, and he could cross it at any point. Khrushchev. It's not a matter of arrest. I am just saying that you were wrong to let him go. If you allow him an opportunity to flee to India, then what has Nehru to do with it? We believe that the events in Tibet are the fault of the Communist Party of China, not Nehru's fault. It was the last time Mao and Khrushchev were to meet. What is amazing is that for another 10 years the world treated Sino-Soviet tensions as a kind of family quarrel between the 2 communist giants rather than the existential battle into which it was turning. Amidst these mounting tensions with the Soviet Union, Mao initiated another crisis with the United States. The Second Taiwan Strait Crisis. On August 23, 1958, the People's Liberation Army began another massive shelling campaign of the offshore islands, accompanying its bombardment with propaganda salvos calling for the liberation of Taiwan. After 2 weeks, it paused and then resumed the shelling for a further 29 days. Finally, it settled into an almost whimsical pattern of shelling the islands on odd-numbered days of the month, with explicit warnings to their inhabitants, and often avoiding sites of military significance, a maneuver Mao described to his senior associates as an act of political battle rather than conventional military strategy. Some of the factors at work in this crisis were familiar. Beijing again sought to test the limits of the American commitment to defend Taiwan. The shilling was also partly a reaction to American downgrading of the US-China talks that had resumed after the last offshore island crisis. But the dominant impetus seems to have been a desire to stake a global role for China. Mao explained to his colleagues at a leadership retreat held at the outset of the crisis that the shelling of Quemoy and Matsu was China's reaction to American intervention in Lebanon, where American and British troops had been landed during the summer. The bombardment of Jinmen Quemoy, frankly speaking, was our turn to create international tension for a purpose. We intended to teach the Americans a lesson. America had bullied us for many years, so now that we had a chance, why not give it a hard time? Americans started a fire in the Middle East, and we started another in the Far East. We would see what they would do with it. In that sense, the shilling of the offshore islands was a blow in the contest with the Soviet Union. Soviet quiescence in the face of a strategic American move in the Middle East was being contrasted with Chinese ideological and strategic vigilance. Having demonstrated its military resolve, Mao explained, China would now rejoin the talks with the United States and have available both an action arena and a talk arena 40, an application of the Sun Tzu principle of combative coexistence in its modern version of offensive deterrence. The most significant dimension of the shelling was not the taunting of the American superpower so much as the challenge to China's formal ally, the Soviet Union. Khrushchev's policy of peaceful coexistence had made the Soviet Union, in Mao's eyes, a problematical ally and perhaps even a potential adversary. Thus, Mao seems to have reasoned, if the Taiwan Strait crisis were pushed to the brink of war, Khrushchev might have to choose between his new policy of peaceful coexistence and his alliance with China. In a sense, Mao succeeded. What conferred a special edge to Mao's maneuvers was that the Chinese policy in the strait was being carried out ostensibly with the blessing of Moscow so far as the world was concerned. For Khrushchev had visited Beijing 3 weeks before the second Taiwan Strait crisis for the disastrous encounters over the submarine base issues, much as he had been there in the opening weeks of the first crisis 4 years earlier. In neither case had Mao revealed his intentions to the Soviets either before or during the visit. In each instance, Washington assumed, and Eisenhower alleged as much in a letter to Khrushchev, that Mao was acting not only with Moscow's support, but at its behest. Beijing was adding its Soviet ally to its diplomatic lineup against its will, and indeed without Moscow realizing that it was being used. A school of thought even holds that Mao invented the submarine base crisis to induce Khrushchev to come to Beijing to play his assigned role in that design. The second Taiwan Strait crisis paralleled the first, with the principal difference being that the Soviet Union participated in issuing nuclear threats on behalf of an ally that was in the process of humiliating it. Roughly 1,000 people were killed or wounded in the 1958 bombardment. As in the first Taiwan Strait crisis, Beijing combined provocative evocations of nuclear war with a carefully calibrated operational strategy. Mao initially asked his commanders to conduct the shelling in such a way as to avoid American fatalities. When they responded that no such guarantee was possible, he ordered them not to cross into the airspace over the offshore islands, to fire only on nationalist vessels, and not to return fire even if fired on by U.S. ships. For one, both before and during the crisis, PRC propaganda trumpeted the slogan, "We must liberate Taiwan." But when the PLA's radio station undertook a broadcast announcing that a Chinese landing was imminent and inviting nationalist forces to change sides and join the great cause of liberating Taiwan, Mao declared it a serious mistake. In John Foster Dulles, Mao met an adversary who knew how to play the game of combative coexistence. On September 4, 1958, Dulles reiterated the U.S. commitment to the defense of Taiwan, including related positions such as Quemoy and Matsu. Dulles intuited China's limited aims and in effect signaled American willingness to keep the crisis limited, despite, however, what the Chinese Communists say, and so far have done. It is not yet certain that their purpose is in fact to make an all-out effort to conquer, by force, Taiwan, Formosa, and the offshore islands. On September 5, Zhou Enlai confirmed China's limited aims when he announced that Beijing's goal in the conflict was the resumption of U.S.-China talks at the ambassadorial level. On September 6, the White House released a statement taking note of Zhou's remarks and indicating that the United States ambassador at Warsaw stood ready to represent the United States at resumed talks. With this exchange, the crisis should have been over. As if they were rehearsing a by now familiar play, the two sides had repeated time-worn threats and had arrived at a familiar deus ex machina, the resumption of ambassadorial talks. The only party in the triangular relationship who did not grasp what was taking place was Khrushchev. Having heard Mao proclaim his imperviousness to nuclear war in Moscow the year previously and recently in Beijing, he was torn between contradictory fears of nuclear war and of the potential loss of an important ally if he failed to stand by China. His dedicated Marxism made it impossible for him to understand that his ideological ally had become a strategic adversary, yet his knowledge of nuclear weapons was too great to integrate them comfortably into a diplomacy that constantly relied on threatening their use. When a rattled statesman confronts a dilemma, he is sometimes tempted to pursue every course of action simultaneously. Khrushchev sent his foreign minister, Andrei Gromyko, to Beijing to urge restraint, which he knew would not be well received, and, to balance it, to show the Chinese leaders a draft letter he proposed to send Eisenhower, threatening full support implying nuclear support for China should the Taiwan Strait crisis escalate. The letter stressed that an attack on the Chinese People's Republic, which is a great friend, ally, and neighbor of our country, is an attack on the Soviet Union and warned that the Soviet Union will do everything to defend the security of both states. The initiative failed with both addressees. Khrushchev's letter was politely rejected by Eisenhower on September 12. Welcoming the Chinese willingness to rejoin ambassadorial talks and repeating Washington's insistence that Beijing renounce the use of force over Taiwan, Eisenhower urged Khrushchev to recommend restraint to Beijing. Oblivious to the reality that Khrushchev was an actor in a play written by others, Eisenhower implied collusion between Moscow and Beijing, noting that his intense military activity was begun on August 23, some 3 weeks after your visit to Peiping. In a public address delivered roughly simultaneously on September 11, 1958, Eisenhower justified American involvement in the offshore islands in sweeping terms. The shelling of Quemoy and Matsu, he warned, was analogous to Hitler's occupation of the Rhineland, Mussolini's occupation of Ethiopia, or in a comparison that must have particularly vexed the Chinese, the Japanese conquest of Manchuria in the 1930s. Gromyko fared no better in Beijing. Mao responded to the draft letter by speaking openly of the possibility of nuclear war and the conditions under which the Soviets should retaliate with nuclear weapons against America. The threats were all the safer to make because Mao knew the danger of war had already passed. In his memoirs, Gromyko recounts being flabbergasted by Mao's bravado and quoted the Chinese leader as telling him, "I suppose the Americans might go so far as to unleash a war against China. China must reckon with this possibility, and we do, but we have no intention of capitulating. If the USA attacks China with nuclear weapons, the Chinese armies must retreat from the border regions into the depths of the country. They must draw the enemy in deep so as to grip US forces in a pincer inside China. Only when the Americans are right in the central provinces should you give them everything you've got." Mao was not asking for Soviet help until American forces had been drawn deep into China, which he knew was not going to happen in the already completed scenario. Gromyko's report from Beijing seems to have shocked Khrushchev. Though ambassadorial talks had already been agreed between Washington and Beijing, Khrushchev undertook 2 more steps to prevent nuclear war. To calm what he understood to be Beijing's fear of American invasion, he offered to send Soviet anti-aircraft units to Fujian. Beijing delayed a response and then accepted when the crisis was already over, provided that Soviet troops were placed under Chinese command, an improbable outcome. In a further demonstration of his nervousness, Khrushchev sent another letter to Eisenhower on September 9, urging restraint, but warning of the imminence of nuclear war. Except that China and the United States had, in fact, already settled the issue before Khrushchev's second letter arrived. In their meeting on October 3, 1959, Khrushchev had summed up the Soviet attitude during the Taiwan crises to Mao. "Between us, in a confidential way, we say that we will not fight over Taiwan, but for outside consumption, so to say. We state on the contrary, that in case of an aggravation of the situation because of Taiwan, the USSR will defend the PRC. In its turn, the US declare that they will defend Taiwan. Therefore, a kind of pre-war situation emerges." Khrushchev had enabled Mao to lure him into so futile a course by trying to be both clever and cynical. Especially when ultimate decisions of peace and war are involved, a strategist must be aware that bluffs may be called and must take into account the impact on his future credibility of an empty threat. On Taiwan, Mao used Khrushchev's ambivalence to entice him into making a nuclear threat that he had admitted he had no intention of carrying out, straining Moscow's relationship with the United States on behalf of an issue Khrushchev considered unimportant and of an allied leader who despised him. One can only imagine Mao's bemusement. He had goaded Moscow and Washington into threatening nuclear war against each other over some of the world's least vital geopolitical real estate in what was an essentially non-military piece of Chinese political theater. Moreover, Mao had done so at a time of his choosing, while China remained vastly weaker than the United States or the USSR, and in a manner that allowed him to claim a significant propaganda victory and rejoin Sino-US ambassadorial talks from what his propaganda would claim was a position of strength. Having triggered the crisis and brought it to a close, Mao asserted that he had achieved his objectives. We fought this campaign, which made the United States willing to talk. The United States has opened the door. The situation seems to be no good for them, and they will feel nervous day in and day out if they don't hold talks with us now. Okay, then let's talk. For the overall situation, it is better to settle disputes with the United States through talks, or peaceful means, because we are all peace-loving people. Zhou Enlai offered an even more complicated assessment. He saw the Second Taiwan Strait crisis as a demonstration of the ability of the two Chinese parties to engage in tacit bargaining with each other across the barriers of opposing ideologies, and even while the nuclear powers were fencing about nuclear war. Nearly 15 years later, Zhou recounted Beijing's strategy to Richard Nixon during the president's 1972 visit to Beijing. In 1958, then Secretary Dulles wanted Chiang Kai-shek to give up the islands of Quemoy and Matsu, so as to completely sever Taiwan and the mainland and draw a line there. Chiang Kai-shek was not willing to do this. We also advised him not to withdraw from Quemoy and Matsu. We advised him not to withdraw by firing artillery shells at them, that is, on odd days we would shell them, and not shell them on even days, and on holidays we would not shell them. So they understood our intentions and didn't withdraw. No other means or messages were required. Just by this method of shelling they understood. These brilliant achievements must be balanced against the global impact of the crisis. However, the ambassadorial talks deadlocked almost as soon as they resumed. Mao's ambiguous maneuvers, in fact, froze Sino-American relations into an adversarial posture from which they did not recover for over a decade. The notion that China was determined to eject the United States from the Western Pacific grew into an article of faith in Washington that deprived both sides of options for a more flexible diplomacy. The impact on the Soviet leadership was the opposite of what Mao had intended. Far from abandoning the policy of peaceful coexistence, Moscow was panicked by Mao's rhetoric and unsettled by his nuclear brinkmanship, his repeated musing on the likely positive effects of nuclear war for world socialism, and his failure to consult Moscow. In the aftermath of the crisis, Moscow suspended nuclear cooperation with Beijing, and in June of 1959 withdrew its commitment to provide China with a model atomic bomb. In 1960, Khrushchev withdrew Russian technicians from China and cancelled all aid projects, claiming that we couldn't simply stand by, allowing some of our best qualified specialists, people who'd been trained in our own agriculture and industry, to receive nothing but harassment in exchange for their help. Internationally, Mao achieved another demonstration of China's hair-trigger response to perceived threats to its national security or territorial integrity. This would discourage attempts by China's neighbors to exploit the domestic upheaval into which Mao was about to plunge his society. But it also started a process of progressive isolation that would cause Mao to rethink his foreign policy a decade later.